In the long history of America, many children have lived inside the White House, but almost all of them were girls. Chelsea Clinton, the Obama daughters, the Bush twins. Yet there was one boy who entered those historic halls in the 21st century, and his name was Barron Trump. At just 10 years old, he moved from the glittering heights of Trump Tower into the most famous residence in the world. Unlike his siblings, Barron did not grow up before the cameras or in the boardrooms of his father's empire. Instead, he was a quiet shadow, an only child in a palace of power, living under constant watch yet rarely heard from. What does it mean to grow up not only as the son of a billionaire president, but as the only boy to spend his formative years in the White House in modern American history? Barron's life has been shaped by both unimaginable privilege and extraordinary isolation. His story is one of silence, mystery, and the heavy weight of a famous name. Today we step inside that untold world, the special life of Barron Trump, the boy who grew up in the White House. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. From the moment Barron Trump entered the world, his life was destined to be unlike that of any other child. As the youngest son of Donald Trump and the only boy among Trump's 5 children, Barron occupied a position both unique and deeply symbolic. His very existence was a blend of privilege and expectation, a childhood unfolding in the shadow of a father whose name carried global recognition and controversy. Unlike his sisters Ivanka Tiffany and half-siblings Don Jr., and Eric Barron was not raised in boardrooms or in front of television cameras. He was instead a child of 2 worlds, one of dazzling luxury inside the golden towers of Manhattan, and another of relentless public scrutiny when his father became president of the United States. To understand Barron's story, one must look to history. Many children have roamed the halls of the White House, yet most of them were daughters. Chelsea Clinton, the daughters of Barack Obama and the Bush twins, each had their childhoods marked by history, yet their narratives still followed familiar patterns. Barron's, however, was strikingly different. He was the first boy in modern times to grow up in the presidential mansion, and this made his journey not only rare, but symbolic of a new chapter in America's political legacy. At just 10 years old, he carried the title of first son in a way unseen for generations. Yet this privilege came with an invisible burden. Imagine being a child, yet having the eyes of the world fixed on you, your every step observed, every photograph analyzed. While his peers at school could stumble, make mistakes, and learn in private, Barron's smallest gestures could spark speculation and headlines. He became a paradox, a boy surrounded by unimaginable wealth and power, yet often isolated, voiceless, and protected behind guarded walls. In him lived the contrast of innocence and expectation of being both a son and a symbol. Barron Trump's childhood was not just about growing up, it was about enduring history itself. Before Barron Trump ever set foot in the White House, his world was already one of extraordinary wealth and wonder. He spent his earliest years inside Trump Tower, the glittering skyscraper in the heart of Manhattan that symbolized his father's empire. But for Barron, it wasn't just an office building or a luxury landmark, it was home. The golden walls, marble floors, and sweeping city views framed the backdrop of his childhood. Unlike most children who grew up in suburban houses or apartments, Barron had an entire floor to himself, a sanctuary carved out within the towering palace of glass and steel. Here, security guards patrolled the hallways, every detail carefully monitored, creating a world both safe and distant, both dazzling and isolating. Yet despite the lavish setting, Barron was not a child defined by extravagance. Where his father thrived in the spotlight and his siblings learned early to navigate fame and business, Barron remained reserved, almost withdrawn. He was often described as thoughtful, shy, and quiet, a boy more comfortable in solitude than in the chaos of flashing cameras. The towering ceilings and ornate rooms of Trump Tower were filled with wealth, but for Barron, they were simply the walls that sheltered his private world. His life, though surrounded by unimaginable luxury, was not about showing off. It was about being hidden away, carefully guarded from the relentless public eye. At the heart of this protection was his mother, Melania Trump. Long before she became First Lady, Melania made a decision that would shape Barron's childhood. She would shield her son from the media as fiercely as possible. While Donald Trump built his legacy on attention and spectacle, Melania built a quiet fortress around her child. She rarely allowed interviews about him, refused to let him become a constant feature in tabloids, and focused on giving him something priceless and ordinary rhythm to his days amidst extraordinary surroundings. Within the marble halls of Trump Tower, Barron was not just the son of a billionaire. He was Melania's boy, raised with care, distance, and a mother's unwavering protection. At just 10 years old, Barron Trump experienced a transition that very few children in history could ever imagine. One day his world was the shimmering heights of Trump Tower, with golden ceilings, private security, and the rhythm of Manhattan life. The next he was stepping through the storied gates of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the White House, a place where history lingers in every hallway and where privacy dissolves into the constant gaze of the world. For Barron, it was not simply a change of address. It was the beginning of a new existence, one that would strip away the ordinary comforts of childhood and replace them with the surreal reality of life inside America's most famous home. The move was more than symbolic, it was a seismic shift in the very fabric of his life. At Trump Tower, he could retreat to his private floor, hidden from the bustle of the city below. At the White House, he was watched 24/7, his every movement shadowed by the Secret Service. The grounds may have been vast, with sprawling gardens and iconic rooms, but there was no true escape. Every step was measured, every activity scheduled, every visitor recorded. The boy who once found solace in solitude now lived in a fortress where solitude itself became rare. The cameras made the change even more difficult. Wherever he appeared, on the White House lawn, at official events, or even walking to school, lenses followed, hungry for a glimpse of the elusive first son. Unlike the Obama daughters or the Bush twins, Barron had no sibling by his side to share the peculiar weight of such attention. He was the only child in the White House at that time, a boy surrounded not by brothers and sisters, but by guards, advisors, and history itself. The laughter of other children was replaced by the echo of polished shoes on marble floors, the silence of rooms built for power rather than play. And so Barron's leap into the White House was not just the story of a boy moving homes, it was the story of innocence colliding with history. To be so young yet to carry the invisible burden of a world watching is something few can understand. He was still a child, yet also a symbol, a living reminder that even in the heart of politics and power, there was a boy learning to grow up under the heaviest shadow of all the presidency of his father. From the very first day his father took the oath of office, Barron Trump's life was thrust into a kind of spotlight that few children could endure. On Inauguration Day, as millions watched, every glance, every movement of the 10-year-old boy was captured, replayed, and dissected online. A simple yawn, a distracted gaze, or a shy smile, things that should have belonged only to the innocence of childhood, suddenly became viral moments broadcast across the globe. Unlike his siblings, who had already built adult identities, Barron's story was being written in real time in front of cameras he had never asked for. The White House was no longer just his home. It was the stage of an endless performance he never auditioned to join. Social media magnified this reality in ways no presidential child before him had ever faced. The daughters of Obama, the twins of Bush, even Chelsea Clinton in the 1990s, all had endured scrutiny, but the digital world had not yet exploded into its all-consuming force. For Barron, however, every photo, every clip, every gesture could trend within minutes, reaching millions of strangers. He was too young to understand the algorithms, but old enough to feel the weight of strangers' opinions. Some comments were kind, admiring his height or his quiet composure. Others were cruel, mocking, or speculative, forgetting that behind the famous last name stood only a child. The burden of judgment weighed heavily, even if he never spoke of it publicly. Imagine carrying the expectations of a nation, the criticisms of the world, and the curiosity of millions, all while still trying to navigate middle school. Unlike the Obama daughters, who shared their experience with each other, Barron was alone, the sole child in the White House, with no sibling by his side to share the pressure. The digital age turned what might have been private growing pains into global talking points. In Barron Trump's case, childhood was not only lived, it was broadcast, judged, and immortalized online forever. If there was one constant in Barron Trump's life, it was the protective presence of his mother, Melania Trump. Long before she became First Lady, Melania understood the dangers that came with her husband's fame, and the merciless glare of politics. From the moment Barron was born, she made a vow that her son would not be consumed by the spotlight, that he would grow up with as much normalcy as possible, despite the extraordinary circumstances surrounding him. While Donald Trump sought cameras and headlines, Melania quietly worked to shield Barron from them, building a cocoon of privacy around her only child. Her most defining decision came at the very beginning of Donald Trump's presidency. While the world expected the first family to move immediately into the White House, Melania delayed the move. She insisted on staying in New York so Barron could finish his school year at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School, away from the chaos of Washington. This choice spoke volumes. It was a mother's declaration that her child's stability mattered more than political appearances, that his childhood would not be disrupted for the sake of ceremony. In those months, she walked Barron to school herself, trying to give him the ordinary rhythm of life that history was threatening to steal away. Even after they finally settled into the White House, Melania's influence remained steady. She worked tirelessly to keep him grounded, encouraging simple routines, private play, and distance from the whirlwind of politics. While others fought for power in those historic halls, she fought for Barron's innocence. Their bond went beyond appearances. It was rooted in her Slovenian heritage. At home, mother and son often spoke in Slovenian, a secret language that kept their world private in a house where nothing ever truly belonged to them. Those quiet conversations, those small rituals of family life, were priceless. In a place designed for presidents, Melania created a refuge for a boy. The world saw Melania as elegant, reserved, sometimes distant, but Barron saw her as his shield. In her, he found both a mother and a protector, someone who never let him be swallowed by the chaos that defined their family's name. Their bond was not one of luxury or politics, but of love, privacy, and the rare ability to hold on to simplicity, even in the storm. If Barron's childhood carried any sense of normalcy, it was because Melania fought for it step by step, moment by moment. Behind the heavy gates and the constant presence of security, Barron Trump's education unfolded in a world both privileged and restricted. In New York, before the presidency reshaped his life, he attended Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School, one of Manhattan's most elite private institutions, surrounded by children of wealth, power, and influence. Barron's school life was already unlike that of ordinary American kids. Yet when his father became president, his path took another turn. In 2017, the family announced that Barron would attend St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Potomac, Maryland, making him the first presidential child not to study at Sidwell Friends, the traditional choice of America's political elite. This decision alone reflected Melania Trump's quiet determination to give her son a different path, one less entangled with tradition and political expectations. But even at St. Andrews, Barron could never escape the shadows of power. Every school day was escorted by a Secret Service motorcade. Classrooms were discreetly monitored, and teachers had to adjust to the silent presence of protection agents. For his classmates, Barron was both a mystery and a reality. He was there laughing, sometimes quietly answering questions with a reserved intelligence, yet always separated by the invisible walls of who he was. Rare insights from those who crossed his path paint a picture of a boy unlike the stereotypes attached to his last name. Teachers described him as thoughtful, curious, and surprisingly humble. Peers noted his towering height, his shy smile, and his tendency to observe more than he spoke. While privilege defined the environment around him, Barron himself seemed to search for normalcy, to simply be a student, rather than the son of one of the most polarizing figures in the world. In those classrooms behind closed doors, he was not the billionaire's heir or the president's child. He was just Barron. From the quiet boy who once hid behind his mother's hand at public events, Barron Trump has transformed into a striking figure whose extraordinary height has captured the fascination of millions. Towering well over 6 feet before even reaching adulthood, he became an unexpected headline wherever he appeared. His presence at rallies, family gatherings, or rare public outings seemed to shock the world each time, not only because of how much he had grown, but because his physical stature had become a visible metaphor for the silent transition from boyhood to manhood. The media could not look away. Headlines marveled at his height. Photographs of him walking beside his father or mother went viral, and fashion commentators even began dissecting his rare but impactful style choices. A simple suit, a casual jacket, or even sneakers suddenly became subjects of endless online discussion. For a young man who had long avoided the spotlight, Barron's growth made anonymity impossible. He had become a figure impossible to overlook even when he said nothing at all. Yet behind the fascination lies a deeper symbolism. Barron's towering frame reflects not just physical growth, but the towering expectations placed upon him. To many, he represents the next chapter of the Trump dynasty, a blank canvas on which the world projects ambition, hope, or controversy. But to Barron himself, those expectations may feel like an invisible weight pressing down as he navigates the delicate line between his private identity and his public inheritance. His height may set him apart in a crowd, but it is also a reminder that he cannot escape the legacy of the name he carries. In every photograph, every comparison, and every whispered speculation, Barron Trump's presence looms larger than life, both literally and symbolically. When the Trump family left Washington in January 2021, Barron Trump's world shifted once again. The White House, the place where he had spent his most formative years, was no longer his home. At just 15 years old, he moved to Palm Beach, Florida, settling inside the sun-soaked opulence of Mar-a-Lago. Surrounded by gilded halls, private gardens, and endless luxury, Barron entered a new chapter, one that promised greater privacy, but still carried the weight of his family's name. Life in Palm Beach offered him more freedom than Washington ever could. He could walk through palm-lined courtyards, play on vast lawns, and slip quietly into the ocean breeze without the constant flash of cameras. Yet even in this sanctuary, Barron could never be just another teenager. The Trump estate was not merely a home, it was a fortress buzzing with staff guests and political allies who kept his father's world alive. Barron's adolescence unfolded within this peculiar stage, private yet always touched by the shadows of power and ambition. For Barron, life after the White House has been both a relief and a burden. No longer confined by the constant rhythms of presidential duty, he has been able to grow more freely, shielded by his mother's watchful care. And yet speculation continues to swirl around him. What school will he choose? Will he step into the spotlight one day or remain the family's most elusive figure? Observers point to his commanding height, his reserved nature, and his rare but striking appearances as signs that he could play an important role in the Trump legacy. For now, however, Barron remains silent. Behind the gates of Mar-a-Lago, his life continues quietly, a young man growing in the shadow of history, with the world waiting to see what role he will choose to play. To be born a Trump is to inherit both privilege and burden. For Barron Trump, the youngest of Donald Trump's children, the weight of that surname has been a constant companion from the moment he first opened his eyes. It is a name that opens gilded doors, one associated with skyscrapers, luxury, and a global brand recognized in every corner of the world. Yet it is also a name that carries controversy, political battles, and public scrutiny. For Barron, growing up under the shadow of Trump means walking a tightrope between opportunity and expectation, between privilege and pressure. Unlike his older siblings, Ivanka Donald Jr., Eric and Tiffany Barron's story has always stood apart. Ivanka stepped into the role of polished businesswoman and political advisor. Donald Jr. and Eric became the heirs to the business empire running the Trump organization in their father's absence. Tiffany carved her identity in law and social circles, balancing glamour with independence. But Barron, the youngest, remains different. He has not yet been defined by boardrooms, campaigns, or the constant whirl of cameras. His silence, his distance from the spotlight, has become the most defining part of his identity. And yet it is precisely this silence that gives Barron his quiet power. The world watches and wonders, will he follow the path of politics, stepping into the arena where his father rose and fought? Will he embrace business, carrying forward the Trump empire? Or will he choose to break free, carving his own unique way, untethered from the legacy that surrounds him? Every rare photograph, every glimpse of him beside his family becomes fuel for speculation. The mystery only grows stronger. For Barron, the famous name he carries is both a crown and a chain. It grants him privilege few could imagine, yet it binds him to expectations he never asked for. And as long as he remains silent, the questions will only multiply. The world does not yet know who Barron Trump will become, but perhaps that uncertainty is where his true power lies. In the absence of answers, mystery becomes influence. And Barron, the quietest of the Trumps, may well hold the loudest future. Today, Barron Trump stands at the edge of adulthood, a tall and silent figure with a future yet to be written. Unlike his siblings, whose paths are already defined by business and politics, Barron remains a mystery, a young man whose story could unfold in countless ways. Will he continue to guard his privacy, choosing a quiet life away from the storm of attention? Or will he one day step into the public eye, carrying the Trump legacy into a new generation? For now, the answers remain hidden. What we know is that Barron's journey is far from over. His life is a reminder that even in the most powerful of families, the future cannot be scripted, it must be lived. He is no longer just the boy in the White House. He has become a symbol of what it means to grow up under history's brightest spotlight, bearing both its privilege and its heavy weight. The story of Barron Trump is still unfolding, and the world waits watching to see who he will choose to become. Barron Trump is perhaps the most mysterious member of America's most talked about family. While his siblings have lived under constant cameras and headlines, Barron has always been carefully shielded, existing almost like a shadow in the background. Born into towering wealth inside the golden skyscrapers of Manhattan, he later moved into the most famous residence in the world, the White House. Yet despite this extraordinary journey, little is truly known about his life. What was it really like to grow up as the youngest heir of such a controversial dynasty? Was he simply a quiet observer, or is he being prepared for something far greater? Each rare glimpse of Barron only deepens the curiosity. Stay with us until the end to uncover why his childhood is unlike any other in American history. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. Barron William Trump entered the world in March 2006, not just as the youngest son of Donald Trump, but as the only child of Donald and Melania Trump together. His very birth carried symbolic weight. He was the living bridge between the Trump dynasty's immense wealth and its growing political power. Unlike his half-siblings, Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric, who had been born decades earlier and raised before their father was a political figure, Barron came into a world where the Trump name was already both an empire and a headline. From his earliest days, Barron's life was surrounded by opulence. His nursery in Trump Tower was said to be decorated with an elegance that matched the golden skyscraper itself, a space more like a palace chamber than a child's room. Every detail of his upbringing reflected privilege. Private tutors, rare toys, a world where luxury was the baseline rather than the exception. While most children played in backyards, Barron's playground was the penthouse of one of New York's most iconic buildings. Yet there was a striking contrast in his childhood compared to his older siblings. Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric had been raised in the glare of tabloids during Donald Trump's years as a high-profile businessman, but Barron was born into a far more intense spotlight, one where the media's fascination was not only with his father's wealth, but also with his growing political ambitions. From the moment he was born, Barron was not just a child, but a symbol. Every appearance, every photograph, every whispered detail about him seemed to hint at something larger, the continuation of a family legacy already shaping America's cultural and political landscape. Barron's arrival marked the beginning of a new chapter for the Trumps. He was not only heir to golden towers and family fortune, but also to the uncharted path of politics that his father had set in motion. In that sense, his birth was both personal and historic, ushering in a child who, while just a boy, carried the weight of dynasty on his shoulders. Barron Trump's earliest years unfolded inside one of the most famous skyscrapers in the world, Trump Tower. His childhood home was not a suburban house with a white picket fence, but a sprawling penthouse that stretched across 3 floors, glittering with gold accents, marble columns, and crystal chandeliers. It was a space designed to impress the world, a palace in the sky above Manhattan, and it was the place where Barron took his first steps, spoke his first words, and began to shape his identity. Daily life for Barron was unlike that of any ordinary child. He was cared for by nannies, guided by private tutors, and constantly surrounded by a ring of security. Every movement, even the simplest outing, was carefully managed and protected. While other children might have walked to a neighborhood school or played in a park nearby, Barron's routines were orchestrated within the walls of luxury and caution. His normal was a reality few could ever imagine, one where privilege and protection went hand in hand. At the heart of his upbringing was Melania Trump, a mother who took an unusually strong role in shaping her son's early years. She was deeply involved, often emphasizing that Barron should have as normal a childhood as possible, despite the towering wealth and constant media attention. Melania was known to be protective, sometimes even turning down social events to spend more time with him, making sure that within the golden cage of Trump Tower, Barron still felt the warmth of maternal presence. Yet one cannot help but wonder, was life inside such a massive gilded palace a dream or a form of isolation? Did Barron ever long to run across a playground, scrape his knees, or ride a bicycle down an ordinary street? Instead of swings and slides, his view was the Manhattan skyline from the penthouse rooftop. Instead of neighborhood friends knocking at the door, he lived in a world where every visitor was filtered through layers of staff and security. This contrast defines Barron's early childhood, a boy with everything money could buy, yet perhaps missing some of the simple grounding experiences that shape most children. Inside Trump Tower, Barron lived in luxury beyond imagination, but also in a bubble that few could ever break. For Barron Trump, education was never simply about textbooks and classrooms. From the very beginning, his parents ensured that his schooling matched the prestige of the family name. In New York, Barron attended some of the city's most exclusive private schools, institutions where tuition alone cost more than most families' annual incomes. These schools were carefully chosen not just for their academic rigor, but also for the discretion they offered. In a world where every headline could turn into a spectacle, privacy was priceless. Melania Trump played the most active role in shaping Barron's education. She often emphasized the importance of balance. While Barron was destined to live in a highly public world, she wanted him grounded in knowledge and culture. Determined to pass on her heritage, she raised him bilingual, ensuring that Slovenian was spoken at home alongside English. This wasn't just about language, it was about identity, about giving Barron a connection to his roots beyond the glittering towers of Manhattan. She reportedly helped him with schoolwork, encouraged his curiosity, and insisted on shielding him from unnecessary publicity. Donald Trump's influence was different. Proud of his youngest son, he often spoke about Barron in interviews, describing him as smart, tall, and special. Yet Donald's life was consumed by business ventures, media appearances, and eventually politics. While Melania focused on the daily details of Barron's education, Donald offered pride and admiration from a distance, making sure the world knew that his youngest heir was someone worth watching. Barron's classmates and social circle reflected his rarefied world. He was surrounded by the children of billionaires, diplomats, and high-profile figures, peers who, like him, were growing up in a bubble of wealth and influence. Playdates weren't in neighborhood backyards, but in penthouses, embassies, and country clubs. Friendships for Barron meant connections that carried not just personal significance, but often social and political weight as well. In many ways, Barron's education was less about preparing him for tests and more about preparing him for a life unlike any other, a life where privilege, power, and expectation would always be intertwined. The year 2016 marked a dramatic turning point in Barron Trump's young life. Until then, his world had been defined by the shimmering luxury of Trump Tower penthouse views of Manhattan Golden Halls and a carefully protected bubble. But when Donald Trump won the presidency, Barron's reality shifted overnight. No longer just the son of a real estate mogul, he became the child of the most powerful man in the world. The move from a life of private privilege to the center of global politics was nothing short of shocking. Melania Trump, ever protective of her son, chose not to uproot him immediately. While Donald moved to Washington to begin his term, Barron and Melania remained in New York for several months, allowing him to complete his school year without disruption. This decision reflected Melania's deep commitment to Barron's stability. She understood the pressures of the public eye and wanted to give her son a chance to hold on to some sense of normalcy before being thrust into the whirlwind of the White House. When Barron finally joined his parents in Washington in June 2017, he carried a unique distinction. He was the first boy in decades to live in the White House, the last being John F. Kennedy Jr. in the early 1960s. The symbolism was powerful, a young heir walking the same historic halls once graced by another famous presidential child. For the public, it was a reminder that the White House, for all its grandeur and politics, was also a family home. But life there was a far cry from Trump Tower. Every aspect of Barron's daily routine was reshaped by protocols and security. He was surrounded by Secret Service agents escorted in armored vehicles, and shielded from even the smallest interactions without careful planning. His playtime, his schooling, even his walks across the lawn were choreographed with precision. What had once been the privacy of a penthouse was replaced by the scrutiny of the most famous residents on Earth. For Barron, the transition from Manhattan's glittering isolation to Washington's political battlefield was both extraordinary and confining. He had gained a place in history, but at the cost of the simplicity and freedom most children take for granted. From the moment Barron Trump stepped into public view as the youngest son of a U.S. president, the fascination around him grew to almost mythical levels. Unlike his older siblings who had already taken on public roles in business and politics, Barron was just a child, yet the cameras followed his every move. Viral memes, endless speculation about his demeanor, and paparazzi snapshots painted him as both a symbol of innocence and mystery. For many, he became the silent Trump, the boy who said little but captured global attention with a single expression. Melania Trump, fiercely protective of her only son, made it her mission to shield him from the harshest aspects of political life. While Donald Trump thrived in the spotlight, Melania fought to carve out privacy for Barron, insisting that he should have as normal a childhood as possible. She refused to let him become a political pawn, reminding the media that Barron was just a boy, not a public figure to be dissected. Still, the pressure of growing up in such an environment could not be ignored. Barron was often quiet and reserved, appearing cautious in public. Yet there were rare glimpses of his personality that broke through the controlled image, like the playful moments caught on camera during his father's inauguration, or the subtle expressions that went viral online. These flashes of authenticity only fueled curiosity, who was Barron Trump behind the carefully guarded walls of privacy. The larger question lingers: how does a child maintain his identity when the world insists on defining him before he has the chance to define himself? For Barron, childhood under the spotlight was not just about privilege and power. It was about learning how to exist between two worlds: the private sanctuary his mother fought to preserve, and the relentless public gaze that came with his last name. For most children, home means a backyard, a neighborhood playground, or a cozy bedroom filled with toys. For Barron Trump, however, home for several years meant the most famous residence in the world, the White House. Imagine being a young boy and waking up not in a suburban house or penthouse suite, but in a mansion filled with portraits of presidents, rooms layered with history and gardens that had witnessed centuries of American life. While other kids saw the White House on field trips or postcards, Barron walked its corridors daily, the echo of his footsteps mingling with the weight of history. The White House grounds became in many ways his personal playground. The South Lawn, where presidents traditionally land in Marine One, doubled as his wide-open field to run across. The Rose Garden, usually a stage for press conferences and ceremonies, was a space he could wander with his mother. Yet even in these moments, the reality of being a president's son was never far away. Friends could not simply stop by after school. Sleepovers required background checks, and every movement was shadowed by the ever-present Secret Service. For Barron, freedom was always measured within layers of security. Holidays, too, were unlike anything most children experience. Christmas at the White House meant towering trees decorated by staff, twinkling lights on a grand scale, and celebrations filled with diplomats and dignitaries. Easter brought the famous White House Easter egg roll, where Barron found himself both participant and host, sharing his home with thousands of visitors. State dinners unfolded not as rare spectacles, but as events unfolding just outside his private quarters. Glamour surrounded him, yet so did a constant sense of formality and surveillance. This duality defined Barron's childhood in Washington. On the surface, it seemed enchanted marble halls as playrooms, historic gardens as his backyard, and celebrations most children could only dream of. But behind the glittering facade lay restrictions, a life where spontaneity was nearly impossible, and where every game, every outing, and every laugh carried the shadow of watchful eyes. For Barron Trump, the White House was both a playground and a gilded cage. If there is one constant in Barron Trump's unusual childhood, it is the presence of a fiercely protective mother. Melania Trump, elegant yet private, chose a role that went far beyond being the First Lady. She became Barron's shield against the relentless gaze of the world. For her motherhood was not something to be compromised for politics or power. From the very beginning, she devoted herself to ensuring that her only son would not lose his sense of normalcy, even as history pushed him into the spotlight. One of the clearest signs of this devotion came in 2016 when Donald Trump won the presidency. While the world expected the First Lady to immediately take up residence in the White House, Melania made a different choice. She stayed behind in New York for several months, keeping Barron enrolled at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School until he finished the academic year. That decision, though criticized by some, revealed her priorities. Barron's stability mattered more than political optics. She knew that the glare of Washington could wait, her son's comfort and continuity could not. Melania herself often repeated a guiding principle: I keep Barron grounded. Behind the golden walls of Trump Tower and later the polished grandeur of the White House, she tried to raise her son with disciplined manners and awareness of the real world. She insisted he speak her native Slovenian as well as English, cultivating roots as well as wings. While Donald Trump thrived on cameras, rallies, and constant performance, Melania's stage was quieter, built on bedtime routines, privacy, and the steady reminder that Barron was a boy before he was a Trump. Yet the emotional complexity cannot be ignored. Was Melania's fierce protection both a blessing and a cage? In her effort to shield Barron, did she also limit his chance to experience the wider world? The boundaries she built kept out the chaos of politics, but they also kept Barron within walls of silence and isolation. Perhaps this paradox is what makes Barron's story so compelling: a childhood where love was both a shelter and a barrier, crafted by a mother determined to protect her son at all costs. Barron Trump's childhood was painted in golden strokes, yet beneath the shimmering surface lay shades of solitude that few could truly understand. As the son of a billionaire turned president, his life was filled with privileges most children could only dream of. He had access to private jets, lavish holidays in Mar-a-Lago or international resorts, and the kind of education tailored for the elite. Museums, historic cities, and luxury destinations were not distant fantasies but regular chapters in his life. To the outside world, Barron seemed like a young prince living in endless privilege. Yet the other side of this golden coin was a far lonelier truth. Unlike ordinary children who could run to a friend's house or meet at the local park, Barron's movements were guarded and monitored. Playdates required logistics approvals and the ever-present shadow of security agents. While his classmates might have formed spontaneous friendships, Barron's social circle was narrow, often limited to other children of billionaires, diplomats, or political insiders. In such a carefully curated world, how does a boy learn the joy of simple, carefree friendship? The weight of constant observation also shaped his early years. Every step, every gesture, every expression risked becoming a viral headline or internet meme. To grow up while the world dissected your silence, your clothing, even your posture, was to grow up without the shelter of anonymity. Barron, despite the luxury, lived under the invisible bars of a gilded cage, where the cost of wealth and fame was freedom itself. In many ways, his life echoed that of royal children across the globe, princes and princesses who grow up surrounded by opulence, but rarely by normalcy. Like them, Barron inherited both privilege and restriction. He was elevated by his father's empire and presidency, yet constrained by the very power that lifted him. His story is one of duality: a boy who had the world at his fingertips, yet often found himself alone wandering the vast golden halls of privilege that could never replace the warmth of ordinary childhood moments. Despite the layers of privacy carefully built around him, small glimpses into Barron Trump's world have revealed pieces of his personality and hidden talents. While he has remained mostly silent in the public eye, those fleeting moments suggest a boy shaped not only by his environment, but also by his own quiet interests. Sports, for instance, have always been a part of his life. Barron has been photographed on the soccer field competing with intensity and focus, and he has occasionally joined his father for a round of golf. These glimpses hint at a young man who thrives on physical activity, discipline, and the satisfaction of teamwork. Beyond sports, Barron is said to have a keen interest in technology and gaming, a passion that aligns him more with his generation than with the gilded traditions of his family name. Like many teenagers, he has spent time in front of computer screens, navigating digital worlds where for once he is not defined by the Trump legacy, but by his own skills and creativity. In these spaces, perhaps Barron has found a rare freedom and identity separate from politics, wealth, and constant public scrutiny. Another defining feature of Barron is his remarkable height. Towering over many adults, he has often drawn attention simply by his presence. His height combined with his quiet demeanor gives him an air of maturity beyond his years. Photographs of him walking beside his parents or stepping into public events often spark astonishment. He no longer looks like a child, but a figure already commanding space in any room he enters. Yet what truly defines Barron is not what he shows, but what he withholds. His quiet, introverted nature has become a shield, allowing him to observe rather than perform, to reflect rather than react. In a family built on showmanship, his silence is striking, perhaps even powerful. Could this calm, reserved personality be his greatest strength for the future? In a world where noise dominates and attention is currency, Barron's ability to remain grounded and mysterious might one day become his unique advantage. Barron Trump occupies a place in history unlike any of his siblings. He is not only the youngest of Donald Trump's children, but also the only child of Melania Trump, making him both the last and perhaps most mysterious heir of the Trump dynasty in the political era. While his brothers and sisters have carved out visible paths, whether in business, politics, or media, Barron remains largely unshaped by public expectation, a figure of possibility more than definition. His position is unique, the final son of a president whose legacy continues to dominate American politics, and the quiet presence in a family built on spectacle. This uniqueness has fueled speculation. What role, if any, will Barron play in the Trump dynasty's future? Could he step forward one day, joining the political stage where his father and sister Ivanka once stood? His height, presence, and calm demeanor suggest a natural ability to command attention if he chooses. Or perhaps, like many heirs of powerful families, Barron will find his path in the world of business, carrying on the Trump name in boardrooms rather than on ballots. There is also the possibility that he will turn away from both, choosing a private life far from the spotlight, creating an identity separate from the Trump brand. Yet one truth remains: Barron's childhood, luxurious and carefully guarded, was not simply a tale of privilege. It may, in hindsight, be seen as preparation. The wealth, the discipline of privacy, the early exposure to politics and power, all these elements are threads weaving together a destiny still unwritten. In him, the Trump legacy finds both its youngest face and its greatest unknown. And so the question lingers: when the time comes, will Barron Trump choose to step into the arena? Or will he remain the silent heir holding the weight of expectation while writing a story entirely his own? From the golden penthouse of Trump Tower to the historic halls of the White House, Barron Trump's journey has been anything but ordinary. Yet despite growing up in the heart of power and privilege, he remains an enigma, both visible to the world and hidden behind the protective walls built by his mother and the Trump legacy itself. He is the youngest face of a dynasty that has shaped American politics, but his true future is still unwritten. So what do you think? Will Barron one day step forward to carry on the Trump dynasty's legacy, or will he choose to create an entirely new path for himself? Share your thoughts with us in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe for more hidden stories about the Trump family and other powerful dynasties that continue to shape the world behind the headlines. Among all the members of the powerful Trump dynasty, one name lingers most in silence, wrapped in curiosity and speculation: Barron Trump. Unlike his siblings, Ivanka Jr. and Eric, who grew up in the public eye, delivering speeches, giving interviews, and building careers under constant attention, Barron has remained almost invisible. While Ivanka dazzled with elegance, Don Jr. sharpened his political voice, and Eric displayed unwavering loyalty to the family empire. Barron took a different path, the path of shadows, silence, and distance. From the moment Donald Trump entered the White House in 2017, Barron was thrust into a world beyond imagination for someone his age. Yet instead of being shaped into a public figure, he was shielded by Melania, by his family, and perhaps by deliberate strategy. There were no campaign speeches, no press conferences, and no social media posts. Only rare glimpses remained: a boy walking quietly beside his parents, taller than most of his peers, a silent figure whose very absence sparked even greater curiosity. And this silence carries meaning. In the realm of power, where every move is calculated, absence can be just as powerful as presence. Is the Trump family preserving Barron as their hidden secret card, a figure destined to emerge only when the time is right? Or is he simply a teenager granted the rare privilege of growing up privately, shielded from the relentless storm of politics and media? This is where our story begins, with Barron Trump, the youngest and most enigmatic heir of a dynasty built on visibility and dominance, yet choosing the safety of shadows. Shadows that in time may reveal a destiny greater than anyone dares to expect. From the moment Donald Trump entered the White House in 2017, Barron was thrust into a world beyond imagination for someone his age. Yet instead of being shaped into a public figure, he was shielded by Melania, by his family, and perhaps Barron Trump's childhood was unlike that of any other presidential child in modern American history. While most first children are gradually introduced to the public, whether through photographs, public school events, or carefully staged White House appearances, Melania Trump made a deliberate choice to shield her son. She understood better than anyone the ruthless nature of the media and the relentless curiosity surrounding the Trump name. For her, Barron's well-being meant more than publicity or political advantage. She stood firm in drawing a protective circle around her son, ensuring that while his father was consumed by politics, Barron could still hold on to fragments of a normal childhood. But that childhood was anything but ordinary. Growing up inside the White House from 2017, Barron lived under an intense level of public fascination. Each rare photograph sparked discussions online. Each brief appearance was magnified into speculation about his personality, his education, even his future role in the Trump legacy. For every step he took in public, there seemed to be 1,000 eyes watching, waiting, interpreting. And yet, instead of exposure, the strategy was silence, fewer images, fewer words, and almost no insight into his inner life. In protecting Barron from the chaos, Melania created a paradox: the less people saw of him, the more curious they became. This paradox of privacy became Barron's defining feature. His absence from headlines made him more intriguing than if he had been a regular presence in the media. In a family where visibility often equals power, Barron's invisibility became his strength. He became not only the youngest Trump, but also the most mysterious and enigma, carefully guarded by his mother growing up in the shadow of one of the world's most controversial presidencies. And perhaps in that silence, Melania was planting the seeds of a different kind of influence for her son, not the noise of public exposure, but the quiet power of anticipation. From the very beginning, Barron Trump has stood out in ways that are impossible to ignore. His towering height alone sets him apart. By his mid-teens, he was already taller than his father, casting an unexpected presence that makes him impossible to overlook in any public appearance. But it is not just about physical stature, it is the aura he carries. Even in silence, there is something commanding about him, a sense of gravity that makes people pay attention without him ever having to say a word. Unlike his siblings who rely on speeches and media to assert influence, Barron possesses an unspoken presence that speaks volumes. Part of this distinction comes from the education and upbringing Melania curated for him. Barron has attended elite private schools surrounded by privilege, but also international diversity. Raised in a bilingual household with Slovenian from his mother and English from his father, Barron has been exposed to multiple languages and cultures from a young age. Combined with the global spotlight of his father's presidency, his worldview is already broader than most young men of his age. While other teenagers worry about exams and sports, Barron has lived through international diplomacy, media storms, and the complexities of being part of one of the most polarizing families in the world. This makes Barron's journey even more intriguing when compared to the heirs of other political dynasties. The Kennedys, the Bushes, even the Clintons all raised their children to be public figures, early giving them roles in campaigns or public office as soon as they were ready. Barron, on the other hand, has been kept in the shadows, yet he embodies the same qualities, stature, education, poise, that mark a future leader. The contrast is striking. While others seek visibility to secure their legacy, Barron's mystery itself has become his defining legacy, and perhaps that difference will one day set him apart as the most unexpected heir of them all. The Trump dynasty has always operated like a deck of carefully chosen cards, with each child stepping into a role that reflects both personality and strategy. Ivanka Trump, polished and articulate, became the golden daughter, the face of sophistication and diplomacy, bridging her father's brashness with a softer, marketable image. Donald Trump Jr., outspoken and combative, has taken on the role of warrior, rallying conservative voices and keeping the Trump brand alive in the world of politics. Eric Trump, less flashy but loyal and steady, works behind the scenes to ensure the family business remains strong, embodying the card of reliability. Even Tiffany, often overlooked, has carved her place as the quieter outsider present when needed, but never fully immersed in the machinery of power. Each of these roles is visible, defined, and deliberate. Together, they form a picture of a dynasty where every move is calculated, every public appearance meant to strengthen the Trump legacy. Yet within this deck, one card remains face down: Barron Trump. Unlike his siblings, he has not yet been assigned a role. There are no speeches, no business ventures, no official appearances beyond necessity. His life is the question mark in a family otherwise filled with exclamation points. Perhaps this is by design. In the world of strategy, the card left unplayed can often be the most powerful. Barron's undefined role makes him the most unpredictable, and in politics, unpredictability is a weapon. By keeping him in the shadows, the family preserves his potential for the future, whether in business politics or an entirely different path. While his siblings play their roles openly, Barron's silence holds a weight of its own, leaving the world to wonder, is he the ace the Trump dynasty is waiting to reveal at the perfect moment? Speculation about Barron Trump's future has always been a subject of fascination precisely because nothing has been defined. Some imagine him stepping into politics as Trump 2.0, a younger, taller, and perhaps more polished version of his father. With his commanding presence, elite education, and the Trump name behind him, Barron already carries the ingredients of a political figure who could continue the dynasty's influence. The idea of him one day standing on a debate stage representing a new generation of Trump politics is both intriguing and unsettling for those who either revere or resist the family legacy. Others envision a very different path, one rooted not in politics, but in the power of media and technology. Barron, raised in an era where digital influence rivals political office, may choose to wield his power not through laws and campaigns, but through platforms and innovation. As media continues to shape culture and politics alike, a Trump heir who dominates that realm could hold influence every bit as strong as a senator or president. The thought of Barron leading in this sphere, free from the baggage of direct political battles, would offer the family a new frontier of dominance. And yet there remains a third possibility, that Barron will reject both the stage of politics and the arena of media, choosing instead a life of privacy, wealth, and mystery. After all, his silence so far has already made him the most intriguing member of the dynasty. Perhaps his greatest strength will be in never fully revealing his hand, becoming a Trump who holds power not by speaking, but by remaining unknowable. Whether as a political heir, a media mogul, or a figure who thrives in the shadows, Barron Trump represents the one future card the world has yet to see played. Carrying the Trump name is both a crown and a burden. For Barron, the youngest heir of this towering dynasty, the legacy he inherits is unlike that of any ordinary family. On one hand, the Trump name opens doors few could ever dream of: powerful networks, immense wealth, and an instant spotlight that guarantees attention wherever he goes. On the other hand, that same name carries a heavy weight of expectation, comparison, and judgment. The world doesn't just see Barron as himself. It sees him through the lens of his father, Donald Trump, a man who dominated headlines, divided nations, and etched his mark in political history. The benefits are undeniable. Barron stands to inherit not only financial stability, but also a loyal base of millions who admire and follow the Trump brand. His path, should he choose politics or business, would already be paved with influence. He doesn't need to introduce himself. The Trump identity does that for him. Cameras will always be ready to capture his steps. Interviews will be waiting the moment he chooses to speak, and opportunities will appear as if pre-written into his destiny. Yet privilege comes hand in hand with relentless scrutiny. For every admirer, there are critics waiting to compare him to his father, to measure whether Barron can ever match or escape the towering shadow cast by Donald Trump. This is the paradox of legacy. It can elevate him to unimaginable heights, but it can also confine him within expectations that aren't his own. Every choice Barron makes, from career paths to public statements, will inevitably be framed as either continuing or rejecting his father's legacy. And in that tension lies the question that defines his journey. Will Barron embrace the Trump name as a foundation to build upon, or will he forge a new identity beyond it, carving his own mark in history while still carrying the weight of one of the most polarizing names of our time? If Donald Trump's legacy is built on volume, dominance, and spectacle, Melania Trump's influence has always been the opposite, quiet, deliberate, and understated. This contrast is nowhere more evident than in her role as a mother. Behind the walls of their private residences, away from the relentless eyes of the media, Melania has been carefully shaping Barron's image, and perhaps his future. While the world speculates about his silence, it may in fact be the result of her intentional strategy to allow her son to grow without the noise and chaos that defined Donald Trump's rise. Melania has often been described as fiercely protective of Barron, insisting that he live a childhood different from the one her husband would have chosen. She emphasizes refinement over brashness, discretion over publicity, and substance over performance. This vision is reflected in Barron's education at elite private schools, his multilingual exposure to Slovenian and French, and the international environments that surround him. Melania's cosmopolitan background, rooted in European culture and fashion, has given Barron a perspective that feels more global than traditionally American. It is as if she is preparing him not just to be another Trump, but to be something greater, more independent, and perhaps less predictable. In many ways, Melania's silent strategy is an answer to the question of legacy. Where Donald sees the value of brand visibility and dominance, Melania seems to see the importance of privacy, elegance, and distance. She may envision a future where Barron does not replicate his father's polarizing path, but instead carves out a refined identity of his own, whether in politics, business, or an entirely different arena. If so, then the quiet years of Barron's youth are not an accident. They are an investment, a preparation for a destiny yet to be revealed. In today's world where public figures are defined by constant visibility and endless commentary, Barron Trump stands apart. His power lies not in what he says or does publicly, but in what he withholds. Every rare appearance, whether stepping out of a motorcade, walking beside his mother, or being captured in a fleeting photograph, becomes an event in itself, sparking headlines and setting social media abuzz. People notice his extraordinary height, his solemn expression, and the aura of distance he carries. The scarcity of these moments makes them all the more powerful, as if each glimpse is a clue in a larger puzzle the public longs to solve. This fascination extends deeply into online culture. Memes circulate comparing Barron to fictional princes, future leaders, or characters from dystopian novels. Fans speculate about his personality, his education, and what role he might play in the Trump dynasty's future. Admiration for his quiet composure is mixed with curiosity, and curiosity in turn fuels an almost mythic presence. In a digital age dominated by oversharing, Barron's silence feels radical, transforming him into an enigma people cannot look away from. Paradoxically, saying nothing has given Barron more influence than speaking could. While his siblings build their reputations through interviews, books, and political speeches, Barron's mystique allows the public to project their own ideas onto him. He can be imagined as anything: a future politician, a business magnate, or a private intellectual who chooses never to step into the limelight. The less he reveals, the more powerful his image becomes. Mystery in Barron's case is not a weakness, but a weapon, one that may prove more effective than words in shaping his destiny. The Trump brand has never been just about buildings, businesses, or even politics. It is about identity, spectacle, and influence. For years, Donald Trump embodied its raw energy, while Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric carried different aspects of the family name into public life. Yet as time moves forward, a question emerges: could Barron be the one to carry Trumpism into a new generation? At just the beginning of adulthood, he represents a blank canvas onto which supporters and critics alike project their hopes and fears. His youth alone makes him a potential bridge to audiences that his father has struggled to reach: Gen Z and millennials. This generational link is more significant than it appears. While Donald Trump built his power on television rallies and traditional media, Barron has grown up in the digital age, surrounded by memes, online culture, and global communication. His very silence has already created an online following that thrives on speculation, edits, and admiration. Should Barron choose to step forward, he could embody a modernized version of Trumpism, one that resonates with younger audiences, not through fiery speeches, but through presence, image, and the mystique that already surrounds him. For the Trump dynasty, Barron is more than just the youngest heir. He is a symbol of continuity. Just as political families like the Kennedys or the Bushes cultivated their legacies through generations, Barron represents the possibility of the Trump name outliving its founder, adapting and surviving in a changing world. Whether he embraces politics, media, or an entirely different field, his role as the living thread that connects the Trump legacy to the future cannot be ignored. He is perhaps the quiet promise that the Trump brand is far from finished. As the story of the Trump dynasty continues to unfold, Barron Trump remains its most enigmatic figure. Unlike his siblings who have already defined themselves in the public eye, Barron is still a blank canvas, an heir who embodies possibility rather than certainty. His silence, his absence from political theater, and his carefully protected youth have preserved an aura of mystery that only deepens with time. In a family where visibility is everything, Barron's greatest strength may be the fact that he has yet to reveal himself. It is this unknown that fuels his power. Because Barron has not yet chosen a path, the public projects countless futures onto him, a political heir who could carry Trumpism into a new era, a media magnate shaped by the digital age, or perhaps an entirely different figure who decides to live privately untouched by the weight of legacy. Each scenario adds to the fascination, making him not just Donald Trump's youngest son, but a symbol of potential, someone whose destiny remains unwritten and therefore limitless. And so Barron's silence becomes the most powerful card of all. It leaves the world questioning, waiting, and imagining. Perhaps one day when the moment is right, he will step forward to play his role in history. Or perhaps he will choose to remain in the shadows, defining strength through restraint. The open question remains, will Barron Trump eventually reveal himself as the Trump family's true hidden card? Or will he remain the mystery that keeps the dynasty alive in the imagination of generations to come? What if the quietest Trump heir Barron was never meant to stay silent forever? What if the young man once hidden behind the towering figure of his father one day stepped into the spotlight on his own terms? Would he follow the traditional Trump path of business building skyscrapers and empires? Or would he break the mold, choosing politics, technology, or even global diplomacy as his stage? What if Barron became the unexpected voice of a new generation in the Trump dynasty, sharper, more modern, more in tune with the digital age than his predecessors? Could he rise as the one who rebrands the Trump legacy for the 21st century? Or perhaps, what if his greatest power is not in politics at all, but in shaping culture, media, or an entirely new field where the Trump name has never reached before? And here's the most intriguing question. What if Barron is the family's true secret card, carefully protected, waiting for the right moment to be played? If so, what role will history assign him? A quiet heir living in luxury and mystery, or a powerful figure who will one day command the world's attention? These questions don't have answers yet, and that's exactly why Barron Trump fascinates millions. His future is a blank page, and every possibility feels both believable and extraordinary. So what do you think? Could Barron rise as the most surprising Trump of all? Or will he choose a life away from the storm of politics and power? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment below and share your opinion. And if you want to keep exploring the untold stories, the hidden possibilities, and the future of America's most talked about family, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. Together, we'll uncover the mysteries step by step. Everyone knows Barron Trump as the youngest son of Donald and Melania Trump, the boy who grew up in the world's most powerful residence. But once the Trumps left the White House in January 2021, Barron seemed to vanish almost completely from the public stage. Unlike his siblings who continued making headlines in politics, business, and society, Barron retreated into near total silence. The image the world now holds of him is striking: a towering young man, already over 6'7", who rarely speaks in public and is seen only in fleeting photographs. He is no longer the sleepy boy of Inauguration Day 2017, but neither has he become a public figure in his own right. Instead, he remains a presence defined by mystery, an heir surrounded by secrecy. This story seeks to open those heavy gates once more, not to invade, but to understand. What has life truly been like for Barron after leaving the spotlight of Washington? How does he navigate adolescence and early adulthood, when the world expects him to carry a dynasty's legacy, even as his mother works tirelessly to shield him from it? Beyond the walls of power lies a different reality, and it is that hidden reality we are about to uncover. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power wealth and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. On January 20th, 2021, as the Trump presidency officially ended, the world's cameras were fixed on Donald Trump and the political storm that surrounded him. Yet for Barron, then only 14 years old that day, marked something far more personal, the end of a childhood lived inside the world's most watched residence. At an age when most teenagers struggle simply with school friends and self-discovery, Barron faced a transition unlike any other, leaving behind the White House, a place that had shaped his formative years. Melania Trump, ever the protective mother, made a decisive choice. Instead of lingering in New York or Washington, she took her son back to Florida, to the gilded estate of Mar-a-Lago. There she carefully built what she often referred to as a safe circle, a buffer against the relentless curiosity of the press and the noise of politics. For her, Barron's emotional stability came before public appearances, before duties, before everything. Mar-a-Lago, with its vast gardens and secluded corridors, became more than just a residence. It became a fortress of privacy, a sanctuary where Barron could step away from the spotlight and experience something resembling a normal adolescence. To the outside world, he vanished. To Melania, he finally had room to breathe. After leaving Washington, Barron Trump's life took on a strange duality. He now resided at Mar-a-Lago, a palatial resort lined with marble halls, golden chandeliers, and sweeping ocean views. On the surface, it was the picture of luxury, yet for Barron it became something closer to a fortress. The estate was guarded at all hours, security teams ensuring that the teenage son of a former president remained beyond the reach of curious lenses. Public appearances vanished almost overnight. Unlike his older siblings who thrived on cameras and crowds, Barron seemed to disappear into silence. Rarely was he photographed, and when images did surface, they were fleeting, usually a glimpse of his tall frame beside Melania walking quietly, never speaking to reporters. This calculated distance was not an accident. It was Melania's design, a mother's determination to shield her child from a world that feeds on exposure. Thus, Barron's adolescence unfolded in paradox. He lived amid gilded halls, fine dining, and endless acres of manicured lawns, yet he was isolated from the very stage his family dominated. To many, he became more myth than reality, a shadowy presence seen only in passing, always at his mother's side and never truly within reach. For Barron, Trump, education has always been treated not as a stage for publicity, but as a shield for privacy. During Donald Trump's presidency, he attended St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland, a place chosen carefully by Melania for its reputation and discreet environment. While the world's cameras hovered over Washington, the school became a sanctuary, a space where Barron could grow without the constant echo of politics. After leaving the White House, the Trumps relocated to Florida, and with that move came another shift in Barron's schooling. He enrolled at a private institution near Palm Beach again, under Melania's close supervision. Every detail, from security protocols to the confidentiality of teachers, was personally overseen by her. For Melania, education was not just about academics. It was about building a protective cocoon where her son could remain a boy first, not a public figure. Today, Barron has stepped into young adulthood as a student at New York University, NYU. Unlike his older siblings who balanced business ventures, political campaigns, and media appearances, Barron's academic path remains intentionally quiet, far from the Trump spotlight. It is perhaps the clearest reflection of Melania's vision that her son should be educated with dignity, independence, and freedom from the relentless pull of politics. Away from cameras and headlines, Barron Trump's true world is built on quiet passions. During his years in Maryland, he joined a local soccer team, finding joy not under the roar of political rallies, but on the green field chasing the ball with teammates who treated him as just another boy. The sport became a rare glimpse into his ordinary side, a reminder that beneath the Trump name was a teenager who loved the game. Yet Barron's deepest interests seemed to lie not in crowds but in solitude. Technology became his constant companion, his laptop the gateway to programming, gaming, and private projects that few outsiders knew about. While his siblings mingled with celebrities and business leaders, Barron often preferred the glow of his screen, diving into digital worlds where he had full control and no one judged him by his last name. This private sanctuary of soccer fields and computer codes painted the portrait of a boy different from the dynasty he was born into. Social interactions remained limited, carefully managed under Melania's watch, but his inner world grew rich with curiosity and independence. In that hidden space, Barron was not a Trump heir or a political symbol. He was simply himself, quietly shaping passions that may one day define the man he will become. Since leaving the White House, Barron Trump has almost entirely vanished from public view, becoming perhaps the most elusive member of one of the world's most scrutinized families. Unlike his siblings who regularly appear in interviews, political events, and media campaigns, Barron's presence is carefully curated, limited to a handful of rare moments. When he does appear walking beside Melania at Mar-a-Lago or accompanying Donald at private gatherings, his towering height, now nearly 2 meters, instantly draws attention. Even in these fleeting glimpses, his stature commands notice, yet the boy behind the frame remains silent. There are no statements, no interviews, no public events with Barron taking center stage. Each appearance is brief, almost incidental, yet it sparks waves of speculation and curiosity. Fans and observers dissect every photograph, every gesture, seeking clues about the teenager's personality, interests, or potential future path. This intentional absence has paradoxically amplified his fame. The less the public sees, the more captivated they become. In a world obsessed with visibility, Barron's invisibility is a rare form of power, quiet, enigmatic, and endlessly fascinating. Barron Trump's relationship with his father, Donald Trump, is unlike the dynamic seen with his older siblings. In speeches, interviews, and public statements, Donald rarely mentions Barron, a stark contrast to the frequent praise he showers on Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric. When he does speak about his youngest son, it is usually to highlight Barron's remarkable height or his intelligence, small glimpses that hint at pride without exposing personal details. This distance is partly practical. Donald's life is consumed by politics, business ventures, and global media attention, leaving little time for day-to-day interactions. In contrast, Melania remains Barron's constant presence, managing his schedule, schooling, and daily routines, providing the guidance and protection that allow him to grow with stability. As a result, Barron often appears as the outside observer of the Trump family, a quiet figure who exists in the periphery, shielded from the spectacle and chaos that have defined the lives of his siblings. The subtlety of this father-son relationship contributes to Barron's aura of mystery. While the world speculates about how he will follow or diverge from the family path, the restrained visibility of his interactions with Donald reinforces the sense that he is charting a private, carefully guarded course of his own. If Donald Trump represents the public face of the family, Melania Trump has always been the guardian of Barron's private world. From the earliest days of his life, she acted as an unwavering gatekeeper, ensuring that the youngest Trump child remained shielded from the relentless gaze of media and public scrutiny. Her protective instinct extended far beyond the White House years, continuing long after the family left Washington, creating a consistent environment where Barron could grow without intrusion. Melania's presence is almost constant in Barron's life. Whether attending events, stepping out for casual errands, or navigating the vast estate of Mar-a-Lago, she is there by his side, a steady anchor in a world filled with potential exposure. Every public glimpse of Barron is mediated by her careful attention, shaping the image of a boy who moves with quiet composure, often observed only in silhouette beside his mother. This absolute protection has had a profound impact on Barron's personality. The discretion and independence he displays are not accidental. They are cultivated by a mother determined to let her son experience life on his own terms, away from spectacle and judgment. In essence, Melania's devotion has transformed Barron into a figure defined by mystery, a young man whose quiet presence contrasts sharply with the flamboyant legacy of the Trump dynasty. Within the Trump family, Barron occupies a world apart from his older siblings. Don Jr., Eric, and Ivanka have long been immersed in the public eye, blending politics, business, and media with remarkable visibility. Tiffany, while somewhat less politically involved, still maintains a semi-public presence as a socialite and influencer. In contrast, Barron has chosen, or perhaps been carefully guided, to remain on the periphery, completely detached from the family's professional and political ventures. The age difference plays a significant role in this separation. Barron grew up during his father's presidency, years after his siblings had already established themselves as public figures. This gap created a sense of him living in a different generation of the Trump dynasty, one shielded from the glare that defined his older brothers and sister's formative years. While the others navigated interviews, campaigns, and media appearances, Barron's world revolved around school technology and quiet moments at home. This distinct upbringing has also strengthened his bond with Melania. Unlike the other children who spent significant time under Donald's guidance, or with Ivana in earlier years, Barron's primary caregiver has been his mother. Her close presence, protection, and guidance have shaped not only his privacy, but also his personality, cultivating a thoughtful, introspective young man who stands quietly apart from the high-profile lives of his siblings. Barron Trump's near invisibility has paradoxically made him a magnet for speculation and rumor. Because he rarely appears in public, journalists, social media users, and fans alike have filled the silence with stories about his personality habits and even potential future in politics. Every photograph, often fleeting glimpses beside Melania or Donald, becomes fodder for analysis, with commentators dissecting posture, expressions, and fashion choices for clues to the young man's character. Height has become one of the most viral aspects of Barron's image. Towering nearly 2 meters, he has inspired countless memes and jokes on platforms like Twitter, portraying him as everything from a mysterious giant to the silent prince of the Trump family. Even playful exaggerations of his size only deepen public fascination, turning the simple fact of growing tall into a symbol of his enigmatic presence. This curiosity is amplified by the family's strict protection of his privacy. The intentional absence of interviews or public statements creates a vacuum, and the human mind naturally fills it with narratives. Barron's silence, carefully maintained by Melania and the family, paradoxically increases his fame, making him one of the most talked about yet rarely seen members of the Trump dynasty. In a media landscape that thrives on exposure, the boy who avoids it entirely becomes endlessly compelling. One of the most intriguing questions about Barron Trump is whether he will step into the legacy of his family or chart his own path. The Trump name carries immense weight. Donald's political career, business empire, and the global spotlight cast a long shadow over all his children. Some media outlets and fans speculate that Barron might become the next generation of the dynasty, poised to enter politics, expand business ventures, or uphold the family brand in some form. Every rare glimpse of him fuels these theories as observers try to decipher ambition behind the quiet demeanor. Yet the signs suggest a different story. Barron's reserved nature, cultivated under Melania's protective guidance, indicates a preference for independence and privacy. His interests in technology, sports, and personal projects point to a young man more inclined to explore his own passions than follow predetermined family roles. The contrast with his siblings, who are deeply embedded in public life, underscores that Barron's journey may be intentionally distinct. Ultimately, Barron embodies a delicate balance between family legacy and personal freedom. The world watches, curious whether he will embrace the dynasty or remain in the shadows, living a life defined on his own terms. His choices could redefine what it means to grow up a Trump, showing that even in a family known for exposure, in spectacle, privacy, and self-determination can prevail. Barron Trump has now entered a new chapter of life as a student at New York University, stepping into the bustling, dynamic environment of one of America's most prestigious institutions. NYU offers a vast array of opportunities: business, technology, media, and countless other fields that could shape his future. But for Barron, this world remains largely private. Unlike many of his peers, there are no paparazzi snapshots, no public social media accounts, and almost no official photographs capturing daily life. His existence in the city is discreet, carefully shielded from the relentless curiosity of the media and public. Melania continues to play a central role in maintaining this privacy. Even as Barron navigates college life and the potential independence it brings, she ensures that boundaries remain firm, protecting him from exposure while allowing him to explore his interests and develop skills on his own terms. This careful balance between freedom and protection has allowed Barron to experience the university years with a sense of normalcy unusual for a Trump, cultivating personal growth without the interference of public scrutiny. In this environment, Barron remains the quiet observer, learning, experimenting, and engaging with the world around him, but always on his own terms. The aura of mystery persists, amplified by every moment of absence, leaving the public to wonder what ambitions, talents, and paths he may ultimately choose. Though Barron Trump lives a life of extraordinary privacy, there is no doubt that it is also a life of luxury. From a young age, he has been surrounded by high-end fashion, exclusive accessories, and state-of-the-art technology, creating a world that is both privileged and curated. His environment reflects the family's wealth and status. Mar-a-Lago in Florida and Trump Tower in Manhattan serve not only as homes, but as carefully controlled sanctuaries where Barron can live comfortably and safely. Despite the opulence, Barron's life is far from public spectacle. There are no social media posts flaunting his possessions, no tabloids capturing extravagant moments, and no public events showcasing wealth. Every detail of his lifestyle is carefully managed, maintaining discretion while still offering all the advantages of a privileged upbringing. This careful balance between abundance and privacy has allowed Barron to enjoy the benefits of his family's fortune without succumbing to the pitfalls of exposure or public scrutiny. In essence, his life represents a rare form of elite childhood, surrounded by privilege yet shielded from the relentless attention and commentary that typically accompany wealth and fame. Barron's luxurious world exists quietly behind closed doors, a space where normalcy, safety, and comfort coexist with affluence, reinforcing the mystery that defines him in the public imagination. Barron Trump occupies a unique place in the public imagination. He is the most mysterious member of one of America's most famous families. Unlike his siblings, who thrive in the spotlight, Barron has been carefully shielded from media exposure, creating a vacuum that the public instinctively tries to fill. Every rare appearance, whether beside Melania at Mar-a-Lago, walking through Trump Tower, or attending an official event, becomes a focal point for speculation, curiosity, and commentary. This aura of secrecy has fueled countless memes, social media debates, and even conspiracy theories. People speculate endlessly about his personality, interests, and potential future, often imagining narratives that have little or no basis in reality. The very absence of information has amplified the allure, turning Barron into a symbol of intrigue and mystique. In a media age obsessed with transparency, exposure, and celebrity, his ability to remain virtually invisible makes him a paradoxical icon. The quieter he is, the more the world wants to know. Barron's public fascination illustrates a broader truth about modern celebrity. Sometimes absence is more compelling than presence. He embodies the human desire to uncover the unknown, to create stories from shadows, and to marvel at the unseen. In this way, Barron Trump has achieved a kind of fame entirely different from his family, one defined not by appearances, statements, or accomplishments, but by mystery itself. In the end, Barron Trump's life after the White House has been defined not by headlines, speeches, or public appearances, but by silence and careful discretion. Shielded and guided by Melania, he has grown up in an environment where privacy is a priority, allowing him to experience childhood and adolescence without the pressures that have shaped his siblings' lives. His every step from school choices to social interactions is protected, creating a rare space where a young man of extraordinary privilege can develop away from public scrutiny. The world may continue to speculate, circulate rumors, and construct images of the boy behind the headlines, yet Barron himself is quietly authoring his own story. His narrative is told not in interviews or social media posts, but through the deliberate absence that fuels curiosity and fascination. This life of silence carries its own weight, shaping a personality marked by independence, thoughtfulness, and discretion. Ultimately, Barron embodies a paradox in the age of exposure. The quieter he remains, the more captivating he becomes. The lingering question remains open: will he one day step into the spotlight as a public figure, embracing the legacy of his family, or will he continue to move through life on his own terms, preserving the mystery that has defined him? For now, the world watches fascinated as Barron Trump quietly writes a life of his own choosing. The Trump family has always lived under the blinding glare of cameras, every move dissected and broadcast to the world. Donald Trump himself thrives on the spectacle, transforming attention into power. Ivanka Trump rose into a global icon, balancing politics, business, and style with a perfectly crafted image. Yet in the same household, one figure remains almost invisible: Barron Trump. The youngest son of the Trump dynasty seems to exist in a carefully constructed silence, a shadow in a family that has never shied away from the spotlight. Why is Barron kept hidden while his siblings navigate fame with confidence? This is not just coincidence. It is the result of deliberate choices. At the heart of this decision lies Melania Trump's fierce and unwavering protection of her only child. From the earliest days of Donald's presidency, Melania drew a sharp line ensuring Barron would not be pulled into the media frenzy that consumed the rest of the family. But there is also something deeper, a mystery surrounding Barron himself, a quiet presence that raises questions every time he briefly steps into public view. And so the story of Barron Trump begins not with visibility, but with absence. His silence speaks louder than words, and his rare appearances ignite more speculation than hours of interviews ever could. What secrets lie behind this carefully maintained distance? The answer is a mix of family strategy, maternal protection, and Barron's own enigmatic personality, a combination that makes him the true shadow prince of the Trump dynasty. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. On March 20th, 2006, Barron William Trump entered the world not as an ordinary child, but as the youngest heir to one of America's most controversial dynasties. Born in Manhattan, he spent his earliest years in Trump Tower, a skyscraper that symbolized both power and excess. His nursery was not in a suburban home, but in a penthouse high above Fifth Avenue, surrounded by marble gold and a view of the city that never sleeps. From the very start, Barron's life was anything but ordinary. Yet while his siblings, Ivanka Don Jr. and Eric, were already shaping their public personas, appearing in interviews, business ventures, and even reality television, Barron's existence remained strikingly private. The same empire that thrust the older Trumps into the spotlight seemed to shield the youngest one. This was not a coincidence, but a conscious decision orchestrated by Melania Trump. Unlike Donald, who embraced attention, Melania carved out a protective barrier determined to keep her son away from the relentless gaze of the press. In many ways, Barron's early years were defined by contrasts born into wealth, yet hidden from view, surrounded by luxury, yet kept apart from spectacle. While the world expected another Trump child to be groomed for attention, Melania chose differently. She chose silence, seclusion, and control. That choice would shape not only Barron's childhood, but also the mystery that surrounds him to this day. From the very beginning, Melania Trump made one thing clear: Barron would have a childhood untouched by the chaos of politics and fame. Her philosophy was simple yet unyielding. No amount of power or privilege could replace the need for a normal childhood. While Donald relished attention and his older children learned to navigate the media, Melania built a wall around her son, a shield designed to keep him safe from exploitation. She refused to let Barron become a political prop or a tabloid spectacle. Photographers were turned away, interviews were declined, and even in her own speeches, as First Lady, Melania rarely mentioned her son's name. Every step was intentional, every silence deliberate. To her, Barron was not America's child, he was her child, and she would fight to protect that boundary. The contrast with other First Ladies is striking. Hillary Clinton, Michelle Obama, and Jill Biden all allowed their children moments of public life, carefully managed yet visible. But Melania chose another path. She embraced the role of a lioness mother, fierce and uncompromising, keeping her cub hidden from the hunt of the media. This image, Melania standing guard while the world speculated, became one of the most defining aspects of her legacy as a mother and as First Lady. At just 10 years old, Barron Trump faced a challenge unlike any other child in America, moving into the White House, the most scrutinized home in the world. Yet even this transition was carefully managed by Melania. She refused to uproot her son mid-year, delaying her move to Washington, D.C. for nearly 6 months so Barron could finish his schooling in New York. It was a decision that spoke volumes about her priorities before politics. Before power came her child's stability. When Barron finally arrived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, his world remained as shielded as ever. He was given a private bedroom and his own wing deliberately set apart from the bustle of cameras and ceremonies. History marked him as the first boy to live in the White House since John F. Kennedy Jr. in the 1960s, a fact that could have made him a cultural fascination. Yet instead of becoming a public figure, Barron became an enigma. Unlike the Kennedy children who were photographed playing in the Oval Office, or the Obama girls who grew up before America's eyes, Barron was almost invisible. The press had nearly zero access, and the glimpses the public did receive were fleeting and controlled. In a place where every detail is usually exposed, Barron's life remained hidden, his childhood unfolding behind the closed doors of the world's most watched house. In the age of constant visibility, Barron Trump became an anomaly, a child of the presidency who almost never appeared in public. The contrast with Sasha and Malia Obama was striking. The Obama daughters were often photographed at events, holidays, and even casual walks on the White House lawn, their lives unfolding carefully managed before the nation's eyes. Barron, by comparison, seemed to vanish into the shadows. His public appearances could be counted on one hand. Donald Trump's inauguration, a handful of official family photos, and the tense nights of election victories. Beyond that, he was invisible. Journalists grew frustrated, complaining of what they called a media blackout, an intentional wall of silence surrounding the president's youngest son. The access that had been granted to nearly every first family before was suddenly denied. But as often happens in the absence of facts, speculation rushed to fill the void. Tabloids spun rumors about Barron's personality, habits, and future. Social media, restless for content, built myths around him, turning his silence into a kind of legend. Every rare glimpse of him, taller, older, more mature, only added fuel to the mystery. Invisibility became intrigue, and the fewer the appearances, the louder the fascination grew. If silence made Barron Trump mysterious, his appearance made him unforgettable. As he grew older, the public couldn't help but notice one astonishing detail: his extraordinary height. Towering now at over 6.7, Barron quickly became a headline in himself, his growth spurt sparking endless fascination. Viral images of him walking beside his parents, effortlessly dwarfing both Donald and Melania, spread across the internet, each photograph fueling the narrative of the giant heir of the Trump dynasty. But with so few glimpses of his life, speculation rushed to fill the emptiness. Commentators, tabloids, and countless online voices crafted theories about Barron's lifestyle, personality, and hidden talents, all from a handful of carefully released photos. Was he an athlete, a genius, or simply a quiet soul, uninterested in fame? The questions multiplied, but answers remained elusive. On social media, his image took on a life of its own. Memes portrayed him as a mysterious prince, a silent figure destined for something greater. The combination of height, good looks, and silence turned him into a canvas onto which the public projected fantasies and myths. With every new picture, the obsession grew, and the less Barron spoke, the louder the world imagined who he might become. Behind Barron Trump's secluded life was a mother deeply rooted in her heritage. Melania's European background, shaped by her Slovenian upbringing, defined much of Barron's childhood. She passed on not just language but values, teaching him Slovenian alongside English and even a touch of French. In the Trump penthouse amidst golden marble, Barron was raised with a blend of Eastern European discipline and Old World restraint, a sharp contrast to the flashy lifestyle his surname suggested. Privacy, discipline, and independence were Melania's cornerstones. Unlike many celebrity parents, she refused to let Barron grow up under constant exposure. She wanted him to have structure, responsibility, and the freedom to form his own identity without the weight of the Trump spotlight. He should be a boy, not a celebrity, Melania often implied through her choices, ensuring that childhood came before image. In rare interviews, she allowed only brief glimpses into his private world, mentioning his love for technology, computers, and soccer. These details, small as they were, painted Barron not as a political heir or future tycoon, but as a boy with simple passions and normal interests. Yet even in these moments, Melania carefully controlled the narrative, giving the world just enough to see Barron as human, but never enough to invade his sanctuary. Barron Trump's education has always been shrouded in secrecy, a carefully managed journey that reflected his mother's determination to shield him from the spotlight. He began at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in Manhattan, one of New York's most prestigious private schools, before moving to St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland after the family relocated to Washington. Each transition was marked not by press releases, but by whispers and leaks, as the Trumps consistently avoided confirming details until absolutely necessary. Today, Barron is enrolled at New York University, a step into adulthood that once again unfolded quietly with little official acknowledgement. What made his academic path different from that of his siblings was not just the institutions he attended, but the intense privacy surrounding every decision. Unlike Ivanka or Don Jr., who were openly associated with their schools, Barron's education has always been treated as a state secret. Behind the scenes, it was often Melania herself who negotiated directly with school officials. Her demands were clear security discretion and the absolute protection of her son's anonymity. Teachers, classmates, and administrators were expected to respect boundaries, and most did. As a result, Barron's school years have passed in near total silence, a rarity for the child of a president in the modern age. Unlike his siblings, Barron Trump's presence in the public eye has been scarce, carefully rationed to just a handful of moments. On Inauguration Day in 2017, the world first noticed him not for a speech or a statement, but for being the sleepy child beside his father as Donald Trump was sworn in as the 45th president. That image instantly became a meme, spreading across the internet and cementing Barron's reputation as the reluctant first son. In the years that followed, his appearances were just as rare. During Trump's late-night victory speeches, Barron was often visible, but distant, standing quietly in the background as history unfolded. A few glimpses came from Maryland, where he was spotted playing soccer with schoolmates, but even those moments were heavily shielded by security and rarely photographed. Notably, Barron was absent from the 2020 Republican National Convention, a decision that fueled speculation about his privacy and Melania's influence in keeping him away from political theater. When his high school graduation photos surfaced in 2024, they offered only limited exposure, carefully staged, devoid of spectacle, and quickly withdrawn from circulation. These chosen appearances, few and far between, have created a paradox. The less Barron is seen, the more fascination he generates. Each glimpse feels like a rare artifact, intensifying the public's hunger for the next one. Within the Trump dynasty, each child has carved a role under the public gaze, except Barron. Donald Jr. and Eric have been deeply political, throwing themselves into rallies, interviews, and aggressive media battles on their father's behalf. Ivanka transformed into a global celebrity, bridging fashion business and politics, even standing as her father's advisor in the White House. Tiffany, though less prominent, still embraces a semi-public life as a socialite, making occasional headlines with her career, relationships, and appearances. Barron, however, stands apart as the only Trump child raised almost entirely out of public view. While Ivana Trump, mother of the elder siblings, believed in pushing her children early into the spotlight of family business and society, Melania chose the opposite approach. She exerted direct, uncompromising control over Barron's image and upbringing, ensuring his path remained private, disciplined, and shielded from the chaos of politics. This contrast within one family is striking. The older siblings were shaped as heirs to a brand, while Barron has been raised as something else entirely. A young man with the privilege of anonymity, even within one of the most visible families on earth. As Barron Trump enters adulthood, curiosity about his future has become a favorite subject for media and fans alike. Some speculate he might eventually step into politics, following the footsteps of his father and older brothers, perhaps as the next leader of the Trump dynasty. Supporters paint him as a hidden heir groomed quietly for a moment when he could emerge onto the public stage. Yet others argue that Barron may choose a very different destiny. Unlike Don Jr., Eric, or even Ivanka, he has shown no interest in public speeches, campaigns, or business showcases. Instead, glimpses of his hobbies, his fascination with technology, computers, and soccer hint at a life that could unfold far from the relentless spotlight. To those who know Melania's fierce protection of him, the possibility that he may seek a more private, independent existence feels entirely plausible. This duality fuels endless speculation. Will Barron embrace the Trump legacy or reject it for his own path? For now, the answer remains locked in silence, adding yet another layer of mystery to the life of the most enigmatic Trump child. In the endless speeches, interviews, and rallies that define Donald Trump's public life, one name is almost always missing: Barron. The former president frequently praises Ivanka for her elegance and political skill, Don Jr. and Eric for their loyalty and aggression, even Tiffany for her charm. But when it comes to his youngest son, Donald is strikingly silent. This silence has fueled speculation. Some believe it reflects Donald's respect for Melania's unwavering rules, as she fiercely guards Barron's privacy. Others see it as a protective strategy, shielding his son from the brutal attacks that come with political exposure. Within this balance lies a subtle dynamic, a father's quiet pride held back by a mother's strict boundaries. On the rare occasions Donald does mention Barron, the comments are often lighthearted but telling. He jokes about his extraordinary height, praises his sharp intelligence, or hints at his quick wit and sense of humor. These small remarks, though few, reveal a genuine affection that speaks louder than constant praise. In a family built on spectacle, Donald's restraint with Barron may be the clearest sign of love. Among America's first ladies, Melania Trump carved out a role unlike any before her. While most embraced the public stage championing causes, giving speeches, or shaping political narratives, Melania's greatest mission was private, protecting her only son. Time and again, she made it clear that Barron, not Washington, was her true priority. Her famous words summed it up perfectly: "I keep him balanced. He's my first priority." During her years in the White House, this philosophy guided every decision. She avoided excessive press appearances, limited her social agenda, and even delayed moving to Washington so Barron could finish his school year in New York. For Melania, the title of First Lady was always secondary to being a mother. Even after leaving the White House, nothing has changed. Melania is rarely seen at public events, almost always appearing only when Barron is involved, whether at school milestones or private family moments. Within the Trump dynasty, it has become an unspoken rule: Barron's exposure to the world is entirely under Melania's control. Her legacy, then, is not of speeches or initiatives, but of fierce maternal devotion. She chose to be remembered not as a political figure, but as the mother who built a wall of protection around her son. In the psychology of human curiosity, one truth always holds: the less we know, the more we want to know. Barron Trump embodies that paradox perfectly. In a family built on spectacle, constant media exposure, and public personas, he has become the exception, the figure defined not by what is seen, but by what is hidden. His silence and absence from the spotlight have turned him into a living mystery. On social media, this secrecy has fueled endless theories. Admirers imagine him as the dark horse of the Trump dynasty, the heir who has been kept in the shadows, quietly preparing for an unexpected rise. Memes, fan pages, and online discussions often elevate Barron into a symbol, not just a person, the Prince of Secrecy, the untold story within America's most famous political family. The paradox is striking. While his siblings gained attention through visibility, Barron has achieved his own form of fame through absence. Every rare photograph, every brief appearance becomes a viral moment, dissected and celebrated. In many ways, the mystery surrounding him has made him more captivating than if he had been visible all along. From the very beginning, Barron Trump has stood apart as the most mysterious child of a global political dynasty. In a family where every name sparks headlines, his has been wrapped in silence. This secrecy is no accident. It is the result of Melania Trump's relentless protection, a deliberate choice to guard her son from the chaos of media and politics. And yet this shield has only deepened the fascination. While the world speculates about whether he will inherit the Trump throne, Barron continues to live quietly, far from the noise. He studies plays, sports, and follows his passions with the rare privilege of privacy, a privilege almost unimaginable for someone of his background. But the great question remains: will Barron remain hidden forever, a prince who never claims the stage? Or will the day come when he steps out of the shadows, not just to embrace, but to redefine the Trump legacy on his own terms? The answer is still unwritten, and that very uncertainty is what makes Barron Trump the most captivating figure of them all.
I kept a lot of Cassie's jeans. I take her lingerie. Mainly just the jeans.
Whispers have begun to swirl through both Hollywood and Washington, carrying a rumor as dazzling as it is unsettling: the name of Sydney Sweeney, one of Hollywood's brightest rising stars, has suddenly been linked to Barron Trump, the most private and enigmatic son of America's most controversial family. At first glance, it feels impossible, almost like a late-night television skit designed to shock and amuse. But then the question lingers, refusing to let go. Why would two worlds so vastly different, one drenched in red carpet glamour and the other shrouded in political power, suddenly collide in the same headline? Is this nothing more than a fleeting internet joke, a product of gossip culture spinning out of control? Or is there something hidden beneath the surface that the public has yet to uncover? As curiosity mounts, one can't help but wonder: is this rumor a spark of truth, or simply the most bizarre twist in the ongoing saga of the Trump dynasty? Before we dive into this captivating story, Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. Sydney Sweeney was never meant to be ordinary. Born in the small town of Spokane, Washington, she grew up far from the flashing lights of Hollywood, but her determination to make it onto the screen began early. As a child, she convinced her parents to let her audition by creating a detailed 5-year business plan outlining exactly how she would succeed in the industry. That blend of youthful ambition and striking intelligence foreshadowed the career that would later make her one of the most recognizable faces of her generation. Her rise wasn't overnight, it was the product of countless auditions, smaller roles, and the relentless grind of a young actress determined to prove herself. Then came her breakout moments. HBO's Euphoria introduced the world to a raw, vulnerable side of Sydney, with her performance as Cassie Howard, turning her into a household name. Audiences were captivated not just by her beauty, but by her ability to capture the fragility and chaos of modern youth. Soon after, The White Lotus elevated her reputation even further, earning her praise from critics who saw beyond the glamour and into the depth of her craft. Hollywood had officially crowned her a star, but Sydney wasn't content with being typecast as just another Hollywood ingenue. She took bold risks, joining blockbuster projects like Madame Web and stepping into the world of superhero cinema. She also carved out her place as a producer, proving that she wasn't just a face on the screen, but a mind behind the camera, shaping the stories she wanted to tell. This dual image, sultry yet sharp, glamorous yet grounded, has made her one of the most intriguing actresses working today. Fans adore her not only for her undeniable beauty, but also for her authenticity. She is approachable, hardworking, and unwilling to play by the tired rules of Hollywood. In interviews, she often speaks about her discipline, her business acumen, and the importance of staying true to herself, painting a picture of a woman who is as strategic as she is stunning. That is why when her name suddenly became entangled with Barron Trump, the elusive youngest son of former President Donald Trump, the rumor struck like lightning. It wasn't just shocking, it was strange. How could someone like Sydney, who carefully crafted her career on artistry, discipline, and credibility, find herself pulled into the orbit of America's most polarizing political dynasty? Was this simply a tabloid fantasy fueled by internet whispers and sensational headlines? Or was there something more, a hidden connection that blurred the line between Hollywood fantasy and political reality? The question lingers, tantalizing and unresolved. Would a star like Sydney Sweeney truly choose to step into the stormy, unpredictable world of the Trump family? Or is this entire story nothing more than smoke and mirrors? From the moment he was born, Barron Trump lived in the shadow of history. The youngest child of Donald Trump and Melania Trump, his earliest photographs show him standing quietly at his parents' side, his small hand tucked into his mother's palm, his wide eyes gazing out at the flashing cameras of a world that seemed determined to watch his every move. While his older siblings had already built lives of their own, Barron was just a boy caught between childhood innocence and the storm of politics surrounding his father's rise to the presidency. As the years passed, the boy who once appeared shy and small beside his towering parents transformed in ways that stunned even those who thought they knew the Trump family. Barron grew taller, stronger, and more striking than anyone expected. Today, at just 18 years old, he already stands at a remarkable 2 meters in height, a presence that makes him impossible to ignore. Yet despite his stature, he has remained the most private of the Trump children, carefully sheltered by Melania and deliberately distant from the political spotlight. Unlike his siblings who embrace business media and even politics, Barron has chosen a quieter path. After graduating high school, he enrolled at New York University, slipping into student life with as little fanfare as possible. There are no flashy Instagram posts, no carefully staged photographs with celebrities, no public declarations. In an era where even the children of the powerful often seek to monetize their fame, Barron's silence has become almost defiant, a mystery that both frustrates and fascinates the public. Even Donald Trump himself once remarked half-jokingly that Barron doesn't have a girlfriend yet. It was a rare glimpse into the personal life of a young man who has otherwise been a blank canvas for speculation. That single comment only deepened the curiosity of millions. If Barron truly has never dated, then Who will be the first to step into his carefully guarded world? This curiosity is not mere gossip. It reflects a deeper fascination with Barron's story. He is, after all, the first son of a president raised in the glare of the digital age, yet somehow untouched by it. For years, people have wondered what kind of man he will become. Will he inherit the brashness of his father or the elegance and reserve of his mother? Will he choose to live in the shadows, or will the world eventually pull him into the spotlight he has avoided so carefully? And so the question lingers, whispered across social media and murmured in countless conversations. Who will be the one to capture the heart of Barron Trump? Will it be a girl from his university circle, a stranger far from the political stage, or, as the latest rumors suggest, someone as unexpected and dazzling as a Hollywood starlet? Sometimes all it takes is a single sentence to set the internet on fire. That was exactly what happened during a Fox News broadcast when host Jesse Waters, known for his sharp wit and occasional provocations, made an offhand remark that no one saw coming. With a sly smile, he joked that Hollywood actress Sydney Sweeney should marry Barron Trump, the most private heir of America's most polarizing dynasty. It was the kind of comment meant to spark a laugh, a throwaway line that might have disappeared in seconds. But in today's media landscape, nothing truly disappears. The internet reacted instantly. Within hours, memes began flooding Twitter, and Instagram photoshopped wedding pictures of Barron and Sydney, satirical headlines announcing a new Trump dynasty, and endless jokes about what their children might look like. TikTok was no different. Short clips stitched together Jesse's comment with scenes from Euphoria, while others imagined Barron walking the red carpet hand in hand with the glamorous star. Hashtags spread like wildfire, pulling millions into the frenzy. What began as a punchline quickly transformed into something more curious. The public reaction was strangely divided, half amusement, half speculation. Some dismissed it as ridiculous gossip, a reflection of America's obsession with celebrity culture. But others, perhaps drawn in by the sheer absurdity of the idea, began to wonder if there might be some hidden truth behind the laughter. Could a joke repeated enough times and shared across enough platforms plant the seed of a rumor strong enough to take on a life of its own? This moment revealed more than just the fascination with Barron Trump or Sydney Sweeney. It reflected the immense power of media in shaping narratives. In an era where news cycles spin faster than ever, and social media rewards the outrageous, even a casual quip can snowball into a cultural talking point. And so the question emerges, when a single joke can spark a worldwide rumor, what does it say about the way we consume and believe stories in the digital age? Rumors often thrive because they allow people to dream, to imagine a world more dramatic than reality. And few rumors invite more playful speculation than the idea of Sydney Sweeney, the glamorous Hollywood starlet, joining hands with Barron Trump, the towering and mysterious heir to America's most controversial dynasty. It sounds like the plot of a modern fairy tale. The princess of the silver screen meets the prince of politics, and together they form a union that no tabloid could ever ignore. Picture the scene for a moment. The wedding, of course, would be nothing short of legendary. Would it take place in the gilded halls of Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's lavish Florida estate, with crystal chandeliers reflecting off golden walls as celebrities and politicians sat shoulder to shoulder? Or would the fantasy stretch even further? Could such a marriage one day bring Hollywood glamour to the very steps of the White House, transforming what was once a seat of power into the stage for America's most spectacular love story? The Trump family's reactions would undoubtedly fuel the headlines. Donald Trump, a man who has built his life on larger-than-life stories, might beam with pride at the thought of his youngest son marrying one of Hollywood's most admired actresses, turning the Trump dynasty into something even more untouchable. Melania, protective and elegant, might raise an eyebrow at the sudden intrusion of Hollywood chaos into her son's carefully guarded life. And Barron's older siblings, Ivanka Don Jr. and Eric, would surely have their own opinions whispered or shouted about what this union could mean for the family's legacy. Hollywood, on the other hand, would be equally divided. Some would celebrate Sydney as a modern Grace Kelly, an actress trading red carpets for royal corridors. Others would recoil, imagining that marrying into the Trump family would tarnish her rising career. Talk show hosts would feast on the story, late-night comedians would turn it into nightly material, and social media would devour every photograph, every whispered rumor, every stolen glance between the unlikely couple. And yet beneath the spectacle lies a deeper fascination. Power couples have always captured the world's attention. Think of John F. Kennedy and Jacqueline, or even Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. If Sydney and Barron were to unite, could they become something similar, perhaps even greater? The merging of Hollywood stardom and political royalty is a formula for influence unlike any other. Together, they would not just dominate headlines, they might reshape the cultural imagination of America itself. So we leave the question hanging deliberately open-ended for the audience to ponder. Do you believe that Sydney Sweeney and Barron Trump, if they were ever to become a couple, could rise to be the most powerful and perhaps the most polarizing pair in the United States? Every rumor sparks a ripple, but when two worlds as different as Hollywood and the Trump dynasty collide, the ripples become waves. For Sydney Sweeney's fans, the reaction was swift and protective. Many adore her for her beauty talent and independence, and the idea of her being drawn into the brutal battlefield of politics felt unsettling. Social media lit up with concern. Would Sydney's career, carefully built on artistry and hard work, become overshadowed by endless political drama if she were truly tied to the Trump name? For her admirers, the thought was almost unbearable. Meanwhile, the Trump family's response was telling. Donald Trump, a man who rarely shies away from making a headline, chose silence. Perhaps he found the rumor amusing, perhaps irrelevant, or perhaps he understood that even acknowledging it would give it more power. Melania, ever composed and fiercely protective of Barron, also maintained her trademark quiet, guarding her son's privacy as she always has. This silence only fueled speculation. Was the family dismissing the story as nonsense? Or was there something they preferred to leave unspoken? The press, of course, wasted no time. Tabloids splashed playful mock-ups of wedding covers across their pages, while late-night comedians turned the story into endless punchlines. Satirical columns compared Barron and Sydney to modern fairy tale figures caught between glamour and politics. And yet beneath the humor, there was an edge of fascination. Reporters noted how such unions between power and celebrity have captivated the public, before most notably Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, whose marriage rewrote the script of the British royal family. Could America be witnessing the birth of its own unlikely royal couple, born not of crowns but of cameras and controversy? In the end, the reactions revealed more about us than about Barron or Sydney. They showed how quickly the world projects its hopes, fears, and fantasies onto the young and the famous. And they left one lingering question: is this merely a passing joke, or the first chapter in a story that neither Hollywood nor Washington can ignore? In today's media battlefield, even the most frivolous rumor can be sharpened into a weapon. The playful suggestion of a romance between Sydney Sweeney and Barron Trump was never meant to carry weight, but it didn't take long for political voices to seize it. On the right, conservative commentators leaned into the fantasy, with humor framing it as a symbol of the Trump dynasty stretching into the future. Jokes about Barron inheriting not only his father's fortune, but also Hollywood glamour became easy applause lines, softening the hard edges of politics with a touch of satire. On the left, however, the reaction was more biting. Liberal outlets and social media personalities mocked the very idea, turning it into a punchline about the absurdity of mixing celebrity culture with political power. For them, the rumor was not harmless entertainment, but another opportunity to caricature the Trump family as a spectacle fuel for criticism, ridicule, and endless memes. Yet beyond the laughter, one question emerged: can a simple rumor about love and marriage become a form of soft power in political storytelling? After all, public image has always been a battlefield of its own. Politicians are judged not only on policies, but on the stories attached to their families, their marriages, and their children. A glamorous Hollywood star linked to Barron, even as a joke, reshapes how the public imagines the Trump legacy, less as a rigid political empire and more as a living, evolving dynasty. This is the true power of image. It bypasses logic and dives straight into emotion. It captivates the imagination, creates talking points, and makes the abstract idea of dynasty feel tangible. Whether admired or mocked, the rumor illustrates how fragile the line is between entertainment and politics in modern America. And it leaves us with a provocative truth: sometimes the smallest whispers can echo the loudest in the theater of public opinion. When the laughter fades and the headlines quiet down, the truth becomes clear. There is no evidence, none at all, that Sydney Sweeney and Barron Trump have ever shared anything beyond the coincidence of a joke. Despite the whirlwind of speculation, Sydney's real life tells a very different story. She remains happily engaged to her longtime fiancé, Jonathan Davino, a steady presence far removed from the chaos of internet rumors. Their relationship, built away from the spotlight of politics, reflects the grounded private side of a woman often mistaken for nothing more than a Hollywood fantasy. As for Barron, his path is equally distant from the gossip. At 18, he is focused on his studies at New York University and quietly exploring the possibilities of business. Unlike his siblings who have long embraced the stage of media and politics, Barron has chosen privacy, building a life that belongs to him rather than to the Trump name. By all accounts, romance is not at the center of his story right now. Ambition, education, and independence are. The supposed connection between Sydney and Barron was never a romance, never even a whisper of truth. It was born from one moment of television humor, a passing joke that spiraled into a cultural phenomenon. And yet in that spiral, something fascinating was revealed: the ease with which public imagination can transform satire into speculation and speculation into a narrative that feels almost real. This is the danger and the wonder of modern media. A single remark, repeated and exaggerated, can create what psychologists call a collective fantasy, a story people know is untrue, but still enjoy entertaining as if it could be real. It is a reminder that sometimes we are not consuming news but dreams, reflections of our own fascination with power, beauty, in the lives of others. The truth may be simple, but the lesson is profound. Not every rumor hides a secret. Sometimes it is only a mirror of our collective imagination. Why do stories like the imagined romance between Sydney Sweeney and Barron Trump spread so quickly, capturing attention far beyond their substance? The answer lies in the psychology of curiosity and the cultural magnetism of the Trump name. For years, the Trump family has been a symbol of wealth, controversy, and spectacle, a dynasty that feels larger than life. Any whisper involving them instantly draws eyes because people want to peek behind the curtain of one of America's most talked about families. At the same time, the rumor taps into something deeper: the timeless fantasy of a princess meeting a prince. Sydney, with her Hollywood glamour, represents the fairy tale starlet, while Barron, with his mysterious silence and towering presence, becomes the reluctant prince. Together, they form the perfect canvas for a modern myth. Even if the story is untrue, the idea alone is irresistible. It feeds a longing for drama, romance, and the blending of two powerful worlds. For younger audiences especially, such tales feel like harmless fun. They thrive on conspiracy theories, fan fiction, and speculative scenarios that blur the line between fact and fantasy. To them, the internet is not just a place to consume information, but a stage to create it, remix it, and laugh at it together. A rumor becomes less about truth and more about entertainment, a digital game where everyone is in on the joke, even while pretending to take it seriously. This is where the internet shows its power. Platforms like TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter transform rumors into memes, hashtags, and viral trends. What begins as a casual comment on television evolves into a shared cultural performance, one that millions join not because they believe it, but because they enjoy the spectacle. In the end, the fascination is not about Sydney or Barron themselves. It is about us, the audience. It reveals our hunger for fantasy, our curiosity about power, and our willingness to turn even the smallest spark into a fire of collective imagination. In the end, the Sydney Barron story was never real. It began as a joke, nothing more. Yet its journey across headlines and hashtags reveals something powerful: the ability of media to shape our imagination and the eagerness of the public to believe in fairy tales, even when they are built on nothing but whispers. Sometimes rumors are not about truth at all. They are about the stories we want to tell ourselves. So let us leave you with one final thought. What if one day Barron Trump truly did marry a Hollywood star? Would it be the ultimate love story or the most controversial union in modern America? Share your thoughts with us in the comments. We would love to hear your imagination at work. And if you enjoyed this journey, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more stories that blend power, mystery, and the unexpected twists of life. As long as you're going to be thinking anyway, think big. With this simple yet powerful phrase, Donald Trump captured a mindset that would shape not only his career, but his entire life story. In a world where most of us are bound by fear, doubt, and the comfort of small ambitions, let me ask you this: Have you ever truly dared to think big? This question is more than just motivational. It is a challenge, one that Trump himself embraced from the very beginning. From his humble roots as a boy growing up in Queens, New York, to rising as a billionaire whose name is recognized across the globe, Trump built his empire on the foundation of this philosophy. Think big was not just a motto for him. It was a way of turning dreams into skyscrapers, risks into rewards, and setbacks into comebacks. His journey stands as a striking example of how daring to dream beyond limits can redefine what is possible. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. The phrase "think big" did not emerge as a passing slogan or a catchy line for headlines. It was born out of Donald Trump's own experiences, sharpened through years of trial, risk, and relentless ambition. In 2007, Trump co-authored the book Think Big and Kick Ass, where he laid out the raw, unapologetic version of his philosophy. The book was not simply about business deals or financial strategies. It was about a mindset, a way of living that refuses to accept limitations. In its pages, Trump recounted how time and again people around him urged caution. Advisors, competitors, and even friends often told him to be reasonable, to play it safe, to settle for less. But for Trump, the very idea of shrinking his vision to fit someone else's sense of reality felt like surrender. Instead, he insisted on pushing the boundaries, on thinking bigger than anyone dared, even when it meant risking failure. Trump's stories from that period highlight how Think Big was not just about chasing billions, it was about breaking out of the invisible walls that fear and doubt create. He believed that if your goals didn't intimidate you, they weren't big enough. And more importantly, he argued that thinking small was a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you limit your dreams, you limit your results. In contrast, daring to dream beyond conventional limits forces creativity, courage, and persistence to rise to the surface. For Trump, Think Big became the cornerstone of his empire-building years. Whether it was envisioning skyscrapers that would redefine city skylines, taking bold risks in branding his name across industries, or stepping into the unpredictable world of politics, the pattern remained the same. He refused to accept smallness. This philosophy carried him from being a boy in Queens to becoming a global symbol of audacity. More than business strategy, Think Big was his personal declaration of independence, a refusal to live within the boxes that society, critics, or even circumstances tried to impose. Donald Trump's philosophy of Think Big did not suddenly appear when he became a billionaire or wrote his books. It was seeded in his earliest years. Born in Queens, New York, into the powerful household of Fred Trump, one of the city's most successful real estate developers, young Donald was surrounded by the language of construction deals and ambition from the very beginning. Yet even within this privileged environment, he was not content to simply follow in his father's footsteps quietly. From childhood, he displayed a restless energy, a refusal to be ordinary. Teachers and relatives often noted that he was not satisfied with blending into the background. He wanted to stand out, to be noticed, to do something larger than life. His father, Fred Trump, was disciplined, practical, and conservative in business. He built middle-class housing and amassed wealth by thinking carefully and cautiously. But young Donald absorbed those lessons with a twist. While he respected his father's achievements, he also felt the pull to surpass them, to make his mark in a way that no one could ignore. This tension between inheritance and individuality became the fertile ground where Think Big began to grow. That restless drive carried into his education. When his teenage behavior became too unruly for traditional schooling, Donald was sent to the New York Military Academy. There, in the strict competitive environment of military discipline, his character hardened. Instead of shrinking under pressure, he thrived. He embraced the hierarchy, the drills, and the demand for leadership. More importantly, he began to see himself not as a boy living in his father's shadow, but as a young man preparing to lead on his own terms. The academy became a stage where his ambition could no longer be hidden. It was there he started to dream of a future where his name, not just his father's, would command respect. From these early years, it was clear Donald Trump was not born to be content with enough. He wanted more, he wanted bigger, and he wanted to prove that his destiny would extend far beyond the safe successes that had defined Fred Trump's world. When Donald Trump set his eyes on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, he was not simply scouting for land, he was chasing a dream that many dismissed as impossible. At the time, New York was already crowded with towers controlled by seasoned developers and powerful financial interests. To imagine that a young man from Queens could step into this arena and leave his mark seemed to many not just ambitious but delusional. Yet this was exactly where Trump's philosophy of think big took shape in brick, steel, and glass. The vision was bold to build a skyscraper that would not only stand among the most prestigious addresses in the world, but redefine what luxury, style, and ambition looked like in New York City. The proposed site at 56th Street and Fifth Avenue was iconic but burdened with challenges. Financing such a colossal project was daunting, especially for a developer still proving himself on the grand stage. Banks hesitated, competitors doubted him, and skeptics in the press called it reckless. Even within real estate circles, whispers spread that Trump was reaching too far, that his youth and inexperience would eventually expose him. But Trump thrived in that environment of doubt. Instead of retreating, he doubled down on his vision. He negotiated fiercely secured creative financing and pushed through layers of bureaucracy and resistance. Where others saw walls, he saw opportunities to break through. His persistence turned critics into cautious observers and then into reluctant admirers. The more obstacles that appeared, the more determined he became to prove that thinking big was not naive, it was necessary. When Trump Tower finally opened its doors in 1983, it was more than just another building, it was a declaration. Rising 58 stories of bronze-tinted glass and polished grandeur, the tower shimmered on Fifth Avenue as a physical embodiment of Trump's audacity. Inside, cascading waterfalls, marble floors, and gilded accents redefined what luxury meant to the public. It became a destination not just for the wealthy, but for tourists from around the world, eager to catch a glimpse of the space that captured headlines and embodied excess. Trump Tower was more than real estate. It was theater. It symbolized the American dream in skyscraper form, the idea that someone with vision and daring could rise above doubt, create something unforgettable, and carve his name permanently into the skyline. For Donald Trump, it was proof that his guiding philosophy, think big, was not just words on a page or motivational talk. It was a blueprint for life. Every beam of steel, every pane of glass, every chandelier inside the tower testified to the power of refusing to think small. Over time, Trump Tower transcended architecture. It appeared in films, television shows, and the pages of glossy magazines. It became synonymous with wealth, ambition, and the pursuit of greatness. For Trump, it was the crown jewel of his empire, the building that transformed him from a developer into a household name, from a son following in Fred Trump's footsteps into a man who had built something entirely his own. Trump Tower remains to this day the most tangible monument to his belief that greatness requires boldness, that daring to dream beyond reason is the only way to change reality. In its reflection gleaming against the New York sky lies the living proof of what it means to think big. By the late 1980s and into the 1990s, Donald Trump had already secured his place in Manhattan's skyline with Trump Tower. But think big was never meant to stop at one building, one city, or even one industry. True to his philosophy, Trump expanded outward with the same restless ambition that had carried him from Queens to Fifth Avenue. Real estate remained the foundation, but the Trump name soon found itself stamped on casinos in Atlantic City, luxury hotels across the globe, championship golf courses, airlines, and even bottled water. To Trump, the name itself became the brand, a symbol of wealth and ambition, and he worked tirelessly to transform that brand into a worldwide empire. The risks were enormous. Casinos, for instance, were notoriously volatile, with markets swinging wildly and competition running fierce. Many advised Trump to tread carefully to keep his focus narrow and manageable. But think big left no room for small, safe bets. For Trump, if there was a market to dominate, he wanted in, and he wanted in at the top. Hotels were not simply meant to be accommodations. They were to be palaces of marble and gold. Golf courses were not just for sport. They were to be global destinations carrying the Trump crest. Even when these ventures courted controversy or financial strain, the sheer scale of his vision ensured that the Trump brand remained larger than life. It was this outsized presence that prepared him for his most unexpected stage television. In 2004, The Apprentice premiered, bringing Trump into millions of American living rooms each week. The show was more than entertainment, it was a masterclass in branding. Trump was no longer just a businessman behind skyscraper walls. He was now a cultural figure, complete with his signature catchphrase, "You're fired." The series blended competition drama and mentorship, but at its core it showcased Trump as the embodiment of his own credo, someone who thought bigger demanded more, and rewarded those who dared to stand out. The Apprentice became a global hit syndicated in countries around the world. Overnight, Trump transformed from a name recognized in real estate circles to a pop culture icon. His face, his voice, his persona became inseparable from the idea of bold ambition. For aspiring entrepreneurs, the message was clear. If you are going to do something, do it on a grand scale. Don't just build a business, build a brand. Don't just play the game, change it. Through business empires and television stardom alike, Trump carried the same banner, "Think Big." It was not simply about wealth or entertainment, but about turning oneself into a symbol that could not be ignored. In this phase of his career, Trump elevated his philosophy from a personal mantra to a public message. He was no longer just a developer or a mogul, he was the face of audacity itself, proof that when you aim beyond reason, the world cannot help but pay attention. When Donald Trump first floated the idea of running for president of the United States, many dismissed it as a publicity stunt, another headline grab from a man who thrived on attention. For decades, he had teased the possibility in interviews, dropping hints of what he might do if he ever entered politics. Yet when he came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower in June 2015 to officially announce his candidacy, the world reacted with disbelief. Seasoned politicians scoffed. Media outlets laughed. To them, Trump's bid for the White House was entertainment, not a serious campaign. But once again, Trump leaned on the philosophy that had defined his life, "Think Big." He was not aiming for city council, governor, or senator. He went straight for the highest office in the land. Where others saw impossibility, he saw opportunity. He recognized a deep frustration brewing in the American heartland, a longing for change that the political establishment had failed to answer. Trump seized that energy and magnified it, transforming doubt into momentum. The barriers were immense. He faced an overcrowded Republican primary field filled with experienced politicians. He endured relentless media criticism and skepticism from both parties. Financial backers hesitated, pundits predicted his downfall, and pollsters dismissed his chances. But Trump refused to scale back his ambitions or soften his message. Instead, he doubled down on the biggest dream he could offer the American people: to make America great again. That slogan was more than campaign branding. It was the political embodiment of "Think Big." It was not a policy paper or a cautious promise of incremental change. It was a sweeping, almost audacious vision of national renewal, framed in simple but powerful words that resonated far beyond Washington. Trump was telling voters not just to elect a candidate, but to join a movement to dream of a stronger, prouder, wealthier America. In 2016, against all odds, Donald Trump turned what began as a joke to many into a stunning political upset. He won the Republican nomination, defeated a deeply entrenched opponent in Hillary Clinton, and shocked the world by claiming the presidency. It was the ultimate demonstration of his philosophy that thinking small guarantees obscurity, but thinking big, even when it seems outrageous, can reshape history. For Trump, the campaign trail became his grandest stage yet, and his victory in 2016 was proof that his mantra could transcend business, television, and real estate. Think Big had become a political strategy, one that not only carried him into the Oval Office, but also redefined American politics for a generation. Whether one admired him or despised him, no one could deny that Donald Trump had once again taken the unthinkable and made it real, because he dared to dream bigger than anyone believed possible. For all its glamour and triumphs, Trump's philosophy of "Think Big" has never been without its shadows. The very boldness that carried him to towering successes also led him into some of his most painful defeats. Throughout his career, Trump faced multiple business bankruptcies, particularly in the casino industry, where his ventures in Atlantic City crumbled under mounting debt. Critics pointed to these failures as evidence that his vision was more spectacle than substance, accusing him of being reckless, overconfident, and driven by ego rather than strategy. Trump himself never denied that his larger-than-life approach attracted risk. In fact, he often leaned into the controversy. For every headline mocking his bankruptcies or failed projects, he countered with the reminder that daring to dream big meant daring to fall hard. In his view, failure was not proof that Think Big was wrong, but proof that he had been playing on a stage large enough for the world to notice. Playing small, he argued, might keep you safe, but it would also keep you invisible. The criticism of his style extended beyond balance sheets. Detractors labeled him showy, theatrical, even delusional at times. They said the marble and gold, the bold promises, and the constant self-promotion reflected a man obsessed with image. Yet even those critiques underscored his point, thinking big forces people to pay attention. Love him or loathe him, no one could ignore him. From these setbacks, a lesson emerged. Think big does not guarantee success. It does not shield anyone from losses, missteps, or ridicule, but it does guarantee that you will test your limits, face your fears, and learn faster than those who never take the leap. Trump himself once summed it up best in another of his famous quotes, "I like thinking big." If you're going to be thinking anything, you might as well think big. To him, the alternative, thinking small, was simply not worth the effort. In this sense, the failures became part of the philosophy itself. Each bankruptcy, each criticism, each stumble was absorbed into the larger narrative that risk is the price of greatness. Trump's story reminds us that think big is not a magic formula for success. It is a mindset that demands courage, resilience, and the willingness to keep moving forward when the world expects you to retreat. Over the decades, Donald Trump's mantra of think big has evolved from a personal creed into a cultural touchstone. What began as the private philosophy of a boy from Queens grew into a way of thinking that inspired countless entrepreneurs, young dreamers, and even politicians around the world. In boardrooms and classrooms alike, the phrase is often cited as shorthand for ambition without limits, for the courage to chase visions that others might dismiss as impossible. For many young business leaders, think big became a call to action, a reminder that success is rarely born from caution, but from daring ideas pursued with relentless energy. For politicians, it represented the ability to capture imaginations with sweeping promises and bold visions, rather than modest compromises. And for ordinary people, it carried the encouragement to step outside of fear and mediocrity, to embrace the possibility that their lives too could be larger than the circumstances they were born into. This transformation is what makes Think Big more than just a motivational quote. It became a cultural symbol of American audacity, the belief that no dream is too large, no ambition too outrageous if pursued with determination. It embodied both the promise and the peril of reaching higher, the chance to build monuments like Trump Tower, or movements like Make America Great Again, but also the willingness to endure failure and controversy along the way. Even Trump's harshest critics, those who question his methods or reject his politics, rarely deny that he thought bigger than most dared to. His ability to turn words into skyscrapers, television shows, and even presidencies left a mark that cannot be erased. Love him or loathe him, his story stands as a reminder that history remembers those who refuse to think small. Trump's legacy, then, is not only in the buildings that bear his name or the political battles he fought, but in the enduring influence of an idea that to change your world or the world itself, you must first dare to think big. At the heart of Donald Trump's journey lies a lesson far greater than business, politics, or fame. Think big is not about daydreaming without action. It is about daring to set goals so bold they stretch far beyond your limits. It is about refusing to let fear, doubt, or the judgment of others dictate the size of your dreams. Trump's story, with all its victories and setbacks, proves that greatness is never born from thinking small. It comes from having the courage to imagine something larger than yourself and then working relentlessly to bring that vision to life. So now the question turns to you. If it were your life, your dream, your legacy, what would you dare to think big about? Would you build, create, or lead in ways that the world has never seen? Or would you allow the safe path of small thinking to define your story? If this message speaks to you, don't let it stop here. Join us in exploring more powerful philosophies and inspiring stories that challenge us all to rise higher. Be sure to like this video, share it with others who might need encouragement, and subscribe to our channel so you never miss the next journey into ambition, resilience, and the pursuit of greatness. Together, let's continue to dream, boldly live fully, and above all, think big.
Let's play drums.
You want to have drums?
Barron Trump. This is the first time he's ever been Barron.
Tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him?
Barron Trump, the youngest son of Donald and Melania. Trump was born into luxury and has lived in it every single day since. Though his mother tried to shield him from the public eye during his childhood, keeping his life carefully guarded behind closed doors, Barron's world has always been one of unimaginable opulence. So extravagant, in fact, that many have called him the richest child in the world. But what truly defines the life of this young heir is his lavish lifestyle, simply the product of generational wealth or something far greater. Today, let us step into the hidden world of Barron Trump, the boy born in silk sheets, and uncover the secrets of his extraordinary upbringing. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures.
This is his television debut.
Oh, he's adorable.
He is beautiful.
Born on March 20th, 2006 in New York City, Barron Trump was quickly nicknamed the Little Billionaire. He is the only child of Melania, Donald Trump's third wife, and the youngest of Donald's 5 children. Melania, a Slovenian-born model who became America's first lady, and Donald, a man who would rise to serve as the 45th President of the United States, did not expect how soon their family would expand. Just 6 months after their lavish wedding, Melania discovered she was pregnant. "I expected we would have children one day," she later shared, "but I was surprised at how quickly it happened." Donald himself admitted he was caught off guard, though he ultimately embraced fatherhood with joy. When Barron was born, he weighed 8 pounds 8 ounces, but today he towers at 6 feet 7 inches, making him the tallest among all his siblings. His unusual growth spurt has often been jokingly linked to his life of privilege, as if luxury itself could make him grow taller, faster, stronger. From the very moment he entered this world, Barron was showered with gifts that most children could never even dream of. Friends of Donald and Melania, wealthy, famous, and powerful, welcomed the child with extraordinary presents. Ellen DeGeneres, for example, famously sent the couple a golden stroller complete with a miniature chandelier, a gift so extravagant that it left everyone laughing at its absurdity. Barron spent his early years in the Trump Tower penthouse on Fifth Avenue, New York, a 3-story palace worth over $100 million, filled with marble gold and grand ceilings. He even had his own private floor to paint, play, and dream. Melania often called him Little Donald for his striking resemblance to his father. Beyond the golden cribs and luxury, Barron also received an elite education at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School, one of Manhattan's most prestigious institutions. By the time Barron was just 9 years old, his father had become the President of the United States. In 2017, the youngest Trump found himself moving from the Golden Towers of Manhattan to the most famous house in the world, the White House. It was a transition that very few children on Earth could ever imagine. And yet for Barron, it was simply another chapter in an already extraordinary life. After Donald Trump's inauguration as president, the White House became the new family residence. Yet Melania and Barron did not rush to move in. Instead, they waited for 5 long months before relocating to Washington, D.C., so that Barron could finish his 5th grade year at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in New York. Education for Melania came before politics. That final year was special. Not only was Barron completing his last term at Columbia, but he also gave his classmates a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the son of the president, Barron arranged for his entire 5th grade class, 80 excited children, to take a field trip to Washington, D.C., where they toured the White House and met the President of the United States, his father. On June 11, 2017, Barron officially joined his father at the White House and soon enrolled at St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland. This choice surprised many, for unlike the Clintons, Bushes, and Obamas, who all sent their children to Sidwell Friends, a prestigious Quaker school, Donald and Melania chose differently. They placed Barron in one of the most exclusive and expensive preparatory schools in the country. But being the president's son also came with unwanted attention. Reporters, paparazzi, and tabloids attempted to invade Barron's privacy. Through it all, Melania fought fiercely to protect her child, ensuring he remained shielded from the relentless spotlight. During the Trump presidency, Barron's life in Washington was deliberately kept private. He avoided political events and media interviews, appearing only at family traditions, the annual White House Easter egg roll, the Thanksgiving turkey pardon in 2017, and a handful of holiday occasions. Yet despite Melania's careful protection, Barron was not spared from cruelty. He became the target of online bullying and in later years, even disturbing threats. In 2023, when he was still a teenager, one threat against his life was taken so seriously that it made national headlines. It was a sobering reminder of the heavy burden he carried simply for being Donald Trump's son. After Donald Trump left the White House in January 2021, the family relocated to Mar-a-Lago, their opulent estate in Palm Beach, Florida. Barron continued his studies at Oxbridge Academy, an elite private school where he spent his high school years. In May 2024, at the age of 18, Barron graduated. Both Donald and Melania proudly attended his commencement ceremony, marking not only an academic milestone, but also the beginning of Barron's journey into adulthood. Now the world watches with curiosity. How has growing up as Donald Trump's son shaped him, and what path will he carve for himself in the years to come? Too early to speak of Barron without first looking at Donald Trump, the man whose shadow looms large over his youngest son's life. Donald John Trump is an American politician, media personality, businessman, and the current 47th President of the United States. Before this historic return, he had already served as the 45th president from 2017 to 2021. For Donald, growing up was never a struggle. He had everything he could ever need. His father, Fred Trump, was a wealthy real estate developer who gave each of his children about $20,000 a year, an allowance which, adjusted for inflation, would equal over $265,000 annually in 2024. By contemporary standards, Donald was already a millionaire in his youth. Imagine how a life steeped in such extravagance would later shape his children, especially Barron, his only son, with Melania Trump. Donald's education combined privilege with discipline. He first studied at the private Kew Forest School, where he earned a reputation as a bold, outspoken boy curious about business. Wanting stricter training, Fred Trump sent him to the New York Military Academy, where Donald adapted to a regimented military-style environment. Later, he spent 2 years at Fordham University before transferring to the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. In 1968, he graduated with a degree in economics, laying the foundation for his future empire. In 1971, Donald Trump became president of his father's company, rebranding it and pushing into luxury hotels, casinos, and skyscrapers. The empire shined, but the 1990s brought bankruptcies that tested his survival. Refusing to fall, he reinvented himself with bold ventures, including Trump University in 2005, charging up to $30. By 2010, legal pressure forced him to rename it the Trump Entrepreneur Initiative. Beyond real estate, Trump transformed into a cultural phenomenon. From 2004 to 2015, he hosted the hit reality show The Apprentice, where his catchphrase, "You're fired," became part of American pop culture. Yet his success as a celebrity businessman was shadowed by endless controversy. Bankruptcies, lawsuits, and accusations followed him like storm clouds. According to a 2018 review by USA Today, Trump and his companies had been involved in more than 4,000 legal cases in both state and federal courts. For Donald Trump, empire building always came with drama, but drama was precisely what kept him at the center of America's attention. Documents later revealed shocking truths. Employees of Trump University were trained to use aggressive sales tactics known as the Hartle method, and former staff testified that the institution had deceived, even outright lied to its students. More than 70 lawsuits piled up, painting a damning picture. Despite the scandals, banks in the 1980s still lent Trump over $4 billion. But when his companies went bankrupt in the early 1990s, nearly every major financial institution turned its back on him except Deutsche Bank, which remained his last lifeline. After the Capitol attack on January 6th, even Deutsche Bank severed all ties, declaring it would no longer do business with him or his companies. Trump often told the world that his wealth was the fruit of his own ambition, claiming he started his real estate career with a small loan of $1 million from his father. Money he said he repaid with interest. But the truth was far greater. He had borrowed about $60 million from Fred Trump and failed to return most of it, while still inheriting an additional $413 million from his father's empire. In his relentless pursuit of prestige, Donald even phoned journalist Jonathan Greenberg in 1984, pretending to be his own spokesman to exaggerate his net worth for a higher place on the Forbes 400 list. By 2024, Forbes estimated his fortune at over $2 billion, ranking him 438th richest person in the world. Trump's flirtation with politics began in 1987 when he registered as a Republican. In 2000, he briefly declared a run for president under the Reform Party, but withdrew by February. 15 years later, in 2015, he announced his candidacy once more, this time for the 2016 presidential election. Against all odds, he defeated Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton, stunning the world. Yet his first term in office was anything but ordinary. Chaos, controversy, and division defined his presidency. He became only the third president in U.S. history to be impeached twice. The first impeachment came in 2019 when he was accused of abusing power and obstructing justice, pressuring Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Joe and Hunter Biden for political gain. In 2021, following the storming of the Capitol, he faced impeachment again for inciting insurrection. Though acquitted both times by the Senate, the stains on his legacy were indelible. Scholars and historians ranked him among the worst presidents in U.S. history. He ran again in 2020 but lost to Joe Biden. Yet even in defeat, Trump refused to concede. He falsely claimed the election had been stolen, sowing doubt in democracy itself, and tried to overturn the results. By 2023, a storm of lawsuits engulfed him, allegations of assault, defamation, and business fraud. In 2024, history was made again, but in disgrace. Trump was convicted of falsifying business records, becoming the first U.S. president ever found guilty of a felony. A stunning fall from power, even as he campaigned once more for the presidency. And so the haunting question remains, who would entrust the future of America to a man burdened with so much scandal? Despite accusations, controversies, and a presidency many called divisive, Donald Trump made a shocking return. In 2024, against fierce criticism, and despite facing Kamala Harris, he won again. Even more stunning, 2 felony indictments vanished after his victory. By January 2025, Trump began his second term with bold, rapid moves, mass deportations, cuts to federal staff, yet also pardons for 1,500 January 6 rioters. Some saw a turning point, others a repeat of old storms. Polarizing as ever, he still leads one of the world's most powerful nations. But at home, he is simply husband and father, especially to his youngest son, Barron, Melania Trump's pride. Before Barron's story, we must look back into Melania's past and the love story that tied her fate to Donald's. Melania Trump's early life was far from the image of a glamorous first lady. Born as Melania Kanavs in Novo Mesto, then part of Yugoslavia, she grew up in Sevnica, where her father was a car dealer for a state-owned company, and her mother worked as a seamstress. Surrounded by the textile industry, young Melania discovered fashion, joining local shows, and later designing and sewing her own clothes under her mother's guidance. She was also a disciplined student, serving as school treasurer. In 1985, watching CNN and Ronald Reagan's presidency opened her eyes to America, planting early seeds of ambition that would one day lead her to the White House. Her international debut opened the way to American media and soon drew her into the world of global fashion. At 19, she graduated in design and photography from Ljubljana, then briefly studied architecture before leaving university behind. A young woman who walked away from college would later step into the White House as First Lady. But how did her path cross with Donald Trump's? Stay with us to discover that turning point. Melania's modeling career took root early in Slovenia, long before fame found her. At just 16, she was discovered by fashion photographer Stane Jerko during a school program. Though she once dreamed of becoming a designer, the industry kept opening doors and soon contracts followed one after another. Determined to reinvent herself, she adopted the name Melania, and by 23 had moved to Paris, where her career truly flourished. She modeled in Paris and Milan for top fashion houses, earned runner-up in Jana magazine's 1992 Look of the Year, and briefly signed with RVR Reclam. Then in 1995, fate introduced her to a co-owner of Metropolitan Models, an encounter that would forever change her life. Paolo Zampoli, a seasoned talent scout, immediately saw Melania's quiet elegance and urged her to take a leap move to the U.S. and pursue fashion. In 1996, she packed her dreams and landed in Manhattan. At 20, older than most aspiring models, she compensated with disciplined grace and a strong upbringing. Living clean and avoiding the chaos of parties, Melania stood apart in the cutthroat world of modeling. Melania valued privacy so deeply that she avoided Manhattan's party scene, choosing a quiet life instead. But in 1998, fate intervened when Paolo Zampoli introduced her to Donald Trump at a party. Donald was instantly captivated and asked for her number, but she refused, taking his instead. A week later, she called, leading to their very first date. From the very beginning, Melania played her cards with quiet confidence. She deliberately kept her distance, resisting his early flirtations, knowing that her calm resistance would only intrigue him more. As their relationship slowly unfolded, she gained access to his book, Trump: The Art of the Comeback, a personal manifesto in which Donald laid out his vision for life, business, and love. Through this, she began to understand the man behind the empire. And as their connection deepened, Melania's life began to shift. Her relationship with Trump not only brought her into the public eye, but also opened the door to new opportunities, a wider network, and a level of recognition she had never experienced before. Melania's modeling career reached new heights when she appeared at glamorous events with Donald Trump, soon rubbing shoulders with the world's elite. At a press conference, she proudly recalled being ranked among the world's top 50 highest-paid models, admitting that her relationship with Donald boosted her fame and secured her place as an international success. Though known as private and reserved, Melania always carried herself with elegance and professionalism, earning lasting respect in the fashion world. But Melania was not Donald's first great love. Because Donald Trump had children long before Barron was born, it was clear that he had gone through past relationships and marriages that ultimately ended, paving the way for his union with Melania. Donald's marital history is as dramatic as his business ventures, filled with passion, scandal, and public attention. His first marriage was to Ivana Zelnichkova, a striking Czech model, in 1977. Together, they had 3 children: Donald Jr., born in 1977, Ivanka, born in 1981, and Eric, born in 1984. For a time, they appeared to be the perfect power couple, but the marriage unraveled in 1990 after Donald's highly publicized affair with actress and model Marla Maples. In 1993, Donald married Marla Maples, and they welcomed their daughter Tiffany. But the marriage soon ended, and by 1999, Marla had moved to California to raise Tiffany away from Trump's spotlight. Around that time, Donald met Melania. They dated for nearly 6 years before marrying, with Melania slowing her modeling career to devote more time to him. By the late 1990s, their relationship was already a public fascination. Donald proudly showed her off while keeping her away from his business dealings. Unlike his first marriage, where business roles were shared, Melania's strength came from loyalty and quiet support. During campaigns, she played a subtle yet vital role, something Donald often admitted. When asked what kind of first lady she would be, Melania simply said, "Very traditional." Like Betty Ford or Jackie Kennedy, a glimpse of her belief in elegance, tradition, and silent strength. After 6 years together, Donald proposed to Melania on her birthday, April 26, 2004, just before the Met Gala. Months later, in January 2005, they wed at Bethesda by the Sea Church in Palm Beach, with a dazzling reception at Mar-a-Lago, attended by celebrities and power figures. Their union soon welcomed a son, Barron William Trump, as they stepped into a life forever under the world's spotlight. For Barron, life came with both privilege and peculiarities. As the only son of Donald and Melania and the youngest of Donald's 5 children, he grew up with 4 much older half-siblings, Ivanka, Donald Jr., Eric, and Tiffany. The age gap was striking, ranging from 13 to 29 years. Remarkably, Barron became an uncle while he was still a child himself, with nieces only a year younger than him. This unusual family dynamic only added to the fascination surrounding his life. Often dubbed the richest kid in the world, Barron's lifestyle has fueled endless speculation. But the question remains, what truly makes him deserving of that title? Is it merely because his father was born into wealth? Or is it because Barron himself embodies a future shaped by unimaginable privilege? Whether it is through family legacy or the immense fortune his father has built for him, Barron Trump's life unfolds like that of the richest child in the world. His every step seems wrapped in privilege and opulence, making us wonder what hidden secrets lie inside his luxurious existence. Stay tuned, because we are about to dive deeper into the fascinating life of this extraordinary heir. Some may argue that Barron is not literally the richest child alive, yet he was born into a dynasty of wealth and power. His grandfather, a shrewd business tycoon, secured millions through clever investments and carefully guarded properties. These were passed down and reserved for his children from the time they were young, ensuring that each generation inherited more than just a name, they inherited a lifestyle. Donald Trump himself grew up surrounded by wealth, attending one of the finest schools in town while living in a sprawling estate. Inspired by his father, Donald followed the same path, building a real estate empire and pursuing ambitious ventures. Despite controversies and bankruptcies that shook his career, he regained his footing and continued to live extravagantly, never shying away from a life of grandeur. His determination was clear. He wanted his children to live even more lavishly than he once did. Barron, from the very moment he was born, knew nothing less than luxury. He spent his early years inside a $100 million penthouse in Trump Tower, a residence so grand it covered an entire floor. Unlike most children who dream of a cozy bedroom, Barron had an entire penthouse level to call his own, complete with favorite snacks, personalized toiletries, expensive toys, and everything a child could possibly desire. His nursery was no ordinary room, but a kingdom filled with oversized stuffed animals, a private kitchen, a living area, and even quarters for his mother and nannies. But Barron's life was destined to become even more unique. In 2017, when his father became the President of the United States, Barron stepped into a world that very few children will ever know: the White House. He remains the only child of Donald Trump to have lived there. His quarters inside the presidential mansion were nothing short of remarkable, with access to a private cinema, a bowling alley, a swimming pool, and even a jogging track. While other children could only dream of such a life, for Barron it was simply home. And it wasn't just his living environment that reflected privilege, his education mirrored it too. From prestigious preparatory schools to elite academies, Barron's schooling cost tens of thousands of dollars every year. At St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland, tuition alone reached $50,000 annually, later followed by the prestigious Oxbridge Academy. Each institution he attended was a statement of excellence, positioning him not just as the son of a billionaire, but as a young man destined to inherit influence, intellect, and immense wealth. After Donald Trump's presidency, Barron continued his studies in Florida, paying $38,000 a year in tuition. Instead of strictly following family tradition, he carved his own path. At 18, he chose to study at NYU's Stern School of Business, turning down other top universities his father proudly mentioned. Unlike many college freshmen, Barron doesn't live in a dormitory. Instead, he resides at Trump Tower and commutes to class each day, often under the close watch of Secret Service agents. Beyond the wealth and luxury that surround him, what stands out most is how his parents raised him. Melania, his mother, has always insisted that her primary role in life is to be present for her son, despite her demanding schedule. Both Donald and Melania rejected the idea of relying too heavily on outside help in raising him. Donald once remarked, "If you have too much help, you will never truly understand your child." Melania has described motherhood as the most important job of all, and she worked hard to stay close to Barron. She ensured he remained fluent in her native Slovenian, even while keeping him away from the chaos of Donald's political campaigns. Yet Barron could not avoid politics entirely. In July 2024, he appeared at his first campaign rally in Doral, Florida. There, he was photographed smiling and raising his fist, quickly becoming a public sensation. Many even claimed he outshone his older brothers Don Jr. and Eric. At the rally, Donald joked that his youngest son sometimes gave him political advice, and that advice mattered. Barron's influence extended beyond appearances. He played a key role in helping his father connect with younger voters. In fact, Donald personally thanked Barron after securing victory in the 2024 election. Behind the scenes, Barron was even considered the architect of Trump's selective podcast strategy, advising his father to appear on shows with massive youth audiences like Aiden Ross's Stream and Joe Rogan's podcast. According to the Center for Information and Research on Civic Learning, Barron's strategic input was effective. Nearly 56% of male voters aged 18 to 28 supported Trump in 2024. Despite these public glimpses, much of Barron's personal life remains private, carefully guarded by his mother. He has no social media presence, a rarity for someone his age. Yet in September 2024, he surprised many by opening an account on X, formerly Twitter. His very first post wasn't about fashion, sports, or parties, but rather a call to support his father's new cryptocurrency platform. This rare move sparked curiosity. Could Barron, often dubbed the richest kid in the world, be preparing to step into his own spotlight? So what do you think of Barron Trump and his extravagant lifestyle? Does he embody the next chapter of the Trump legacy, or is he destined to carve a story entirely his own? Share your thoughts in the comments, and if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. You can also check out more videos now showing on your screen. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving deeper into the life of Barron Trump, the youngest son of former U.S. President Donald Trump. Once known as a quiet, reserved figure, Barron is now stepping into the spotlight as a freshman at New York University. Alongside rumors of his first love, whispers of his natural charisma, his fascination with luxury cars, and even childhood stories of charitable deeds, Barron's journey is unfolding in ways that continue to capture public curiosity. Before we dive into this captivating story, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell. That way you won't miss any of our exclusive stories about power, wealth, and the hidden truths behind the world's most talked about figures. Let us retrace his path from a childhood carefully shielded from the world to his first steps into public recognition, marked by a rumored luxury car collection and budding business ventures. Barron William Trump was born on March 20th, 2006 in New York City, making him 19 years old as of April 2025. He is an American citizen, the only child of Donald Trump and Melania Trump, but he also shares a family bond with his four half-siblings, Donald Jr., Ivanka, Eric, and Tiffany Trump. Today he studies at the Stern School of Business at New York University, one of the most competitive undergraduate business programs in America, already hinting at a future shaped by ambition and high expectations. The world first noticed him during the 2016 presidential campaign, when a shy 10-year-old Barron appeared at the Republican National Convention and on election night. From 2017 to 2021, he became the only Trump child to live full-time in the White House, a unique experience that his mother Melania fiercely tried to shield from media obsession. Years later, in 2024, Barron would emerge as an unofficial advisor to his father's presidential campaign, helping bridge the gap with younger voters through TikTok and podcasts, a move that many credit with energizing the Republican youth vote. That same year, he co-founded a real estate firm with a focus on luxury properties and golf courses. Though the company dissolved shortly after Donald Trump's electoral win, the move revealed Barron's growing interest in business. His roots, however, trace back to a childhood of immense privilege, raised in the golden penthouse of Trump Tower, born just a year after his parents' lavish wedding in 2005. Melania Trump worked tirelessly to protect her son's privacy, banning social media, limiting public appearances, and ensuring that Barron's childhood remained as much as possible untouched by the frenzy of cameras and politics. He began his studies at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in Manhattan, where classmates described him as friendly and approachable. It was here that rumors of his first romance surfaced with a classmate named Maddie, who later claimed to be his very first girlfriend. In 2017, Barron's life took another turn when at age 10 he moved into the White House. Unlike his older siblings who embraced the public stage, Barron lived quietly, rarely seen at official events. Instead, he devoted his time to school, to family, and to those closest to him, especially his mother and his grandfather, Victor Canavs, with whom he shared countless moments at Mar-a-Lago. Sources describe Barron as an old soul, a young man with a European poise inherited from Melania, setting him apart from his American peers. Barron also built special bonds with his nieces and nephews like Kai Trump, often joining them in games of hide-and-seek or soccer on the White House lawn. Beyond family, he carried passions that defined him: soccer, where he played midfield for DC United's Youth Academy in Technology with Donald Trump, once praising his son's remarkable computer skills, noting that Barron could navigate complex systems with ease. His education journey took him from St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland to Oxbridge Academy in Palm Beach, Florida, where he graduated in May 2024. At Oxbridge, Barron often went by the alias Jack to maintain his privacy, moving through school corridors under the constant watch of Secret Service agents. Despite these restrictions, classmates recall his wit, his humor, and the effortless way he could spark conversations. Excelling in science and aviation, Barron pursued advanced classes, often completing online coursework to balance his unique lifestyle. Growing up under the constant gaze of security and media shaped Barron Trump into a private, guarded young man. Yet his years in Florida gave him fleeting glimpses of a more ordinary life, even though he rarely took part in the high school traditions like prom or team sports. His story is still in its opening chapters, but the signs already suggest that Barron could grow into a future leader in business or technology. As of April 2025, Barron is a freshman at New York University's Stern School of Business, one of the most prestigious and competitive undergraduate business programs in the country. Remarkably, back in July 2024, while still in high school, he co-founded a real estate firm with his classmate Cameron Roxburgh. The company, based at Mar-a-Lago, targeted luxury developments and golf resorts across Utah, Arizona, and Idaho. Though it dissolved after Donald Trump's electoral victory later that year, the venture revealed Barron's early ambition to build upon his family's real estate empire. During his father's 2024 presidential campaign, Barron played a surprisingly influential unofficial role, shaping media strategies to connect with young voters. His proposals included organizing a 90-minute live stream with YouTuber Adin Ross, which drew over 500,000 live viewers. Insiders believe this single event significantly boosted Republican support among Gen Z, marking Barron's first real imprint on the political stage. Those close to him say he dreams of founding his own companies and building personal wealth, a desire reinforced by his father's praise for his exceptional digital skills and ability to navigate complex tech platforms with ease. Although he has yet to secure any awards or high-profile projects, Barron's academic pursuits at NYU and his contributions to the 2024 campaign already signal a promising start. While rumors of a political career swirl, the evidence so far points to his focus on business and technology. In fact, Barron even declined an invitation to serve as a delegate for Florida at the Republican National Convention in 2024, a decision that suggests he prefers to remain behind the scenes, at least for now. At NYU, Barron is surrounded by ambitious peers and world-class professors, sharpening the skills he may one day use to launch his own tech startups. Beyond academics, he remains deeply rooted in family. He is the only child of Donald and Melania Trump, but he shares bonds with 4 older half-siblings, Donald Jr., Ivanka, Eric, and Tiffany. His life, though private, is marked by a special closeness with his mother Melania, his most constant protector, and with his late grandfather, Victor Kanavs, with whom he shared countless conversations in Slovenian, a language Barron speaks fluently. Despite his guarded upbringing, Barron has always been close in age to his nieces and nephews, sharing playful memories of soccer and hide-and-seek during White House years. His passions remain consistent: soccer. He is an avid Arsenal fan who once met Wayne Rooney while proudly wearing the team's jersey in video games with Clash of Clans, serving as a surprising bridge to his social life at NYU, even under the watchful eyes of the Secret Service. The most talked-about glimpse into Barron's private life came in 2020 when a TikTok user named Maddie, known online as Mattitude, claimed to have been his first girlfriend during their years at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School. She posted an old class photo alongside a snapshot from a White House trip after the 2016 election, joking, "We have to save my bae." Maddie later said their young relationship ended due to long distance after Barron moved to Florida. Her TikTok uploads, from Barbie filters to car lip syncs, viral dances, Halloween costumes, and songs like Drake's Pain 1993 or Charlie XCX's Apple 1993, painted the portrait of a typical teenager, standing in stark contrast to Barron's carefully guarded, secretive world. Growing up in the shadow of power has shaped Barron into someone both admired and misunderstood. At NYU, whispers follow him. He is often called a ladies' man, the tall, handsome figure who stands at 6'3", effortlessly magnetic, even to those who disagree with his family's politics. Yet beneath that aura, Barron leads a remarkably private life. He prefers quiet evenings, buried in books and coursework, residing in the Trump family's Manhattan penthouse, rather than indulging in the wild freedoms many of his peers chase. His mother Melania has been his shield, protecting him from the relentless glare of public curiosity. Even so, the Trump name is a double-edged sword. It opens doors, yes, but it also invites scrutiny. At NYU, some students say he is barely visible, almost anonymous, while others confess his last name alone complicates friendships, romances, and simple human connections. Barron has weathered rumors, unfair whispers about autism, exaggerated tales of genius IQ, or claims of speaking many languages. These stories, unfounded and often cruel, say more about the public's fascination with the Trump family than about Barron himself. His quiet focus on education has spared him from the controversies that sometimes shadow his siblings, whether Ivanka's business dealings or Donald Jr.'s political battles. When it comes to wealth, Barron lives in paradox. Officially, he has no income. He is, after all, just a college freshman. But reports estimate his fortune around $60 million, inherited estates in Palm Beach and New Jersey, plus luxury cars and investments in tech giants like Alphabet and Amazon. A March 2025 sighting of him wearing a Rolex Submariner fueled speculation about his taste for quiet luxury. Unlike his siblings, Barron has yet to launch headline-making ventures. For now, he prefers discretion, balancing privilege with restraint. He still lives in the family penthouse while studying with no public endorsements or flashy business pursuits, just the quiet discipline of someone determined to carve out a future on his own terms. Barron Trump's rumored car collection is more than just a display of wealth. It reflects his family's legacy of luxury, his personal taste, and the unique security needs of a former president's son. Reports suggest he owns 4 vehicles each, chosen not only for performance and prestige, but also for the quiet elegance that suits his reserved lifestyle. Based on sightings, media speculation, and the Trump family's love for high-performance automobiles, here are the cars most often linked to him. The 2023 Range Rover Autobiography has been Barron's discreet companion on the streets of New York. With a price tag around $150,000, this luxury SUV blends elegance with raw power. Its 523 horsepower V8 engine launches from 0 to 60 mph in just 4.4 seconds, while a 13.1-inch touchscreen, 35-speaker Meridian audio system, and adaptive air suspension create a cocoon of comfort. For security, bulletproof windows and run-flat tires meet Secret Service standards. Inside, custom leather trim reflects Barron's understated sophistication, perfect for quiet travel across the city. The Tesla Model X connects Barron with the image of a forward-thinking technophile. Starting at $100,000, the Plaid Edition offers a staggering 670 horsepower and sprints from 0 to 60 mph in just 2.5 seconds. Its panoramic glass roof, 17-inch center display, and advanced autopilot hint at his fascination with technology and sustainability. Falcon wing doors and 7-passenger seating add drama and practicality alike, while 5-star safety ratings ensure both style and security for a young heir constantly under watch. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class remains a timeless favorite linked to Barron through the Trump family's deep affinity for refined sedans. Valued at $129,000, it pairs a 429 horsepower turbocharged engine with plush luxuries, OLED displays, massage seats, and surround sound. Advanced safety features, adaptive headlights, blind spot monitoring, and automated parking make it an essential vehicle for navigating New York's crowded streets under escort. With its sleek profile, the S-Class speaks of power and status without ostentation, matching Barron's discreet low-key elegance. The crown jewel of his collection, however, is rumored to be the Lamborghini Aventador, a $500 and $1,000 supercar that channels both family tradition and youthful ambition. Packing a 759 horsepower V12 engine, it rockets from 0 to 60 mph in 2.8 seconds, reaching a breathtaking top speed of 270 mph. Its carbon fiber frame, scissor doors, and menacing silhouette reflect exclusivity and flamboyance, echoing Barron's whispered fascination with bold automotive design. For a young man growing up in the shadow of Trump Tower, the Aventador is less a toy than a statement of identity. The car that Barron Trump chooses to drive tells us more than just his taste in automobiles. It whispers a story about who he is becoming. His vehicle is equipped with a 7-inch infotainment display, customizable driving modes, and advanced aerodynamics blending youthful modernity with subtle practicality. Security is never an afterthought. GPS tracking, reinforced frames, bulletproof windows, and run-flat tires are seamlessly integrated, ensuring his safety even when the boldness of the design turns heads. And yet, unlike his father Donald, whose collection boasts a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Tesla Roadster, and even a gold-painted Cadillac Alante, Barron often distances himself from the family's $2 million garage of ostentation. In doing so, he creates a quieter, more personal signature for his journeys. It is likely that his car is maintained not by his own hands but by skilled mechanics, while Barron himself focuses on the fundamentals, timely oil changes, strong security systems, and ensuring his vehicle can integrate into official motorcades when needed. His preference for darker tones or less flashy brands reflects a young man who values privacy over spectacle, balancing the Trump legacy of extravagance with his own reserved character. Rumors swirl that he may one day add a Tesla Cybertruck symbolizing his fascination with technology, or perhaps a classic 1967 Ford Mustang Shelby GT500, a nod to a whispered passion for automotive history. Beyond his car, questions linger about Barron's place in philanthropy. While he has yet to step fully into the charitable spotlight, his family's legacy casts a long shadow. Melania Trump's 2018 Be Best campaign focused on children's welfare, online safety, and the opioid crisis indirectly shaped him. At the time, Barron was still young, but his mother's role as both First Lady and mother quietly pulled him into those circles of compassion. Recent whispers claim that as a student at New York University, Barron has begun to explore issues close to his heart, especially youth education and access to technology. An unconfirmed report even places him at a Mar-a-Lago fundraiser in 2024, supporting childhood literacy. If true, his role was modest, perhaps as an observer rather than a leader, but the seed of involvement was there. The Trump family's history with charity is complicated. The Donald J. Trump Foundation dissolved in 2018 under allegations of misuse, leaving a stain on the family's philanthropic image. Yet his siblings remain active. Ivanka champions women's empowerment, while Eric contributes heavily to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. For Barron, the path is still unwritten. Rumors suggest he may one day channel his business ventures toward causes like children's welfare, echoing his mother, or even leverage his tech savvy to promote STEM education for underprivileged youth. For now, his philanthropic journey is in its infancy, overshadowed by his studies and the quiet rhythms of a life still unfolding. The car built for Barron Trump reflects both sophistication and restraint. It comes with a 7-inch infotainment display, customizable driving modes, and advanced aerodynamics. Security enhancements, including GPS tracking and reinforced framing, ensure his safety, an important layer of protection, even though the car's bold design naturally draws attention. Unlike his father's flamboyant $2 million collection featuring Donald Trump's Rolls-Royce Phantom Tesla Roadster and a custom gold-painted Cadillac Alante, Barron prefers a quieter style that suits his personality. Experts suggest Barron's vehicle is maintained by a team of professional mechanics, with him paying attention to essential care, like oil changes, while also benefiting from top-tier safety upgrades, bulletproof glass run-flat tires, and full compatibility with Secret Service motorcades. His preference for muted tones and lesser-known brands shows his desire for privacy, a balance between the family's luxury lifestyle and his own discreet nature. Speculation grows around whether Barron will eventually add a Tesla Cybertruck to his garage, driven by its futuristic technology, or perhaps a 1967 Ford Mustang Shelby GT500, signaling a rumored passion for automotive history. While Barron has yet to establish his own philanthropic record, his family's charitable background, especially his mother Melania's Be Best campaign, launched in 2018, focusing on children's welfare, online safety, and opioid abuse. Prevention creates an environment where his future involvement seems almost inevitable. Now, studying at New York University, Barron is reportedly beginning to explore causes he personally cares about, especially in youth education and technology access, shaped by his academic environment and natural tech fluency. Unconfirmed reports from 2024 even placed him at a Mar-a-Lago charity event for children's literacy, though his role seemed more like that of an observer than a leader. The Trump family's history of philanthropy remains complicated, with the Donald J. Trump Foundation dissolved in 2018 amid allegations of misuse. Still, Ivanka Trump has supported women's empowerment programs, and Eric Trump remains involved with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Speculation has long circulated that Barron Trump may one day step out from the protective shadow of his famous family to launch a company of his own. If that happens, many believe he would likely channel a significant portion of the profits toward philanthropic causes. Some imagine him following in his mother Melania's footsteps, focusing on children's well-being and youth development. Others suggest he might harness his strong interest in technology and innovation to expand STEM education programs for underprivileged communities, creating opportunities for young people who might otherwise be left behind in the digital age. Such a move would not only carve out a legacy distinct from his father's political empire, but also frame Barron as a bridge between privilege and purpose, wealth and impact. For now, however, his contributions to charity remain quiet and understated, overshadowed by his academic pursuits and the private life his family so carefully shields from the spotlight. Years before Barron Trump entered New York University, a TikTok creator named Maddie, better known online by her handle Mattitude, made a surprising claim. She said she had once been Barron's very first girlfriend when they both attended Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School. In a 2020 video that quickly drew attention, Maddie openly confessed, "I went to school with Barron Trump, and he was my first love." To support her story, she even posted a class photo and another snapshot taken during a White House visit shortly after the 2016 election, teasing her viewers with a playful caption, "We have to save my bae." This candid revelation, though lighthearted, added a human dimension to the young man who has remained so carefully out of public reach. Maddie later explained that their so-called relationship came to an end simply because Barron moved to Florida with his family. From there, her own TikTok presence continued to grow, filled with the hallmarks of a typical teenage life. Barbie filters in 2021, lip-sync performances, playful car dances, Halloween costumes and edits set to Drake's music. Together, her videos created a portrait of carefree adolescence, a world of trends and teenage fun that stood in sharp contrast to Barron's tightly guarded upbringing. For many curious followers, her playful claims and lighthearted glimpses became a rare, if imperfect, window into Barron's early years, offering a sense of what a normal teenage chapter in his life might have looked like if not for the weight of the Trump name. Yet without concrete evidence, her story remains an unverified anecdote. As of April 2025, Barron is a freshman at NYU's Stern School of Business, blending into college life with surprising ease. Classmates describe him as tall, striking, and quietly charismatic, even among students with sharply different political views. His towering 6'7" frame drew headlines at his father's inauguration on January 20th, 2022, while his 19th birthday in March 2025 saw sources calling him an old soul with a classic European demeanor. Technology remains his passion. Friends say he socializes through gaming platforms, a clever way of building connections, while still under Secret Service watch. His father has openly praised his digital fluency, crediting him with helping shape youth-oriented strategies during the 2024 campaign, including a live stream with Aiden Ross that reportedly drew 100 million viewers. Recently, he was spotted at Trump Tower with Melania, wearing a bold Rolex, possibly a Submariner worth $10,000, or a Patek Philippe Nautilus valued at $30,000, fueling speculation of a birthday gift. Unlike his father, Barron avoids the spotlight. He skipped high-profile events like the 2024 Republican National Convention and Donald Trump's recent speech before Congress. Instead, sources suggest his focus is on studies and potential ventures, possibly a tech startup or real estate project. His rare mix of privilege, privacy, and possibility paints a portrait of a young man poised between legacy and self-discovery. From the silent boy in the shadows of the White House to a tall, magnetic freshman walking the halls of NYU, Barron Trump's story is one of transformation. The world watches closely, not just for what he inherits, but for what he chooses to become. What do you think Barron's next move will be? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to hit the like button and tell us who you'd like to see featured next. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the upcoming episodes. Barron Trump, the youngest son of President-elect Donald Trump, has long been known for his preference to stay out of the public eye, carefully navigating a life shadowed by the intense spotlight that so often follows his family. Yet, despite his usual reticence, every rare occasion when he steps into the limelight leaves a lasting and unforgettable impression on those who witness it. Just recently, at one of his father's pivotal re-election campaign events, Barron emerged from the background to make a striking public appearance. The moment was charged with electricity as a thunderous and heartfelt applause erupted from the crowd, filling the air with excitement and admiration that echoed through the venue, marking a milestone moment that many will remember for years to come. What is it about this young man, barely 18 years old, that has managed to captivate so many hearts and spark widespread conversations across the nation? What inner qualities or unique presence does he hold that commands such attention, despite his preference for a quieter, more reserved life? Today, we embark on a journey to uncover the layers behind that emotionally charged moment. The story of Barron Trump, a figure whose quiet charisma and subtle influence make him stand out in ways few expect. Together, we will explore the reasons why Barron continues to fascinate and why his story deserves to be told with the depth and nuance it commands. Looking back at Donald Trump's recent election victory, the difference maker was not just the usual political tactics. The real key was connecting with voters in fresh, unexpected ways. What may surprise many is that Barron Trump, Donald's youngest son, played a crucial behind-the-scenes role. While most attention usually falls on Donald and his older children, Barron quietly stepped forward, offering strategic insights and moves that helped his father secure victory, even when these contributions weren't always publicly recognized. Recently, Lara Trump, Donald's daughter-in-law and wife of Eric Trump, shared some fascinating details about Barron's involvement in an interview on the PBD podcast with Patrick Bet-David. But before we continue, if you enjoy this video, please hit the subscribe button. And if you already have, we truly appreciate your support. Now let's return to the heart of the matter. What she shared is truly thought-provoking and worthy of deep reflection. She explained how Barron played a vital role in crafting strategies that helped Donald Trump connect with an entirely new generation of voters, especially the tech-savvy youth. One of Barron's most influential ideas was securing his father's presence on popular podcasts. In today's media landscape, podcasts wield tremendous influence, particularly among younger audiences who may not tune into traditional television. By ensuring these podcast appearances, Barron played a crucial part in expanding his father's reach to new audiences. This approach genuinely helped garner additional votes. Lara did not hesitate to praise Barron's talent. She described him as intelligent, remarkable, and engaging, clear signs of her deep respect for him. "He is definitely his father's son," she confidently remarked. "And believe me, he is destined to achieve great things." Her words reveal the true essence of Barron, a sharp mind with strategic thinking, someone who not only follows in his father's footsteps, but is also carving out his own path. While Donald Trump continues to dominate headlines with bold moves and shocking statements, Barron is quietly emerging as a powerful figure behind the scenes. And it seems this is only the beginning of his growing influence. So what is it that makes Barron Trump such a captivating figure? Why does he stand out in a family where the spotlight usually shines on his father and older siblings? Let's delve deeper into the qualities that make Barron different and explore why his rising influence truly deserves our attention. Believe me, some of the things you will discover might surprise you. When it comes to the children of famous political families, you might expect them to crave fame or constantly seek the spotlight. But Barron Trump breaks that mold. Time and again, he surprises people with his down-to-earth, approachable nature. Growing up surrounded by cameras and media frenzy, Barron has maintained an aura of mystery and humility. He is not someone who chases the spotlight or tries to overshadow others. Instead, he seems to quietly define himself on his own terms, steadily building his own identity away from the glare of public attention. What stands out most about Barron is how starkly he contrasts with the often larger-than-life personalities in his family. His father, Donald Trump, is famously loud, bold, and always the center of attention. In contrast, Barron is calm and reserved. He lives a private life and carries himself with a quiet confidence, qualities that make him stand out in a uniquely different way. There's a mysterious charm about him, as if he's patiently waiting for the right moment to step forward and leave his mark. This sense of anticipation only adds to his allure. Those closest to Barron often highlight his intelligence as one of his most striking traits. Barron may not speak as openly or as frequently as his father, but whenever he shares his thoughts, it is clear they are deeply insightful and articulate. His perspective has made him an invaluable asset behind the scenes. People like Lara Trump have emphasized Barron's analytical skills and sound decision-making abilities, which set him apart from many other teenagers. Such critical thinking at such a young age is truly impressive. But Barron is not just a serious intellect. He also possesses a wonderful sense of humor and a calm, approachable demeanor that makes him relatable across generations. Whether delivering a witty remark or simply maintaining a relaxed presence, Barron always knows how to keep things light and engaging. It is a rare balance of Umbertus. Maturity beyond his years paired with a natural youthful charm that draws people in. This combination makes him approachable and genuinely likable. Whether among peers or adults, Barron's ability to stand firm in his convictions and project quiet confidence is a crucial part of his magnetic appeal. It comes as no surprise that Barron made a rare and highly anticipated public appearance at one of his father's campaign rallies, a moment that instantly captured the hearts of those in attendance and beyond. As a video of his speech was shared, the crowd rose to their feet, showering him with thunderous applause and cheers that echoed through the venue. This was not just any ordinary moment. It was a powerful and unforgettable display of the young man's quiet strength and poised confidence. But before we immerse ourselves fully in that defining moment, let's step back and take a deeper look at the complex and fascinating relationship between Barron and his father, Donald Trump. This bond has long intrigued and fascinated the public, drawing attention to the contrasts and connections that define their unique dynamic. The contrast between them is striking and undeniable. Donald Trump, known worldwide for his loud, brash personality and his tendency to dominate any room he enters, is the very definition of a public figure who thrives on attention. Barron, on the other hand, consistently embodies the opposite: quiet, reserved, and composed. His demeanor is one of calm introspection, a stark foil to his father's larger-than-life presence. This profound difference has piqued the curiosity of many who wonder how such contrasting personalities maintain a strong bond in the glare of public scrutiny and media frenzy. From his earliest years, Barron seemed to instinctively avoid the spotlight, choosing instead a path of privacy and discretion that few would expect from the son of such a high-profile family. Yet, despite his naturally reserved disposition, Donald has never hidden his deep pride in Barron's independence and his extraordinary ability to remain calm under pressure. Throughout the tumultuous and often chaotic election years, Donald has openly praised his son's remarkable composure, a trait that sets Barron apart and earns him profound respect. Donald often recounts how even as a young boy, Barron possessed a rare gift for maintaining his cool in situations where many would falter. This steadfast calmness, according to Donald, is a testament to the young man's inner strength and maturity beyond his years, qualities that inspire both admiration and hope for the future. After Donald Trump's monumental and hard-fought victory in the presidential election, he made a deliberate and heartfelt decision to have his youngest son, Barron, stand right beside him throughout the entire victory speech. This was no mere formality or background placement. It was a powerful statement about family unity and legacy. The image of Barron standing tall and poised at an impressive height of 1.93 meters, 6 feet 4 inches, right next to his father, became etched into the collective memory of millions. In that unforgettable moment, Barron was far more than just a silent figure in the background. He embodied the pride, hope, and triumphant spirit of the Trump family's monumental success, shining brightly like a beacon of the future. Countless observers immediately noticed how much Barron bore a striking resemblance to his father, not only in appearance but also in subtle expressions and demeanor. Yet, what set him apart was a gentler, more understated presence that softened some of Donald's famously bold traits. What is even more remarkable is that Barron's quiet, subtle influence became a surprisingly vital and strategic element behind the scenes of the campaign. Donald Trump openly acknowledged and praised his son's role, especially in helping him bridge the gap to a younger generation of voters, those tech-savvy, socially connected youth who played a pivotal part in tipping the scales of the election. Barron's input on reaching this demographic turned out to be a key factor in securing the historic win. Barron was the visionary behind the idea that Donald Trump should actively engage with the rapidly growing world of podcasts and emerging digital media platforms, channels that deeply resonate with a younger, tech-savvy audience. Recognizing the shifting landscape of communication, Barron understood that traditional media was no longer enough to reach this crucial demographic. Although Donald himself was less familiar, and somewhat hesitant about these new forms of media, Barron took it upon himself to guide and support his father through this complex digital realm. His efforts ensured that Donald didn't miss out on vital opportunities to connect authentically and directly with younger voters, who have increasingly become a decisive force in shaping political outcomes. In a revealing and in-depth interview with popular podcast host Joe Rogan, Donald Trump mentioned Barron on two distinct occasions. First, he reflected nostalgically on the early days after moving into the White House, highlighting the steep learning curve and the rapid changes in how information was consumed. Then, during a discussion about the shift from traditional media outlets to modern digital platforms, Donald openly acknowledged Barron's expertise. He candidly shared, "Barron knows all about these people, the influencers, the creators, the voices of this new generation. He knows people I'd never even heard of before, like Aiden Ross. I asked him, who are these people? And he said, they're very famous." This moment offered a rare glimpse into the behind-the-scenes dynamic, showcasing how Barron's insights helped Donald adapt to a new media era. "You just have to do it." That simple yet powerful phrase captures the essence of Barron Trump's influence behind the scenes. His profound understanding of the ever-changing digital landscape is something his father, Donald Trump, holds in the highest regard. Donald's repeated praise for Barron's sharp intelligence and forward-thinking approach to technology shines a light on how crucial Barron's role has been in navigating the complexities of today's media environment, a world vastly different from traditional political campaigns. This isn't mere flattery or empty words. It's a testament to Barron's real impact. Jason Miller, one of Donald Trump's top advisors, famously described Barron's recommendations as black gold in terms of media ratings, highlighting the extraordinary value Barron brings to the campaign's communication strategy. Barron has been instrumental in guiding his father toward the new frontiers of media engagement, particularly through podcasts and digital platforms that capture the attention of younger, tech-savvy audiences. By advising which popular podcast Donald should appear on, Barron helped launch viral moments that spread like wildfire across the internet, greatly expanding the campaign's reach beyond traditional channels. This strategic digital presence translated directly into votes, showcasing Barron's deep knowledge of where and how to connect with a new generation of voters. Despite the expanding influence and growing spotlight on Barron, what stands out most is his unwavering humility. He does not boast about the family's legacy or his own contributions, but instead speaks with genuine respect and gratitude for the sacrifices his father made to pave the way. During an intimate conversation at the 2024 Sales Leadership Summit with Patrick Bet-David, Barron candidly expressed this mindset, emphasizing that no matter what he or his siblings achieve, it could never fully measure up to the hardships their father endured to reach his current position. These words reveal a young man who deeply understands the weight of legacy, not as a burden, but as a source of inspiration. Barron's blend of humility and intelligence distinguishes him within a family often spotlighted for its loud personalities and bold moves. It is this rare combination that has captured the attention and respect of those around him. As Barron continues to mature and carve out his own unique path, the world watches with anticipation, knowing that it is only a matter of time before he steps fully into the public eye and makes his own indelible mark. Will he follow in his father's footsteps or carve out a different path of his own? Whether Barron Trump chooses to engage in future political campaigns or pursues a completely new direction, one thing is crystal clear. He has already made his own mark, and the deep bond he shares with his father will always be at the heart of his story. Recently, Barron became a political focal point when a video of his first public speech was released, and it truly stunned viewers across the nation. The clip, filmed during a jubilant election night celebration for Donald Trump, captures an unforgettable moment with Barron standing tall and composed, just as many who know him have described. In the midst of a crowd buzzing with energy and excitement, Barron's calm and steady presence immediately stands out. The young man engages politely and thoughtfully with those around him, his demeanor marked by a poise and maturity that surpass what one might expect from a typical teenager. In the video, Barron warmly approaches a woman just off camera, offering a firm handshake and greeting her with sincere kindness. "Hello, how are you? It's a pleasure to meet you." The simplicity of this greeting, paired with his genuine warmth, reveals a young man who carries himself with quiet dignity and an innate sense of respect for others. Shortly after, Barron turns his attention to Dana White, the founder of the UFC, and continues their conversation with the same respectful and gentle demeanor. The voice that emerges, a voice the public had never heard before, is steady, calm, and carries a surprising magnetism. It contrasts sharply with the often loud and bold personalities associated with his family's public figures, instantly captivating everyone in the room. This unexpected calmness and poise lend an air of intrigue and admiration to the young man, revealing a depth of character that many had not yet seen. The response from viewers across social media was overwhelmingly positive. One commenter wrote, "What a polite and gracious young man." Another chimed in, "Barron is truly well-mannered." However, the biggest surprise was that this marked Barron's first time speaking on camera. Given how rarely he appears in public, it was no wonder viewers were completely captivated by this glimpse into his true personality. "That's Barron's voice," one viewer exclaimed, while another admitted, "I've never heard him speak before." Fans were impressed not only by his smooth, articulate speech, but also by the relaxed confidence he effortlessly radiated. This quiet yet powerful presence starkly contrasted with the loud, dramatic speeches commonly associated with his father, making Barron's demeanor all the more striking and memorable. Barron's presence is quietly humble and unassuming. Yet, in a world that often celebrates bold, attention-grabbing moments, his calm strength shines through with undeniable clarity. But that's not where the story ends. The internet quickly took notice of Barron's rare public appearance and rallied around him with overwhelming support. Shortly after, videos surfaced showing Barron receiving a warm round of applause at one of his father's rallies. And these clips began to spread widely across social media, further solidifying his growing influence and quiet charisma on the political stage. The enthusiastic reaction from the crowd was a vivid testament to the powerful impression Barron made on everyone present at the event. The atmosphere was electric, charged with genuine admiration and respect for the young man who so effortlessly commanded attention without raising his voice or seeking the spotlight. Many attendees and viewers alike flocked to social media platforms to express their awe and appreciation. One user tweeted, "Barron's energy is absolutely amazing," emphasizing how he managed to captivate and hold the gaze of everyone around him. Another commenter, with a touch of humor, joked, "His future is so bright, he better wear sunglasses," playfully acknowledging the undeniable promise and potential that Barron embodies. These voices of admiration poured in from all corners, highlighting just how much the young Trump has begun to resonate with the public. With feedback so overwhelmingly positive and encouraging, it's clear that Barron's future is unfolding with immense promise and potential. This rare and precious glimpse of him in the public spotlight has stirred curiosity and excitement among many. People are now eager to see what lies ahead for this young man who is steadily emerging from the shadows and capturing the attention of an entire nation. Gone are the days when he was simply a quiet, reserved boy in the background. Today, Barron is beginning to step forward with a confidence and presence that hints at a bright and impactful journey ahead. A journey that many are now watching with great anticipation. Barron is growing up fast, and his recent appearances show that he is ready to take on more responsibility in a larger role. One of the most exciting aspects of Barron's future is his acceptance into New York University, NYU, a prestigious institution known for nurturing some of the brightest minds. His decision to attend NYU reflects his seriousness about education and his desire to build a solid foundation for whatever path he chooses. Both Donald and Melania Trump are very supportive of Barron's educational journey. Donald praises his son's maturity, calling him highly intelligent and well-adjusted, while Melania often expresses pride in Barron's focus on his studies. She shares that Barron prefers to live quietly so he can concentrate on personal growth and his goals, an admirable quality at his age. Looking ahead, the horizon for Barron Trump is filled with endless possibilities and promising opportunities. As a young man standing at the crossroads of life, he faces choices that could define not only his personal future, but also the legacy of an influential family. Will he continue the powerful business empire his family has built over decades, carving out a role in the corporate world where the Trump name carries immense weight? Or will he decide to follow in the footsteps of his father, diving headfirst into the complex and often tumultuous realm of politics, where every decision can shape the nation's course? Only time holds the answers to these pressing questions. Yet, there is another path that Barron might choose, one less traveled by the Trump heirs, a path that leads away from the shadows of family legacy and into his own light. Perhaps he will forge a completely new identity, one that reflects his unique passions, values, and ambitions. This possibility speaks to the freedom he has as a young adult to write his own story, distinct from the towering expectations that come with his family name. No matter which path Barron ultimately chooses, one truth remains indisputable. He has already shown signs of remarkable leadership, intelligence, and a strong sense of purpose that many admire. His journey is one of growth and self-discovery, and as he steps more confidently into the public eye, he is prepared to leave a lasting impact on the Trump legacy in his own distinctive way. The world watches with anticipation as Barron Trump takes his first steps on a stage that is as challenging as it is full of potential. His story is unfolding, and without a doubt, this is only the beginning of an extraordinary chapter. We sincerely thank you for joining us on this journey. If you found this video inspiring and insightful, please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel to stay updated with more fascinating stories. For more captivating content, simply click on the next video appearing on your screen. Trust us, you won't want to miss what's coming next.
Barron Trump. This is the first time he's ever been. Barron. Stand up. Look at him.
Being a teenager is never easy, but for Barron Trump, the challenges are far from ordinary. While most teens struggle quietly with exams, friendships, and identity, Barron has had to navigate all of that under the unrelenting glare of the public eye. As the most private child of Donald Trump, he spent much of his life away from the spotlight, almost like a shadow moving silently in the grand halls of Trump Tower in the White House. But lately, things have changed. Since turning 18, Barron has stepped, willingly or not, into the public arena, drawing more attention than ever before. People speculate about which university he'll choose, analyze every inch of his appearance, and debate endlessly about whether he's more like his father or his mother when he stands before the cameras. Before we dive into today's story, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. And hey, leave us a comment below to let us know what you think about the Trump family's future. Your voice matters. According to renowned body language expert Judy James, one recent moment, a subtle but telling Easter weekend interaction, may have revealed more about Barron's relationships with Donald and Melania Trump than any public speech or interview ever could. For years, Barron has been the quiet one, often described as reserved compared to his outspoken and media-savvy siblings. But this time, Judy James noticed something different, a shift in posture, presence, and confidence. Her analysis takes us right inside the invisible walls of family dynamics at the very heart of the Trump empire. And you may be surprised by what she uncovered. He's growing into his height and into his confidence, James told the Mirror. But what fascinated her most was how dramatically Barron's body language shifted depending on whether he was with his mother or his father. In one Easter stroll captured on video, Barron is seen quickly matching his mother's pace, catching up to her with long strides that seemed almost eager, as if he wanted to share the moment and stand alongside her in equal light. Melania walked ahead, graceful and composed, but Barron closed the distance, walking shoulder to shoulder, sending a quiet message of presence and perhaps even leadership. James interprets this moment as a defining milestone in Barron's personal evolution, a clear shift from the reserved, somewhat introverted boy the public once glimpsed into a confident young man who can navigate and command social situations with ease. She noted that such changes are not merely about appearance or age, but about the subtle confidence that comes from maturity, self-awareness, and life experience. To illustrate her point, James referenced a lighthearted TikTok clip that recently circulated online, capturing Barron offering a quick, almost instinctive thumbs up to the camera, a small but telling gesture instantly recognizable as one of Donald Trump's trademark moves. For observers, it was more than a casual moment. It was a symbolic nod to his father's influence, blended seamlessly with his own emerging personality. "It's a small move, but a telling one," she explained. It suggests that Barron feels a deep connection with his father, instinctively mirroring one of Donald's signature signals. A silent way of saying everything's fine, even as his father faces mounting legal troubles. Yet, James noted, the father-son dynamic isn't without its complexities. When Barron is with Donald, his demeanor changes. He seems just a little more hesitant, a little more guarded, as if aware of, and perhaps weighed down by, the larger-than-life presence of the man beside him. When Barron is with Melania, he strides forward, catching up to her, as if eager to stand in her light and be seen. It's a quiet but unmistakable assertion of presence, a young man stepping into the frame, shoulder to shoulder with his mother. Yet with Donald, the dynamic shifts. Barron tends to hold back, keeping a few paces distance. And then came a moment that could have been lifted straight out of any teenager's secret nightmare. Your dad doing something in public that makes you want to disappear. During their Easter outing, Donald started dancing. It wasn't a full routine, just a few signature moves, but it was enough to make Barron's body language tighten. Folding his arms and clenching his fists ever so slightly, he betrayed a flicker of shyness, as if caught between amusement and the universal teenage instinct to cringe. It all happened on Sunday, March 31st, when members of the Trump family gathered at Mar-a-Lago for an elegant Easter brunch. The moment was captured for the world to see. On April 1st, Ron Filipkowski, editor-in-chief of Midas Touch, posted a clip of the event on his former Twitter account, captioning, "Trump arrives at the Easter party with Barron and shows off his signature dance moves." In the footage, Donald Trump can be seen walking toward a group of friends, his tall teenage son trailing behind. At first, Barron appears distracted, perhaps scanning the room or lost in thought. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he notices his father start to dance. A slight lift of the arm, a familiar movement that Donald often uses to charm a crowd. Barron glances over, an awkward half-smile forming, but his posture says it all. Folded arms, shoulders slightly hunched, the look of a young man momentarily feeling like an outsider in his own family scene. It was the kind of moment every teenager, no matter their background, knows all too well. Parents, for all their love, pride, and good intentions, possess an uncanny ability to trigger those cringeworthy seconds that make their children want to disappear into thin air. And as it turns out, even the son of a billionaire and former president is not exempt from this universal teenage rite of passage. In that instant, Barron wasn't Barron Trump, the public figure. He was simply a young man caught in the awkward push and pull between admiration for his parent and the desperate wish for the spotlight to shift elsewhere. Flashback to Thanksgiving at Mar-a-Lago, a night that blended politics, power, and a dash of awkward humor. It was an evening thick with holiday warmth, yet also charged with the subtle theater that seems to follow the Trump family everywhere. This time, a familiar guest had joined the celebration, none other than Elon Musk, the tech billionaire who had, by now, become a regular face at Donald Trump's Palm Beach resort. On that Thursday night, the ballroom glowed with gold light, the air humming with conversation as the president-elect sat surrounded by family, friends, and his new political ally, a man soon to be announced as head of the Department of Government Efficiency. In a clip that quickly made its way online, the moment unfolded with almost cinematic timing. Trump was seated between his towering 18-year-old son and Elon Musk, while Melania sat just beside Barron. Suddenly, the unmistakable anthem of Trump's rallies, YMCA, blasted through the speakers. Musk began to nod subtly to the beat, tapping the table in rhythm, the soft bam, bam, bam of his fingers matching the bass. Trump, noticing the understated groove, leaned over, gave Musk a few friendly pats on the shoulder, and urged him to raise his hands in the air, a silent dare to join the fun. And then there was Barron. He glanced over at his father, a half-smile forming as if to acknowledge the moment, but his eyes told another story. Shyness, hesitation, the faint blush of a young man trying to process his father dancing alongside one of the richest men in the world. For all his poise, Barron looked like any teenager caught in that familiar bind. Proud of his dad, yet privately wishing the spotlight would shift somewhere else. Online, viewers wasted no time dissecting the scene. One former Twitter user wrote, "Oh my God, Elon Musk couldn't get anyone to join him for Thanksgiving except his mom, who lives off him, and Trump had to pay for his third wife to show up. Even Barron looked embarrassed for them. What a bunch of losers." Another chimed in, "Barron looks so uncomfortable. The body language around that table is just weird." And as the video circulated, a third comment summed up the general feeling that no amount of power or money can shield you from the universal truth. Sometimes parents dancing is just awkward. A third onlooker couldn't resist cracking a joke. Barron is probably sitting there thinking, "All right, Dad, can we please skip this song and just move on?" The room laughed, and another guest playfully chimed in, "At this point, Elon might as well be an honorary member of the Trump family." The teasing remarks blended seamlessly into the evening's lighthearted atmosphere, giving even the most formal gathering a touch of relatable family humor. Also present at that memorable Thanksgiving celebration were Trump's daughter Tiffany, his son Eric, Eric's wife Laura, and Elon Musk's mother May. The guest list, already impressive, became even more striking when Hollywood legend Sylvester Stallone made his entrance. Recently, Stallone had publicly praised Trump as the second founding father of America, even likening him to George Washington. At the dinner, he was spotted in animated conversation with both Trump and Musk, their shared laughter and easy rapport suggesting old friendships rather than formal introductions. Musk has become such a fixture at Mar-a-Lago since the election that Trump jokes he just can't leave Florida anymore. The tech billionaire hasn't just joined Trump on calls with foreign leaders. Trump himself even traveled to Texas to witness the launch of Musk's SpaceX Starship firsthand. It's hardly surprising that Barron feels closer to his mother. An insider revealed to The Blast that Melania has been spending most of her time with her son and her own father, Victor Cavs, since her mother's passing earlier this year. Melania has devoted both her time and her heart to caring for Barron, and the source suggested she would likely follow him wherever he chooses to attend college. Barron has always been a quiet, reserved teenager, and Melania has remained a devoted, protective mother over the years. Yet despite his low profile, Barron's towering height makes him stand out effortlessly in any crowd. It's this striking presence that earned him the affectionate nickname Mini Donald from his mother. But the name speaks more to his personality than his looks, something that at times makes Barron feel a little self-conscious. Though he's more often seen than heard, the similarities between Barron and his father go far beyond appearances. From his mannerisms to the way he studies the world around him, and even in those unconscious moments where he mimics his father's signature gestures, Barron seems to carry a spark of the Trump spirit, even as he shapes it into something uniquely his own. Like his father Donald Trump, Barron has a taste for tailored suits and an early spark for business and entrepreneurship. Even at the tender age of 5, he was already swinging a golf club and talking about business ideas. In a 2012 interview with Parenting magazine, Melania shared an intimate glimpse into her son's childhood tendencies. He loved building something, tearing it down, and then starting over to create something entirely new. Bilingual in English and Slovenian, Barron inherited his mother's cultural legacy. In a 2011 interview, Melania proudly noted that her son could switch effortlessly between the two languages. This skill allowed him to maintain a close connection with his maternal grandparents, who once lived just a short distance from Trump Tower. Barron also holds a special place in presidential history as the first son of a president to live in the White House since JFK Jr. However, it wasn't until 2017 that he moved into the iconic residence. Melania insisted on completing his school year in New York before making the transition. Even before the move to Washington, Barron enjoyed his own private floor in the Trump Tower penthouse, complete with a children's room, living room, kitchen, and a nanny's quarters. Favoring bespoke suits over casual wear, a style Melania highlighted in a 2013 ABC News interview, Barron exudes a quiet formality beyond his years. Perhaps that's why, at a recent dinner at Mar-a-Lago with A-list guests such as Patrick Bet-David, Adam Sosnick, Tom Ellsworth, Vincent Oshana, and Jesse Waters from Valuetainment, he playfully quipped, "Who eats with a silver spoon?" Mine's gold. For those who may not know, Melania and Donald married in 2005. On March 20th, 2006, Melania gave birth to their son, Barron William Trump. In a rare interview, Donald spoke about Barron and the young man's future. Barron is very tall and about 6'7". He's a good kid, handsome, and doing well in school, Trump said, adding that there's a strong chance Barron might follow in his footsteps by attending the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. Barron William Trump is the youngest child of Donald Trump and the only son he shares with Melania. In May 2006, he was baptized at Bethesda by the Sea Episcopal Church in Palm Beach, Florida. Barron attended the Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in Manhattan and later Oxbridge Academy in West Palm Beach, Florida. Today, he is a student at New York University's Stern School of Business. In addition to English, Barron is fluent in Slovenian. Unlike his siblings and parents, Barron's early years were largely out of the spotlight. During Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign, he caught the public's eye despite his young age. After his father's election victory and move to the White House, Barron remained in New York for several months to complete his school year, a deliberate effort to preserve a sense of normalcy despite his father's sudden rise to the highest office in the nation. Barron has attended several prestigious schools. In his early years in New York City, he was enrolled at the Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School on Manhattan's Upper West Side. In May 2017, it was announced that Barron would transfer to St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Potomac, Maryland. Breaking tradition, Barron became the first child of a president in 35 years not to attend Sidwell Friends School. Instead of following the well-trodden paths of his predecessors, Barron made history by becoming the first presidential child ever to enroll at St. Andrew's Episcopal School, a decision that immediately set him apart. In a public statement, Melania Trump praised the school for its inclusive and diverse community, as well as for its unwavering dedication to academic excellence. In 2024, Barron Trump stepped into what could be described as one of the most pivotal and exciting chapters of his life. Beginning his freshman year at the prestigious Stern School of Business at New York University. For the youngest son of a former U.S. president, this was more than just the start of college. It was the symbolic opening of a door into adulthood, independence, and self-discovery. Choosing Stern was not simply about prestige or academics. It was a deliberate choice that allowed him to remain in New York City, the place where he was born, raised, and still feels most at home. This decision set him apart from both his siblings and his father. Donald Trump and Barron's older brothers and sisters, Donald Jr., Ivanka, Eric, and Tiffany, all attended or graduated from elite, tradition-steeped universities, such as the University of Pennsylvania and Georgetown University. Barron, however, signaled that he was ready to carve his own path, free from the expectation of simply following in their footsteps. Friends and family insiders describe him as quietly determined, willing to make choices that align with his personal ambitions rather than public assumptions. It's a notable transformation for someone who, not too long ago, was viewed as the shy and reserved first son of the Trump White House. When Donald Trump first won the presidency in 2016, he shared publicly that his then 9-year-old son was deeply anxious about leaving behind the vibrant, bustling life he knew in Manhattan. Barron had to trade the skyscraper views of Trump Tower for the heavily guarded halls of the White House, an environment where every movement was watched and privacy was a rare luxury. Those close to the family recalled that the transition was challenging. Barron missed his friends, his school, and the rhythms of New York life. Yet over the years, he adapted, developing a quiet resilience, learning to handle the constant public attention, and finding ways to express himself within the constraints of his unusual upbringing. His choice of NYU's Stern School was, in many ways, the culmination of that growth, a decision made on his own terms, rooted in both ambition and a sense of belonging. Barron had been deeply attached to his friends, his school, and the bustling rhythm of New York life. The move to Washington, D.C. represented a dramatic shift. He loves New York and his school, not necessarily the White House life. He likes what he has. It's going to be a whole different life, Trump told People magazine. However, when Barron learned that his father's mission as president was to help people, the transition became less daunting. It gave him a sense of purpose and a way to understand the sacrifice behind the move. At age 11, Barron officially moved into the White House with his parents, where he would live until 2019. That same year, the family relocated permanently to Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's private estate and club in Palm Beach, Florida. Though he rarely appeared in the public eye, Barron's personal interests occasionally attracted media attention. In 2018, Melania revealed that her son had a deep passion for sports, particularly soccer, often spending hours training and following his favorite teams. However, Donald Trump expressed concerns about the risks associated with the sport. Barron also enjoys playing golf and basketball, showing a well-rounded interest in athletics. He is bilingual, speaking both English and Slovenian, his mother's native language. Melania told People magazine that as a child, Barron would often speak only Slovenian when talking to his grandmother. When it came to which language Barron should use in public, both Melania and Donald agreed that English should be his primary language. Barron's height is immediately noticeable. Standing at around 6'7", 2.9, he is the tallest member of the Trump family, towering over his father, who is 6'3", 1.9 meters. Compared to his half-siblings, Barron truly stands out. Donald Jr. is 6'3", and Eric is 6'5". While Google lists Barron at 6'9", Donald Trump joked in a January 2024 speech that Barron was 6'4", 1.93. Still an impressive figure. Donald playfully credited Barron's height to meals cooked by Melania's late mother, Amalia Knopfs. Barron's stature often draws attention, especially during public appearances. On election night, November 5, 2024, just after midnight as results were still coming, an ecstatic Republican crowd in Florida celebrated Donald Trump's much-anticipated return to the White House. His entire team was welcomed as heroes, including Melania and Barron, who had largely stayed out of the public eye during the campaign. Standing over 6'7", Barron cut an impressive figure as he smiled at the cheering supporters. Unlike his four older half-siblings, Donald Jr., Ivanka, Eric, and Tiffany, who have taken on prominent roles as political advisors and business leaders, Barron has largely remained behind the scenes. He is said to have helped his father connect with Gen Z voters, an increasingly important demographic in today's political landscape. The president-elect credited Barron for encouraging him to appear on Joe Rogan's podcast, which was a huge success with nearly 50 million views. The election held special meaning for the 18-year-old, who also cast his first-ever vote this year. Photographed at polling stations, Barron proudly supported his father's presidential campaign. After Trump's victory, senior campaign advisor Jason Miller revealed that Barron had suggested several podcast appearances for his father before the November 5th vote. Hats off to the young man. Every recommendation he made blew up the internet, Miller told Politico's Playbook Deep Dive podcast. With Trump now appointing key cabinet positions ahead of his second-term inauguration on January 20th, many wonder whether Barron will take on a more active role in the coming years. According to People magazine, since starting at NYU's prestigious Stern School of Business last September, Barron is said to have made quite an impression on campus, especially among female students. Of course, he's studying business, one insider said, and he's definitely a player. He's very popular with the girls. Barron's striking height and good looks have inevitably turned heads, whether in political circles or on the bustling streets of New York. An insider close to the family revealed he's tall and handsome, the kind of presence you notice immediately. Many people, even liberals, admit he's quite attractive. His arrival at NYU has certainly not gone unnoticed. On his very first day as a college freshman, security staff reported seeing Barron outside the library, flanked by a team of Secret Service agents. A reminder that despite being just another student on paper, his life is far from ordinary. Barron enrolled at New York University shortly after graduating from Oxbridge Academy in Florida in May, stepping from the comfort of private school life into the bustling and highly publicized world of NYU. In a candid interview on Fox and Friends, Melania Trump reflected on her son's college life. I don't think Barron can be just a regular student. His college experience is very different from other kids. She praised his resilience, adding, he's very strong and understands that he's in a special position compared to others his age. Melania also highlighted Barron's surprising influence on the 2024 presidential campaign, particularly his ability to connect with younger voters, a demographic crucial for her husband's success. She explained how Barron leveraged modern platforms like podcasts to reach out to this audience, blending humor, knowledge, and an approachable presence. Barron is a mature young man. I'm so proud of him, of his knowledge, even in politics, and the advice he gives to his father, Melania shared, her voice carrying both maternal pride and admiration. To her, Barron is not just a student navigating college life, but a trusted confidant playing a quiet yet meaningful role in shaping a presidential bid. Melania highlighted her son's deep understanding of his own generation and what they care about. He has attracted a lot of young people. He truly understands his generation. She explained that Barron's ability to connect with young voters was key to bridging the gap between traditional campaigning and today's digital platforms. Young people are not watching TV. They're on their phones, listening to podcasts. It's amazing, she said, reflecting on the evolution of political outreach. She also praised Barron's maturity and political awareness, calling him a grown young man, and credited him with playing a key role in Donald Trump's 2024 presidential campaign, especially in winning over younger voters. Melania proudly shared that her son knows exactly the right people his father needs to connect with. As the youngest of Donald Trump's 5 children, Barron faces the rare challenge of balancing a life under constant public attention with the demanding academic schedule of a New York University student. In her interview, Melania emphasized that Barron is not just a quiet observer. He actively speaks up behind the scenes of the campaign, offering thoughtful insights and pointing his father toward the right people and opportunities that could shape the outcome of the political events. She described him as a young man with remarkable maturity for his age, someone who not only understands the political arena, but also possesses an intuitive grasp of how to connect with younger generations. He knows his generation better than anyone, Melania said. He understands what they care about, how they think, and how they want to be reached. In her view, Barron's ability to bridge the gap between traditional campaigning and the fast-paced digital world of podcasts and social media has been invaluable. So what do you think of the youngest figure in the Trump family? A young man who has chosen to stay largely out of the spotlight, yet still manages to leave a mark through quiet influence and modern insight. If this story intrigued you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more fascinating glimpses into the personal side of public figures. Until Yes, the internet is buzzing with excitement after years of mystery, because for the first time, the world has finally heard the voice of Barron Trump. For so long, he was the quietest kid in the room, yet somehow the one everyone's eyes were drawn to. No yearbook photo, no casual lunch in the cafeteria, his name hidden under an alias in the school system. And now one of his classmates has finally broken the silence. What they revealed feels almost unreal. Encrypted gadgets, unspoken codes, strange daily habits, and rare, fleeting glimpses into Barron's true self. From secret football matches that nobody was supposed to see, to the gleam of a $50,000 Rolex flashing on his wrist. This is not the Barron you thought you knew. Why was he kept so hidden? And what did this classmate feel the world needed to hear? Let's find out. But before we dive deeper, we'd truly appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button if you're enjoying this video. And if you just clicked it, thank you, sincerely. Now, let's step behind the gates. Inside the walls of the Oxbridge Academy with Barron Trump, life felt surreal. He was there, yet almost invisible. He walked the same polished hallways, sat in the same classrooms, maybe even stood just a few steps away from you at the vending machine. And yet, many students said that going to school with Barron felt more like going to school near Barron. His name didn't appear in the school's records. No yearbook photo, no chatting over lunch. As the son of a president, Barron was like a ghost gliding through this $30,000 a year fortress. So who exactly is Barron Trump? Why was he shielded so carefully from the world? And what, in the end, did this classmate reveal that left everyone stunned? Back in 2017, the very year his father took the oath as the 45th President of the United States, Barron quietly began attending Oxbridge Academy in West Palm Beach, Florida. While most high school kids were worrying about acne, exams, and weekend plans, Barron's life was already unfolding in the shadows of history. Forget casual science tests or lunch plans. Barron was walking into a school that was unlike anything most teenagers could imagine. Oxbridge Academy was no ordinary college prep high school. It was founded by a billionaire, staffed with hand-picked educators, and built with one purpose: to serve the elite. Small class sizes, an almost one-to-one student-faculty ratio, cutting-edge technology at every turn, and above all, privacy, not as a suggestion, but as an unspoken law. This was the kind of place where the children of tech CEOs, hedge fund billionaires, and even members of royal families could study in peace, and where someone like Barron Trump could quite literally disappear into the background. But what happens when the person who's supposed to remain invisible suddenly has his story told by someone who saw it all, then vanished? From the very first day, Barron's time at Oxbridge was wrapped in layers of security no other student had to face. His arrivals and departures were coordinated down to the minute with the United States Secret Service. Agents moved through the campus discreetly, blending in, yet always alert. While other students arrived by a school bus or with their parents, Barron pulled up in dark SUVs, the kind that spoke volumes without saying a word. Tinted windows, subtle hand signals exchanged between agents. You couldn't miss the weight of power surrounding him, and yet that very presence made him feel even more distant from the rest. Strangely, his real name didn't even exist in the school's accessible systems. According to the classmate who has now come forward, Barron was enrolled under an alias. His real name never appeared on class rosters or in any publicly visible record. Teachers and school officials were reportedly instructed to use only his pseudonym outside of official paperwork. Why go to such extreme lengths? The answer was clear: to protect him from cyber threats. Any hacker trying to break into the school's database to track Barron's schedule would find themselves chasing a digital ghost. That's how seriously his safety and privacy were guarded. And could this complex secrecy be part of what his classmate risked everything to reveal? It's hard to say, but one thing is certain: it worked. Most of Barron's classmates still knew exactly who he was. After all, you can't externally overlook a 6'9" teenager whose father happens to be one of the most polarizing political figures of our time. Knowing about Barron is not the same as truly knowing Barron, and that's when the mystery thickened. He never appeared in any group photos. If he did, he was always on the edge of the frame like a shadow, or gone entirely. Class photos, yearbooks, sports team shots, none featured him. Even on social media, students were quietly told never to post his image, whether by accident or on purpose. It wasn't an official rule, but an unspoken understanding. You know you can't tag him, you can't mention him online, one classmate recalled. In that silence, a kind of legend formed. Where did he go after school? Did he have a separate lunch schedule? Or was he even real? He was real, very real, and impossible to miss, especially at 6'9", making him one of the tallest students at Oxbridge, impossible to overlook in any hallway or classroom. Yet his presence was deliberately muted. Measured steps, distant posture, as if living in a parallel world. Unlike most teenagers craving attention or validation, Barron avoided both, skipping dances, dodging pep rallies, never attending prom, rarely seen at games despite his natural build for sports. It's like he's playing a completely different game, one student said. And now, after years, the wall of silence has finally cracked. An insider is ready to tell it all, revealing details never before known to the press. The secret high school life of Barron Trump is about to be unveiled. From code names and encrypted devices to secret routines and unusual emotional walls, this classmate's first-hand memories paint the clearest picture we've ever had of what it was like to be near Barron Trump. But who is this anonymous source, and what finally pushed them to speak? Based on interviews and anonymous tastes shared on public forums, the source is believed to have shared at least 2 classes with Barron at Oxbridge Academy. What gives their account extra weight is the sheer, almost impossible to fabricate level of detail. They say they waited until after graduation to speak out, partly out of respect for Barron's privacy and partly out of fear. Now that school is behind them and the extreme security measures around Barron's daily life have eased, this classmate decided it was time to tell what it was really like to go to school alongside him. Why speak now? The classmate insists it wasn't about chasing fame. It was about curiosity, closure, and the sense that people thought they knew him when they really didn't. What stood out most about Barron, they said, wasn't his fame or security detail, but his energy. He wasn't just the president's son, the classmate recalled. He was a completely different kind of person. I've never met anyone like him. This wasn't admiration or sarcasm, it was genuine bewilderment. They remembered moments when Barron seemed almost too calm for a teenager, calm in a way that felt deliberate rather than shy, always keeping a certain distance. He wasn't trying to fit in, nor was he trying to stand out. He seemed to hover just beyond reach. In fact, some students didn't even realize who he really was until months after the school year began. Despite his towering height and a face recognizable from the news, Barron was officially registered under a different name, not just in school records, but among students themselves. They were subtly told that this tall kid belonged to a private family and they shouldn't ask questions. Barron never corrected anyone. Strangely, his classmate recalled, we didn't know who he really was until someone accidentally let it slip. I thought maybe he was the child of a foreign diplomat. I would have never guessed, the son of Trump. One of Barron's most consistent habits was his total refusal to eat on campus. He never brought food, never accepted food, never touched anything from the cafeteria. His classmates said he might sit, listen, maybe talk a bit, but never eat. While some speculated it was a diet or even an eating disorder, the classmate offered a different explanation: security concerns. There's always the risk of tampering, they said. The idea that something as simple as a sandwich could be a security risk might sound extreme, but for a presidential family, it's standard protocol. He probably wasn't even allowed to chew gum, the classmate added. The social dynamics around Barron were equally unusual. The classmate described an unspoken rule among students: don't approach him unless he approaches you first. Nobody ever stated it outright, it was just understood. He could be in the same room and people would act as though he wasn't there, unless he initiated contact. Sometimes he did, but most of the time he kept to himself. He wasn't unfriendly, the classmate explained. He was just observing, like he was always 3 steps ahead in any conversation. Was that quiet vigilance the result of years of training to spot threats, weigh options, and guard everything, even his words? One moment stuck with the classmate during a closed-door group project. Someone joked about the school's new surveillance cameras, and without looking up, Barron said coldly, "I know more about surveillance than the teachers." People laughed, but then the room fell silent, because nobody was sure if he was joking. It was the kind of laugh you have at first, then realize maybe it wasn't funny at all. There were even stranger stories, not just about his behavior, but about his technology. According to the classmate, Barron never used the school's standard laptop or tablet. Instead, he had his own device, something that looked like a cross between a tablet and a military-grade encrypted laptop. Clearly, that wasn't normal. They said the logo was covered, and he never left it unattended. Not once. Guess? It was a secure encrypted device provided by the Secret Service, built for safe communication but disguised to blend in. He was like part student, part secret agent, the classmate joked. At big school events, proms, pep rallies, graduation rehearsals, Barron was notably absent. He skipped the graduation rehearsals. He didn't go to dances. The only time he showed up was at the actual graduation, where he arrived quietly and left quickly with 2 agents escorting him. It didn't feel like he was graduating with us, just passing through the event, the classmate recalled. Emotionally, Barron was almost unreadable. He never opened up about personal matters. No holiday stories, no family talk. One student called him a walking blank page, but sometimes that page would crack. The classmate remembered a rare moment during a discussion about last names, when Barron quietly said, "I just wish people would talk to me without thinking about him." No explanation, just those words. Everyone knew he meant Donald. That was the closest I ever saw him come to showing frustration, the classmate said. Despite the emotional walls, the silence, and the rules, students still noticed Barron. They respected him, maybe even liked him, quietly. We respected him a lot, but we didn't really know how to include him, the classmate admitted. You didn't want to break the unspoken rules around him, even if you weren't sure what those rules were. But what truly stood out were the small human moments Barron would sometimes share. Helping classmates with notes, offering a dry but well-timed compliment, or giving a subtle nod when someone said something smart. It felt like he didn't want to blend in, but he also didn't want to stand against us. Maybe those quiet gestures are why I felt compelled to share this story, because no one else ever noticed them, the classmate said. In the end, this picture of Barron Trump is not coldness, arrogance, or isolation. It's of someone deeply in control, sharply observant, and truly one of a kind. Whatever rules he lived by, whatever challenges he faced, he handled them with a maturity most teenagers never reach. What happened next? Barron Trump after high school. In the fall of 2024, Barron enrolled at New York University's Stern School of Business. It might sound ordinary, but Barron is no longer the quiet kid hiding in the back. He's re-emerging. And what we're seeing now isn't the high school ghost of Oxbridge Academy, but a young man. Adults quietly and deliberately shape a future no one expected. According to sources close to the family, Barron's choice to attend NYU was not a random decision. It was a strategic one. NYU gave him exactly what he needed: a rigorous academic program, a bustling city that offered anonymity, and proximity to the Trump family headquarters at Trump Tower. During breaks and weekends, Barron was said to return to the tower to avoid dorm life and maintain the same level of private security he had had for most of his life. NYU wasn't just about business studies. It was also about managing public exposure and navigating life in a city famous for both opportunity and obsession. So why didn't he choose Wharton, the University of Pennsylvania's business school, where his father studied? That question sparked speculation. The answer might reveal more than Barron would ever say out loud. By bypassing Wharton, Barron could be signaling a desire to break away from the family legacy and create his own path. While Ivanka and Don Jr. leaned on the Trump name from the start, Barron always kept a deliberate distance. Choosing NYU over the legacy institution could be his way of carving out professional, mental, and social space between himself and the identity the world had long assigned to him. Perhaps this was the first step in Barron Trump redefining who he really is. Since starting college, classmates describe him in ways that suggest the mystery hasn't disappeared. It has only changed. They call him polite, serious, extremely composed, and often quietly charming. Unlike in high school, he's no longer withdrawn. He participates more in class, asks questions, and even shows up at certain group events. Yet he still keeps a significant distance. One student said, "He talks to people now, he shows up, but there's still something guarded, like watching someone who always knows the cameras are rolling." Barron has reportedly become popular, especially among female classmates, not because of celebrity allure, but because of quiet curiosity and a protective intrigue. He isn't loud or flashy, but his presence draws people in, even if they don't fully understand him. He's been seen attending private tech seminars hosted by professors and alumni, quietly sitting through advanced talks on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data privacy. Some believe he's quietly networking, discussing projects and internships without making any public announcements. And then there's the Rolex. In March 2025, Barron was spotted returning to Trump Tower with Melania, wearing a Rolex Daytona worth over $50,000. It wasn't the price that caught attention, it was the shift in his demeanor. Until then, Barron had kept a modest, discreet public presence. But this time was different. The watch, the tailored suit, the confident posture all signaled someone who knew exactly the message he was sending. He was no longer a kid. For the first time, he displayed confidence openly. What made this moment even more fascinating was the emotional backdrop. Barron wasn't just raised in the spotlight, he was carefully managed behind the scenes. From the very beginning, Melania Trump was determined to shield her son from the chaos of the presidency, making choices, sometimes controversial, to keep him away from interviews, photo shoots, and press events. The result was a boy who learned to observe rather than perform, someone who knew when to step forward and when to disappear. Even now, Barron does not post publicly on social media. He has never been TikTok famous, never tweeted a single thing. His generation lives online, yet he exists in the spaces between and still, people talk about him, sharing sightings, whispering stories, and recounting anonymous encounters. Somehow, without saying a word, he remains the center of attention. According to a former classmate, Barron's quiet refusal to compete is exactly where his power lies. He never feels the need to prove anything, and that is what makes him stand out. He's not trying to be mysterious. He simply is. In a world obsessed with being seen, Barron has built a presence that is discreet yet deeply self-aware. Such restraint is rare, and that level of control is learned, and so far, he has shown he doesn't need politics to make an impact or a public platform to remain relevant. His talent, decisions, and boundaries suggest someone who understands perfectly how influence works, even in silence. In fact, his greatest strength may not be his background or education, but his ability to navigate spaces of power without losing control of his own story. As the world continues to watch Barron Trump with curiosity, speculation, and a touch of admiration, one thing becomes clear. His silence is not accidental. It is intentional. And now, for the first time, it's time to understand what that silence means and why he protects it. Thank you for watching. And if you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more content. For years, Barron Trump stood as the silent shadow of a thunderous family legacy, a quiet presence in a world defined by volume, controversy, and relentless attention. But now something has shifted. In a bold move that surprised many, Barron is beginning to step into the light. After years of retreating behind the scenes while his famous family captured headlines, what could possibly inspire him to speak out now? Has he finally found his voice? Or is this the beginning of something far more profound? The time has come, and the world is beginning to watch more closely, to wonder what's next for Donald Trump's youngest son. Barron Trump has always held a quiet fascination. Unlike his older siblings, confident, outspoken, and deeply embedded in the family brand, Barron chose a different path. His presence has been marked by restraint and mystery, an aura of quiet elegance that's rare, especially for someone born into one of the world's most famous families. But before we dive deeper into this unfolding story, if you're enjoying this exploration of the quietest Trump, we'd truly appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button. And if you've just done that, thank you. Now, let's return to the heart of the story. While the rest of the Trump family flourished under the glaring lights of public life, Barron remained an enigma, deliberately distant. His early years were unusually private, calm, even serene, a stark contrast to the high-profile upbringings of Ivanka, Don Jr., and Eric. Though he lived in symbolic places like Trump Tower and the White House, Barron never courted attention. Unlike his siblings who were photographed at political rallies, business summits, or magazine covers, Barron preferred the shadows. When he did appear in public, he often stood apart, his expressions guarded, distant, unreadable. These rare glimpses only deepened the mystery. Was he simply introverted, or did his silence conceal something more meaningful? Was it personality or protection? Many believe that his mother, Melania Trump, played a pivotal role in shielding him from the chaos of celebrity. Known for her fierce protectiveness, Melania worked tirelessly to give Barron something few children of presidents ever receive: a normal childhood. Even during her time as First Lady, she placed Barron's privacy above all else, carefully guarding his space from the media frenzy surrounding the Trump name. Unlike his siblings who eagerly embraced the family empire, be it through business ventures or political campaigns, Barron remained largely absent from the public eye. Some argue it's due to his natural introversion, a trait that not everyone expects from someone born into such spotlight. Because for Barron, fame wasn't a pursuit. It was a constant echo he never asked for. The Trump name may carry weight, but for Barron, it may no longer carry appeal. Perhaps what he truly desires is a quieter existence, one where he can focus on his own passions, far removed from the spotlight or anyone's expectations. Even in his silence, people remain captivated by him. And now, with recent developments, Barron's presence is more compelling than ever. Because when someone who rarely speaks makes a move, everyone notices. Observers have begun to scrutinize the subtlest things: his facial expressions, his posture, the way he interacts with his family. They search for meaning in what he doesn't say, looking for insight into who he truly is. His quiet nature stands in stark contrast to his outspoken siblings, whose voices have dominated headlines and political discourse. Barron's name, ironically, stands out precisely because he hasn't spoken much at all. In a world addicted to noise, Barron remains a calming mystery, an island of stillness in the storm that is the Trump family, and that mystery has become his identity. How does someone raised in silence, under constant watch, decide to step forward and reshape their place in the narrative? Why now? Why would Barron Trump choose this moment to finally speak out? Everything changed the moment he turned 18. Overnight, the world no longer saw him as the youngest child in a famous family, but as a legal adult, carrying the weight of new responsibilities, scrutiny, and expectations. For Barron, this milestone wasn't just a number. It marked the end of innocence in the public eye. Turning 18 is a big deal for anyone, but for the youngest Trump, it came with added pressure. Every action, every word, or even silence is now dissected, interpreted, and discussed. When he was younger, his silence could be excused, chalked up to youth, shyness, or a lack of understanding. But now, those excuses no longer apply. He had to decide who he wanted to be in the eyes of the public. Barron Trump was no longer just the quiet youngest child of a controversial president. He was now an adult, stepping into a world that had watched his every move in silence. The dynamics of his family may have heavily influenced his ultimate decision. After all, the Trump family is known for its outspoken nature. Eric, Donald Jr., and Ivanka had been deeply engaged in their father's business and political ventures for years. But Barron had always been the different one, the silent observer in a family that thrived on attention and spectacle. As he matured, the distance between him and his siblings may have become more pronounced. With every passing year, it became more obvious that Barron wasn't being groomed for the same public-facing roles. Perhaps his family hoped he'd eventually take a stand or carry on a legacy, or maybe he felt internal pressure to speak up, to break the silence not only for himself but for the sake of defining his place. However, family expectations weren't the only forces at play. The outside world was also shifting rapidly, politically and socially. And yet, the Trump name remained a lightning rod in the headlines. Those external pressures may have pushed Barron toward this pivotal moment. He may have felt compelled to speak on a public issue, a political event, or a personal experience tied to the broader conversation swirling around him. What's fascinating is that this moment didn't just come out of nowhere. Over the past year, Barron had made more public appearances, and with each one he appeared more composed, more recognized. His demeanor began to shift. Subtle gestures, casual interactions, even the way he stood near his parents. Cameras caught it all. It was as if he were preparing himself step by step to emerge from the shadows. So when Barron finally spoke, it didn't feel sudden. It felt inevitable. It felt like the culmination of years of silence, years of absorbing everything around him. Now he realized he had a voice, and it was time to use it. This wasn't just a passing moment for Barron Trump. It was a turning point, a crossroads in his search for identity in a world that had long expected him to remain silent. And then he made a statement, short but deeply impactful. People listened. They were surprised by the clarity, the strength of his voice. There was no ambiguity, no carefully crafted vagueness. His words were clear, deliberate. And it wasn't just what he said. It was the fact that he said anything at all. Every major media outlet jumped in. Analysts broke down each word, each phrase, trying to interpret its deeper meaning. Social media exploded. Admiration, curiosity, skepticism, even shock. The reactions varied, but they all had one thing in common. People were paying attention. For a young man who had been a ghost in plain sight, Barron's first real public statement was like a lightning bolt. A young man long overshadowed by the towering presence of his father finally stepped into the light. To some, it felt like a breath of fresh air, a coming-of-age moment where a boy became his own man. To others, it was seen as a challenge, even a betrayal, of the traditional values and tightly woven alliances that had defined the Trump family legacy for decades. But no matter how the world chose to interpret it, one thing was clear. Barron Trump's voice, once barely a whisper, had become impossible to ignore. For years, he had remained a silent observer, standing quietly at the edges of history. Now that silence had been shattered. Loud, clear, deliberate. And so, the questions began to swirl. Was this a declaration of belief, a personal awakening? Or was it perhaps an act of rebellion against the carefully curated image that had always surrounded his family? Had Barron simply decided that it was finally time to speak for himself? Or was he trying to carve out an identity entirely separate from the towering legacy of Donald Trump? Given the timing, it could very well be both. Turning 18 is more than just a birthday. It's a moment of reckoning, of freedom, of new responsibilities. For Barron, it may have been the perfect storm, a personal milestone colliding with an urgent need to define who he truly is. Yet what stood out most wasn't just the fact that he spoke, but how he spoke. Every word chosen with care, every sentence carrying weight. It didn't feel like a message to the world. It felt like a message to his family, to his father, perhaps even to himself. A quiet declaration wrapped in civility, but fueled by emotion. And how did the family respond? With silence, deafening silence. No official statements, no Twitter posts, no rebuttals. Just a cold, vast pause that made everything feel even more uncertain. Behind those closed doors, what conversations were being had? Did his siblings view him as brave or reckless? Would his father see this as disloyalty or independence? Was there tension, disappointment, or quiet pride? Those who know the inner workings of the Trump family whispered 1,000 theories, each more intriguing than the last. The public, meanwhile, was left guessing, left watching, left wondering. In the days that followed, the media erupted. Headlines blazed across screens. Talk show hosts debated. Bloggers speculated. Influencers picked apart every word, every pause, every punctuation mark. Was this the moment? A defining pivot in the story of America's most talked about family? Was the power dynamic within the Trump household shifting before our eyes? Barron, once the quiet shadow, had become the subject of global fascination. For years, the world had wondered, what does Barron Trump really believe in? What kind of man is he becoming? How does he see the world around him? Now, with just a few carefully spoken words, he had answered, and yet sparked 1,000 more questions. What happens when the quietest member of a powerful dynasty finally finds his voice? Can that single act shift everything we thought we knew? Perhaps only now, as Barron Trump begins to speak, does the world truly begin to listen. Understanding the quiet nature of Barron Trump requires more than a surface glance. His silence over the years wasn't just a phase, it was formative. It shaped him. It defined how he would navigate a world that constantly watched his every move. In a family known for bold statements and louder-than-life personalities, Barron chose a different path. A path of stillness, of observation, of quiet self-construction. His recent public statement wasn't just a comment, it was a seismic event within the Trump family dynamic. It wasn't loud, it wasn't long, but it was enough. Enough to shift the air around them, enough to make people stop and ask, what just happened? It seemed to signal more than just an opinion. It was a shift in power, a turning point, a private rebellion that echoed beyond the walls of their gilded life. Behind closed doors, the tension reportedly surged. The family that once functioned as a unified front now faced a crack, subtle but impossible to ignore. The world saw silence, but those who knew the rhythms of the Trump household could sense it. Barron's voice had triggered something, a pause, a recalibration, a new reality. Growing up in a family that's constantly in the limelight is a burden few can understand. Barron lived most of his life on the periphery, present but quiet, watching, learning. And when he finally chose to speak, the world wasn't ready. Was it a personal awakening, a plea after years of silence, or a bold strike of defiance? Whatever it was, the ripple effects were immediate. Had Donald Trump been present in that moment, perhaps he might have seen it as a challenge. He has always been the guardian of the Trump image, the architect of the family's narrative. Barron's words came at a time when the former president remains an omnipresent figure, carefully curating the Trump legacy. This was not a coordinated move. This was a surprise, and that made it even more powerful. So does Donald see this as a threat? Or perhaps, deep down, a sign that his youngest son is finally stepping into his own? Maybe both. What's undeniable is this. Barron's voice, though calm and deliberate, has cut through the noise. It has reframed how the public sees not just him, but the entire Trump family. The legacy has shifted. The narrative is no longer one-dimensional. And as the cameras turn, as the world leans in closer, one question lingers louder than all others. What happens when the quietest Trump starts speaking? Does the world finally begin to understand? Or does everything we've known start to unravel? The confidence, or the concern about the consequences of his words remains uncertain. What's clear, however, is that the level of tension within the Trump family may now hinge on how Barron's older siblings respond. Ivanka, Donald Jr., and Eric have long been public figures, closely involved in the family business and political narrative. The future of their familial relationships could depend on how they interpret Barron's bold remarks. Will they see his statement that does a sign of emotional maturity, or as a threat to the family's unity? The Trump name carries immense weight. Their public image has always been more than personal. It's been a symbol, a brand. From Donald's real estate empire to his presidency, success has largely rested on projecting a unified front. But now, with Barron's comments rippling through the media, that carefully curated image faces both the opportunity to evolve and the risk of fracturing. How will people remember Barron's moment of truth? Will he be seen as brave, standing for authenticity and independence, or as someone who challenged family tradition too publicly? Only time will reveal how the Trump family, and Barron himself, will navigate this new and uncertain chapter. What happens when the quietest Trump finally breaks his silence? Can Barron's bold move reshape the family's future? One defining question remains. Is this a permanent shift in how Barron expresses himself, or just a fleeting moment of rebellion? For most of his life, he was nearly invisible, a shadow behind the headlines as his family thrived in the spotlight. But now his direct words reveal a readiness to stand out, even if it changes how the world and his own family see him. Is this the beginning of a new path for Barron? Many are asking what comes next. Will he follow in his father's political footsteps, or carve out a life far away from the feverish media cycle? Despite being born into the deeply rooted Trump legacy, Barron holds a unique chance to break away from the expectations that once shaped his father's rise. Will he choose a quieter, more private existence, or continue the Trump dynasty in his own way? His decision to speak out reflects a broader shift seen among younger generations today. A desire to challenge old rules and assert more individuality and independence than ever before. Understanding the deeply quiet nature of Barron Trump reveals just how profoundly his silence has shaped him. Those silent years were not just a phase, they molded him into who he is today. During that time, he deliberately stayed away from chaos to build his own identity within a family known for being outspoken and bold. Barron's recent declaration sent shockwaves through the Trump family. It wasn't just a remark, it marked a pivotal moment that shifted family dynamics and the way they functioned together. This unexpected move didn't just surprise the public. It ignited tension behind closed doors. His words appeared to trigger a shift in the family's behavior. Growing up in such a famous family is a challenge, and Barron has spent most of his life away from the spotlight. But once he found his voice, people began to question what was really going on. Was this a personal call, a reaction to years of silence, or a bold act of rebellion? Whatever the motivation, the family immediately felt the ripple effects. If Donald Trump had been present, he might have seen the situation very differently. As a prominent figure who carefully curates his family's image, the former president has always controlled the narrative around their lives. Barron's statement, delivered at a critical time, could be viewed as a challenge to that control. Does Donald see it as a threat to his power or a sign of Barron's newfound independence? Maybe both. Barron's voice is now clear and unmistakable, even if it shifts the way the world sees their family. Whether Donald Trump embraces his son's growth or fears the consequences remains uncertain. The level of division within the family may also hinge on the reactions of Barron's older siblings. Ivanka, Donald Jr., and Eric have long been public figures and actively involved in the family's business. The future of their relationships may depend on how they interpret Barron's comments. With the youngest family member suddenly telling a different story, will they see it as a sign of maturity or feel threatened? The Trump name carries immense weight. Their public image has always been part of a larger narrative, from Donald's business empire to his presidency. Their success has largely depended on presenting a unified front. Now, with Barron's remarks making waves, the image they've worked so hard to build could be enhanced or fractured. How will people remember Barron's actions? Will they see him as brave for standing up for his freedom, or rebellious for challenging tradition? Only time will reveal how the Trump family and Barron himself navigate this new chapter. What happens when the quietest Trump finally breaks his silence? Could Barron's bold move redefine the family's future? A dominant question remains. Is this a permanent shift in how he expresses himself? For most of his life, Barron remained nearly invisible while his family thrived in the public eye. His blunt comment made it clear he's ready to stand out, even if it changes how his family and the world see him. Could this be the beginning of a new path for Barron? Many are wondering what comes next. Will he follow his father's political footsteps? Or will he try to escape the media frenzy and create a completely different life? Despite the Trump name being deeply rooted in American politics, Barron has a unique chance to carve his own path, one that breaks free from the rigid expectations that shaped his father's journey. Will he choose a quieter, more private life, or carry on the family legacy? Barron's decision to speak out reflects a broader trend among today's youth, challenging old rules and striving for independence and identity more than ever. His recent actions appear to reflect a deep yearning to carve out his own identity, a quiet rebellion against the massive shadow cast by his iconic family name. It's a moment that forces us to pause and consider that even those born into unimaginable privilege and influence eventually confront a very personal question. What does the future truly mean to me? For Barron Trump, this could very well be the genesis of an entirely new chapter. A chapter where his voice, once faint, barely a whisper behind closed doors, has suddenly become undeniable, loud, and meaningful. For so long, he was just a silent presence at public events, the tall figure standing behind his parents, almost an observer in his own life. But now the world has heard him, and nothing will ever be quite the same again. Could this be the pivotal moment when Barron begins to discover his true self, redefining how both his family and the world perceive him? Will he continue to speak up for what he believes in, taking the first steps toward becoming a voice of a new generation? Or will he quietly retreat, returning to the peaceful anonymity he's long seemed to prefer? Opinions are as divided as they are passionate. Some feel inspired, others unsettled, but nearly everyone is watching. After years of near total silence, this single sharp moment of expression has raised a tidal wave of curiosity. Could this be a singular outburst, or the beginning of a new, more public role? One thing is certain, the world is watching and waiting. Will Barron issue more public comments following this bold declaration, or will he once again disappear into the background? It's impossible to say for sure. Having spent most of his life behind the curtain, Barron now stands at a crossroads. He might step forward, fully embracing the spotlight that once eluded him, or he might choose to walk back into the quiet world where his name speaks louder than his words. Yet, regardless of what lies ahead, one truth remains clear. This could be the beginning of an entirely new narrative, one where Barron isn't just the youngest Trump, but a man in his own right, a man whose choices could shift not just his own legacy, but the legacy of an entire family known for its indelible imprint on American life. He's cracked the door open to new possibilities, possibilities that may lead to transformation, rebellion, or a reimagining of what it means to be a Trump in today's world. Only time will tell where these choices will take him, but one thing is undeniable. Barron Trump has arrived, not as a footnote, but as a chapter all his own. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, share it with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more incredible stories. Tap on the next video on the screen right now to continue this journey. Thank you again for your support. For years, Barron Trump lived in the shadows, quiet, elusive, and nearly invisible beneath the weight of one of the most polarizing dynasties in American history. He was the silent figure at the edge of every camera frame, the youngest Trump, often seen but rarely heard. But now that silence is beginning to crack. Barron is stepping forward, and what he has to say may forever alter the way the world sees Donald Trump. What is life really like inside the towering walls of the Trump empire? What truths has Barron witnessed while the world remained fixated on his father? This is not just a tale of privilege. It is a raw, personal glimpse into the man behind the myth, told through the eyes of the son who lived it. Father and son, two titles, one bond, infinitely complex. To the public, Donald Trump has always been larger than life. A real estate tycoon, a former president, a figure of endless spectacle and controversy. But to Barron, he is, first and foremost, just dad. And that role carries a level of complexity that few outside their golden walls could ever truly grasp. From the outside, it's easy to assume Barron grew up wrapped in luxury, constantly surrounded by opulence, fame, and unimaginable power inside gleaming, gold-plated towers. But behind closed doors, his relationship with his father tells a much more nuanced story. One shaped by the very forces that forged the legend of Donald Trump. Ruthless ambition, deep pride, and a relentless need to project strength. Yet within that storm of pride and ambition lie rare but powerful glimpses of tenderness. Moments when Donald Trump, the man of marble, softens into something more human. He has never shied away from speaking about Barron in public. Time and again, he praises his son's intelligence, his intuition, and his sharp understanding of the modern world. In a recent interview, Trump admitted how much Barron had influenced him, especially in navigating today's chaotic media landscape. Barron knows everything about the younger crowd. He knows people I've never heard of, like Aiden Ross. I asked him, "Who is that?" And he tells me, "Dad, he's a huge deal. You've got to listen to him. He's very smart," Trump remarked, visibly impressed. It was one of the few moments where the former president seemed genuinely in awe. Not of himself, but of his son. What may surprise many is that Barron's influence isn't confined to quiet dinner table advice. It's translating into real-world impact. According to senior advisor Jason Miller, Barron's recommendations on digital platforms like TikTok and podcasts have driven unprecedented traffic. Every suggestion he makes goes viral, Miller shared. He's done an amazing job behind the scenes. This revelation exposes a lesser-known side of Donald Trump, not just as a father being advised by his son, but as a man humbled by the changing tides of a generation he never fully belonged to. In Barron, we don't just see a son, we see a quiet architect of influence, shaping the Trump brand for a new era. A proud father, increasingly leaning on the instincts and digital fluency of his son to keep up with a media world that moves faster than ever before. Barron Trump is no longer just a quiet presence in the background. He has become a trusted confidant, a silent strategist, and most importantly, a crucial bridge to the tech-savvy generation that Donald Trump needs in his corner. Yet, behind every public compliment and glowing praise from his father lies a more complicated truth, a burden that only a son in Barron's position could understand. For Barron, admiration from Donald Trump comes with a price, a high expectation, spoken or unspoken, that never leaves the room. Standing at an astonishing 6'7", 2.03 meters, Barron often becomes the center of attention at public events, where Donald Trump takes every opportunity to highlight his son's intellect. These moments frequently go viral, shared across social media as symbols of legacy and pride. But behind the bright lights and public adoration lies a more intimate reality, one forged in quiet resilience. Barron has grown up not just as the son of a former U.S. president, but as a witness to his father's evolving identity, a showman, a strategist, a master of his own narrative. but also a father who listens deeply when his son speaks. For Barron, this relationship has never been black and white. It has always walked a delicate line between deep affection and a sharp awareness that in the Trump household, both love and legacy are woven into every moment, every decision, every word. Those closest to Barron describe him as thoughtful and perceptive, someone who has long understood the thin line between personal loyalty and the weight of public expectation. For him, the remarkable achievements that define his father's legacy also come with their own silent costs. The endless hours, the blinding spotlight, and the steep emotional price of maintaining an unshakable identity in a world built on image. And so Barron remains a quiet observer of both the man and the myth. He absorbs it all, the spectacle, the pressure, the performance. But he also carries forward something more enduring, lessons learned, moments felt, a blueprint of what to keep and what to change. He is, in many ways, shaping his own identity under the looming shadow of one of the most divisive figures of our time. A more reserved Trump in the public eye, perhaps, but no less conscious of what it means to carry the name. But beyond the dazzling spotlight and larger-than-life persona lies a man few ever truly see. A man Barron Trump understands in a way no journalist, biographer, or critic ever could. The real Donald, contradictory and complex, a man fiercely protective, yet emotionally distant, driven by image, yet deeply vulnerable beneath the surface. These are truths the cameras never quite capture. Barron has seen the moments that disrupt the carefully curated public perception. He's witnessed the nights when Donald, far from the flashes of the press, wrestled with doubt, wondering if a deal was truly good enough, worrying how headlines would portray him the next day. This was not the invincible tycoon the world expected, but a father grappling with fear, frustration, and flickers of uncertainty. In those quiet, unguarded moments, Barron discovered something few could imagine, that even the most confident man on earth carries seeds of doubt. He began to understand that loyalty was not just a value for his father, it was a filter through which every relationship was judged. For Donald Trump, loyalty isn't optional, it's the currency of trust. And once it's spent or broken, it's rarely forgiven. Staff, friends, even longtime business partners who disappointed Donald were often cast aside with startling speed. For Barron, this was a double-edged lesson. It taught him the weight of standing by those he loves, but also the fragility of even the closest bonds in his father's world. Behind the power suits and televised speeches, there were rituals, quiet, almost invisible, that Donald used to hold himself together. Barron watched his father make late-night calls to trusted confidants, pore over newspapers, or simply stand alone at the window, gazing out over the city he once conquered. To the public, Donald was always charging forward, but to Barron, these private pauses revealed something else: introspection, weariness, and sometimes regret. What intrigued Barron most was how his father managed his emotions. In front of the cameras, Donald was fire and thunder, blazing speeches, sharp retorts, bold declarations. But behind closed doors, he was reserved, measured, even silent. Barron began to realize that this man, so publicly expressive, was, in private, remarkably restrained. His father rarely spoke of fear, sadness, or doubt. Instead, much of his energy was spent preserving control, a quiet fight to keep the cracks from showing. These revelations left Barron with much to reflect on. They revealed a deeply complex man, often worlds apart from the bold, unshakable public persona his father had carefully crafted over the decades. These were private moments off stage, far from the flashes, when the performer, the fighter, and the dealmaker disappeared. And in their place, Barron saw a man still carrying those roles long after the crowd had gone home. As Barron matured, he began to see the hidden side of that performance, not just the man, but the machine. He saw how the shadows shaped decisions, forged alliances, and ignited conflicts, forces that would ultimately mold the Trump legacy. To the outside world, the Trump empire looks like a symbol of towering wealth, power, and global prestige, a glittering network of hotels, golf courses, real estate, and international deals stretching from New York to Dubai. The glistening marble of Trump Tower, the sweeping greens of the Trump National Golf Clubs, the grand gold-lettered signs bearing his name, all were proudly displayed victories designed to impress. But growing up inside that empire, Barron saw something far less glamorous. He understood the inner workings of the machine, the immense complexity of keeping it all alive, and the quiet toll it exacted on everyone involved. From a young age, Barron became familiar with the inner pulse of the Trump brand. While tourists marveled at the glimmering chandeliers and polished marble floors, he moved through those very same corridors with a quiet awareness of the pressure pulsing beneath. He watched his father obsess over the smallest details, from the perfect curve of a logo to the exact thread count on hotel linens. To the outside world, such meticulousness might seem like mere perfectionism. But to Barron, it was something far more revealing. It was the mark of a man burdened by the knowledge that a single mistake, a missed opportunity, or a misstep in presentation could unravel decades of work. He came to understand that this empire wasn't built solely on business deals. It was built on image, carefully designed, tirelessly maintained, and endlessly scrutinized. His father's success wasn't measured solely by square footage or stock values. It was also in the headlines, the television ratings, and the ability to shape public perception. Barron had watched endless meetings with media consultants, attorneys, and advisors, all with one goal: crafting the Trump narrative, turning failure into opportunity, turning criticism into fuel, turning rivals into stepping stones. The Trump empire was both legend and real estate, its founder a brand, its protector a warrior. Throughout Donald Trump's presidency, under intense scrutiny over business entanglements, his inner circle worked relentlessly to deflect accusations. In May, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt publicly addressed these concerns. "I think everyone, everyday Americans, can see how absurd it is to suggest that this president is profiting from the office. He was wildly successful before ever stepping into politics. He gave it all up to serve his country," she stated firmly. For Barron, these statements weren't mere sound bites. They were part of an unending war to defend not just a fortune, but a legacy forever under the microscope, constantly judged, endlessly speculated upon. What impressed Barron most was how personal business was to his father. A deal was never just a transaction. It was a battle. Every negotiation was a test of strength. Every victory brought fierce pride. And every loss, no matter how small, left a wound deeper than outsiders could comprehend. Barron saw Donald celebrate wins with raucous joy, but he also saw the sleepless nights, the tense phone calls, and the quiet moments when the weight of those battles pressed down on his father's shoulders. The invincible aura began to flicker as Barron glimpsed the deeply human frailty beneath the Trump empire's glossy surface. He saw beyond the facade, the executives burning the midnight oil to close last-minute deals, the staff keeping the properties humming, and the loyal supporters who stood by through scandals and triumphs alike. To witness firsthand the weight his father had to bear, the relentless labor, the unforgiving scrutiny of the public eye, and the ceaseless pressure to stay ahead, left a profound mark on young Barron Trump. As he grew older, a question began to stir quietly within him. At what point does a great empire stop serving the man who built it and begin consuming him instead? It was a life that shimmered with power yet cast long shadows. While the world followed Donald Trump's meteoric rise from the sidelines of celebrity to the presidency of the United States, Barron experienced that same ascent from the quietest corners of the stage. As the youngest son of one of the most polarizing figures in modern history, Barron spent most of his life behind the curtains, present during pivotal moments, yet rarely speaking. His expressions were dissected. His voice, if ever heard, remained within the intimate circles of trust. To the public, he was merely the boy standing beside the spectacle, the silent son next to the man who dominated headlines. But Barron's reality was far more nuanced. He wasn't just a bystander. He was a quiet witness to history in motion, navigating the harsh glare of the spotlight while struggling to shape an identity of his own. From campaign trails to corridors of the White House, Barron remained ever observant. He watched his father deliver fiery speeches, absorb ruthless criticism, and weather both triumphant celebrations and public scandals with unwavering resolve. Where Donald Trump thrived in attention, drawing it in and wielding it like both shield and sword, Barron instinctively stepped back. Those closest to him often describe him as remarkably perceptive, thoughtful, and mature beyond his years. But Barron didn't just study his father, he studied the world's reaction. He saw how allies could morph into enemies overnight. He noticed how a headline, a careless tweet, or even a photograph could transform praise into condemnation. These weren't just anecdotes, they were living lessons in loyalty, influence, and the ever-changing nature of public opinion. And with them came a deep, almost invisible loneliness, one that clings tightly to anyone raised in the eye of the storm. Despite growing up in some of the world's most iconic landmarks, from the gold-trimmed marble floors of Trump Tower to the historic elegance of the White House, Barron's world was startlingly small. Tight security protocols, rigid schedules, and the ever-looming threat of public scrutiny confined every step he took. In a world that seemed limitless on the outside, simple things, like forming friendships, became complex challenges. The ordinary experiences of adolescence, shopping trips, parties, or even just walking the streets unnoticed, were rare privileges for Barron Trump. For most teens, these moments are spontaneous, fleeting joys. But for Barron, they were distant luxuries, often traded for privacy, protection, and protocol. The invisible wall built by proximity to power separated him from the world beyond his family's orbit. And yet, within this isolation, Barron absorbed something far more profound: how to quietly navigate the relentless tides of his father's complicated world. He watched deals get made, saw the maneuvers behind the scenes, and learned how every word, every gesture was a deliberate act crafted for impact. He saw tensions flare, caught glimpses of doubt, disappointment, and fatigue, emotions seldom shown in public. Barron wasn't merely a son in the background. He was a silent student of power, witnessing the architecture of legacy and the strain it placed on the builder. Observers have noted striking parallels between father and son. But unlike the grandiosity and bombast that define Donald Trump's public persona, Barron displays a quieter strength, a subtle gravity that sets him apart. Through these silent studies, Barron came to understand the true cost of living in perpetual conflict, of always needing to be seen, and the deep loneliness that often shadows great power. These formative experiences didn't just shape his understanding of legacy, they redefined it. As Barron enters adulthood, the world waits to see whether he will follow in his father's footsteps, or carve a path entirely his own. One not driven by echoes, but by a voice finally ready to be heard: Donald Trump and the power of image. Few figures in modern history that have mastered the art of image making quite like Donald Trump. Long before he became president, he understood one key truth: in the age of spectacle, perception is power. He didn't merely want to be successful, he wanted to look successful. He cultivated a brand of unapologetic opulence, gold-plated interiors, soaring skyscrapers, and a persona that radiated dominance. The name Trump itself became a symbol, not just of wealth, but of winning, of bravado, of an unrelenting presence in any room he entered. This image-making began in the brutal world of New York real estate. From the polished lobbies of Trump Tower to his iconic turn on The Apprentice, every move was curated for maximum visibility. The phrase "you're fired" wasn't just a catchphrase, it was a declaration of control. Trump knew that in branding, simplicity was power. It was never just about selling real estate or television shows or even a lifestyle. What Donald Trump sold most masterfully was Donald Trump himself. That larger-than-life image, carefully built and relentlessly promoted, blurred the lines between reality and performance. Each gold-plated room, each booming soundbite, each headline, whether positive or scandalous, fed into the myth. It wasn't merely a career, it was domination. It was spectacle. It was power dressed in a red tie and confidence too loud to ignore. Trump's mastery of image became his sharpest weapon when he stepped into the political arena. Unlike traditional candidates who courted donors, party leaders, or think tank endorsements, Trump's brand was the campaign. His name alone was louder than any slogan. Every rally, every tweet, whether impulsive or strategic, reinforced a singular message. This was the outsider, the fighter, the man who could not be bought or tamed. To his supporters, he was never just a politician. He was a symbol of defiance, of disruption, of payback against a system they believed had failed them. He was their fist on the table, their scream into the void. But what young Barron saw, often behind the curtain, was not the performance. It was the tireless effort required to keep the performance intact. Behind that effortless bravado was strategy, precise, exhausting, and obsessively managed. The legend of Donald Trump the outsider wasn't a fluke. It was constructed, brick by golden brick. Every gesture, every word, every silence was weighed. Nothing was left to chance. The myth had to be protected at all costs. Trump's team operated like a war room, constantly shaping headlines, spinning narratives, reframing failures as strength. A scandal wasn't a setback. It was proof of resilience. An insult wasn't weakness. It was bait. Even when bruised, the myth stayed standing, dusting itself off, pointing a finger at the enemy, and walking back into the fight. And so, the battle was never only about protecting Donald Trump, the man. It was about defending Donald Trump, the myth of the undefeated, the unbreakable, the man who never apologizes, never falters, and never loses. That myth was powerful. That myth sold. And for Barron, growing up beneath the towering shadow of that image, it meant learning early that perception wasn't just part of politics. It was politics. Public perception is not just a reflection. It's a force, a kind of invisible power that can uplift, shield, and even inspire. But in the wrong hands, or in moments of deep vulnerability, it becomes something far more dangerous. It becomes a weapon. And that is perhaps the most chilling lesson Barron Trump absorbed from growing up in the eye of the storm. That perception isn't passive. It's constructed, controlled, and at times weaponized, not just to win, but to erase, deflect, and dominate. To live in the shadow of a myth is to carry the weight of the truth, and Barron carries it quietly, watching, learning, questioning. He knows now that shaping public image is not merely a part of the politics. It is politics. And perhaps more than that, it is power in its purest form. If this glimpse into Barron Trump's secret world has offered you a new lens through which to view Donald Trump, we invite you to join us on this journey. Like the video, subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to tap the bell icon so you'll never miss our next major reveal. We have more stories to tell, stories that peel back the layers, challenge assumptions, and reintroduce the people you thought you already knew. And now we want to hear from you. Do you think the world is finally ready to listen to Barron's side of the story? Share your thoughts in the comments. And while you're here, click on the next video on your screen. It just might change everything you thought you knew. This historic day, and I want to talk to you about Barron Trump, because lately headlines are whispering that he stole the show. Yes, that same Barron we've seen grow from the youngest son of Donald Trump into a towering, quiet figure who captures everyone's attention but rarely speaks. And now, at 19, the spotlight has returned to him. Not for the reasons you might expect. Rumors are spreading like wildfire. Harvard allegedly has rejected him. But why? Why would Harvard turn away a Trump? This isn't just another story of elite admissions drama. There's something deeper at play. In this video, we'll dig into the real story behind the headlines. So don't go anywhere. The details, wild. The theories, even wilder. And the truth, it's finally starting to surface. What began as a soft whisper in the shadows of the internet has exploded into full-blown chaos. The idea that the Trump family's youngest was rejected by Harvard wasn't even on anyone's radar until spring 2025. Then suddenly, boom, it was everywhere. At first, it felt like idle gossip, but you know how quickly things erupt online, especially when it involves politics and a famous last name. But before we dive deeper, we'd love it if you hit that subscribe button. If you just did, thank you, truly. Now back to the story. It all began with a post on X, formerly known as Twitter. Yes, it still feels odd saying that. A massive account with over 5 million followers called Anonymous dropped what can only be described as a digital bombshell, that Donald Trump had pulled federal funding from Harvard after the school rejected his son. Yes, seriously, that was the claim. The internet lost its mind. You'd think the Trump name alone would be a golden ticket into the Ivy League, right? Not this time. Then came the real shocker. Barron himself was rumored to have opened up about the rejection, and reportedly, it hurt. He was emotional, and honestly, it caught many people off guard. What really happened behind those closed doors to make him feel this way? Stick with us, because the deeper we go, the more the puzzle pieces start to fit together, but not in the way you'd expect. Naturally, the internet did what it always does. It went wild. People quoted the post, stitched it into videos, debated it across every platform like it was the next political thriller. And to make it even messier, around the same time, Trump actually slashed Harvard's funding. First, about $100 million in federal contracts vanished in April. Then another cut, this time $3.2 billion in grants and deals, disappeared by May. You can imagine what happened next. People started asking, is this political or personal? Because let's be honest, if you were president and your child got rejected by the very school you once praised, would you just let it slide? Or would you strike back? The internet connected the dots like it was straight out of a movie. One viral post asked, so Barron was rejected by Harvard, Stanford, and Columbia, and now Trump's pulling funding from all of them. You're telling me that's just a coincidence? Others demanded proof, an actual rejection letter, to settle the storm. The internet, always hungry for receipts, wanted hard evidence. But even in the absence of black and white confirmation, the wildfire of speculation only grew stronger. We've watched Barron Trump evolve from his earliest, hesitant steps in front of the camera as Donald Trump's youngest son, to a tall, composed, and quiet figure who seemed to float just outside the glare of public scrutiny, a symbol of mystery and restraint in a family known for volume and spotlight. But now, at 19, Barron is back in the headlines, and not for fashion choices or family vacations. No, this time it's different. This time it's Harvard. Rumors claim the Ivy League powerhouse turned him down. But the bigger question is, why? Why would one of the most powerful surnames in American history get the cold shoulder from the very institution that has, for decades, welcomed the country's elite? This isn't just another tale of privileged kids getting denied. It feels like there's more at stake, a deeper undercurrent, and that's exactly what we're here to uncover. So don't go anywhere. The details are wild, the theories even wilder. And finally, the truth is starting to leak out. What began as a hushed late-night post on the internet has now erupted into full-blown digital mayhem. No one even suspected Barron Trump's Harvard rejection until the spring of 2025. Then suddenly, boom, the story was everywhere. At first, it sounded like idle chatter, digital noise. But if you've been online long enough, you know how quickly whispers become wildfire, especially when politics and celebrity collide. Everything traced back to a single post on X, formerly known as Twitter. And yes, we still agree it feels strange calling it that. The account, a massive one with over 5 million followers. The username? Anonymous. The message? A digital bombshell. According to the post, Donald Trump had withdrawn federal funding from Harvard because they rejected his son. Simple, explosive, and instantly viral. The internet exploded. Again. People assumed the Trump name alone guaranteed access to the Ivy League. Apparently not. And then came the moment that truly shook people. A leak. One suggesting Barron himself had opened up about the rejection. The tone was vulnerable, hurt. It painted a picture of a young man blindsided by a system his family once praised. And just like that, public sympathy shifted. The silent Trump had become the center of a firestorm. It was emotional, raw, and to be honest, it caught people off guard. Because Barron Trump, known for his silence, was suddenly at the center of a swirling public heartbreak. And the question that echoed louder than the headlines was this: what exactly happened behind those closed doors that shocked him so deeply? Stay with us, because the deeper we go, the more the puzzle pieces begin to align. But not in the way you might expect. Naturally, the internet did what it always does. It descended into absolute chaos. The post was quoted, remixed, stitched into TikToks, debated on YouTube panels, discussed in Reddit forums, and argued about on live Twitter X Spaces. People were treating this story like the next big political thriller. And then, just when it couldn't get more explosive, real-world events started to mirror the drama online. In April, a staggering $100 million in federal contracts linked to Harvard suddenly disappeared. Then, in May, another blow. $3.2 billion in grants and agreements evaporated, vanished, just like that. And that's when the internet really snapped into overdrive. People began asking, is this about politics or something personal? Because let's be real, if you were president and your child got rejected by the school you trusted, admired, or even donated to, would you just shrug it off? Or would you hit back? This wasn't just online noise anymore. People started connecting the dots like it was a script lifted from a Hollywood conspiracy drama. One post went viral with a damning question. So Barron was rejected by Harvard, Stanford, and Columbia, and now Trump's pulling funding from all three? You're telling me that's just a coincidence? It was like someone lit a match in a room full of gasoline. Then came the demands. Proof, receipts. People wanted the actual rejection letter. Others tweeted things like, Harvard better release that application and letter so we know what really happened. As if Harvard would ever publicly disclose the private application file of any student, let alone the son of one of the most divisive political figures in modern U.S. history. Still, the hunger for answers only grew. And to be fair, it's not hard to understand why people feel uneasy. First, there's the alleged rejection. Then suddenly, massive federal funding cuts targeting multiple Ivy League institutions. It all started to feel like something out of a high school drama club. Except this was national politics. And it wasn't just anonymous accounts fanning the flames. Real lawmakers joined the conversation. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse from Rhode Island even mocked the situation on X, posting something like, makes you wonder how many Trumps have already been rejected by Harvard. That's a sitting U.S. senator weighing in with sarcasm. At that moment, the narrative escalated from unverified whispers to a full-blown political broadcast. Even mainstream media outlets began to cover the story. Most didn't confirm it, of course. They were careful to label it as unverified. But just the fact they talked about it was enough to pour gasoline on the fire. And then came the biggest question of all. If there's truly nothing here, then why is everyone suddenly talking about it? It was a textbook case of where there's smoke, there's fire, even when the smoke was nothing but a cloud of baseless gossip and the fire never truly existed. Snopes, the well-known fact-checking site that debunks internet myths and urban legends, stepped in to investigate the swirling rumor. Their conclusion was definitive. There is no evidence that Barron Trump ever applied to Harvard, let alone got rejected. But did that stop people from whispering, speculating, and fanning the flames? Not even close. When it comes to powerful families, elite schools, and high-stakes politics, most people don't care for boring truths. They crave drama. They want scandal. They want the hot tea, even if it's lukewarm or entirely made up. And let's be honest, Barron Trump has always been a mystery. We see him, but we don't truly know him. He's tall, quiet, intensely private. So when a story began to swirl about a misunderstood, gifted teen rejected by Harvard, with a furious father lashing out behind the scenes, it exploded. Whether true or not, people couldn't look away. Why would Harvard reject someone rich, famous, and with every imaginable advantage? That's what got people scratching their heads. The alleged rejection seemed to hint that it wasn't just about grades or test scores. And when Barron finally opened up, it went deeper than anyone expected. He explained what really happened. And from his side, it wasn't some petty drama. It was emotional. It was personal. It was enough to bring him to tears. So what's the real truth about Barron's college journey? Just like most things involving the Trump family, the real story wasn't nearly as dramatic as the rumors suggested, but it was still worth hearing. Because once you strip away the noise, what's left is surprisingly human. While the internet went wild with theories that Barron Trump had applied and been rejected from Harvard, somehow triggering Donald Trump's Ivy League vendetta, none of it was true. In a rare move, Melania Trump, who's usually silent, especially when it comes to Barron, stepped forward through her spokesperson to set the record straight. She issued a clear statement. She didn't just deny the rejection, she clarified that Barron never even applied. There were no essays, no applications, nothing, just rumors. And what stood out most was that Melania's spokesperson emphasized how intentional the family had been about keeping Barron's college plans private, which makes sense considering the boy had spent nearly his entire childhood in the public eye. This was one part of life they wanted to keep to themselves. And honestly, who can blame them? Barron is still a teenager. Most kids his age change their college plans every other month. In essence, Melania was saying, he's exploring, let him have some space. And you have to respect that. He's been under relentless scrutiny since he was 10. It's time he makes a decision without the whole world watching. And just when it seemed like everything was finally calming down, someone unearthed an old Fox News interview from June 2024, where Donald Trump was asked directly about Barron's college future. And here's where things got even more unexpected. When pressed about Barron's college plans, Donald Trump, in a rare moment of restraint, didn't mention Harvard. Not once. No Ivy League shoutouts, nothing. And if there was ever a moment ripe for bragging rights, we all know Trump wouldn't have held back. But instead, in his own classic Trump fashion, he simply said, Barron got into a lot of great schools. When asked why Barron ultimately chose NYU's Stern School of Business, Trump offered a straightforward answer. He liked the school, and he wanted to stay in New York. That's it. No secret revenge plot, no hidden agenda, just a college decision based on preference. And let's be honest, NYU Stern isn't some safety net. It's a top-tier business school, one of the best you can attend if you're serious about corporate finance or entrepreneurship. People close to the family say Barron has always had a genuine interest in business, not just because of his father, but because it's truly what excites him. He had been looking into business programs in New York from the start. So choosing NYU wasn't a fallback. It was intentional. It made sense. So no, Barron Trump wasn't rejected by Harvard. He didn't even apply. And once you hear his reasons for picking NYU, you start to see him in a completely different light. He's not trying to imitate his father or chase headlines. He's simply walking his own path. What's really fascinating is that Barron made a quiet choice that sets him apart from the rest of his famous family. Not out of rebellion or drama, but in a calm, deliberate, and entirely personal way. Not for legacy, not for public image, but for what he wanted. Unlike his older siblings who mostly followed the traditional Trump strategy, think Ivy League, Barron chose different. While elite universities of the Ivy League and top institutions in D.C. drew in America's brightest young minds, Barron Trump chose a different path. He didn't go to Harvard. He didn't go to Penn, not Georgetown either. He chose NYU. And of course, that got people talking. Whispers swirled. Did he not get into an Ivy? You know how rumors start, but the truth wasn't about rejection. It was about choosing what truly fit him. This wasn't a decision made out of pressure or defeat. It was a conscious, thoughtful, and, let's be honest, remarkably mature move for a 19-year-old. So why NYU? The answer is surprisingly simple. There's something about growing up in a city, knowing its rhythm, its streets, its energy, that leaves a mark on your soul. It becomes part of your DNA. And for Barron, New York City isn't just a backdrop. It's home. He didn't just live in Manhattan, he grew up there. Trump Tower wasn't merely a skyscraper with his father's name blazing on the facade. It was the place where childhood memories were made, where life felt familiar in a world that so often wasn't. In a life under constant spotlight, who could blame him for wanting a sense of continuity, of comfort? According to Melania, this choice was completely his own. In an interview from September 2024, Melania shared simply, it was his decision. He wanted to come to New York, study in New York, and stay in his home. A classic motherly moment. Calm, supportive, quietly proud. And honestly, it made perfect sense. College is stressful enough without the added pressure of being the son of a former president. Instead of a cramped dorm room shared with strangers, Barron remained at Trump Tower, his own base camp, a space that offered him privacy, comfort, and let's face it, probably some world-class meals. And Melania? She began spending more time in New York again, staying close, especially during those early months of adjustment. There was something incredibly touching about that bond, a mother and son finding new strength in each other during a transition into adulthood. And let's be clear, Barron didn't just enroll in any program at NYU. He was accepted into the Stern School of Business, one of the most competitive and respected business schools in the country. This was no small feat. This is one of the top business schools in the country. Highly competitive, brutally selective, and definitely not the kind of place you get into just because of your last name. Despite being a Trump, Barron didn't slide into Stern on legacy status. He earned it. From a young age, he had a natural gift for business and technology, something even his father, Donald Trump, couldn't deny. He has a knack for it, Trump once said. He's always been incredible with tech. Just imagine growing up with that kind of mind, quietly sketching out ideas, tinkering with tools, building things most people wouldn't even dream of, while the rest of us are still figuring out how to fix the Wi-Fi. But school is only one part of the story. Barron isn't just learning, he's already thinking like a founder. Word is, he's quietly planning his own luxury real estate ventures, not years from now, but soon. And he's not going at it alone. Reports suggest he's teaming up with two young partners, one of whom is a close high school friend named Cameron Roxborough. While many teens are soaking in the last moments of carefree youth, Barron is already laying down the foundation of something much bigger. A lot of people spend decades just to find that kind of drive, and Barron, he's living it. What's even more fascinating is how different Barron's path is from the rest of the Trump children. Donald Sr. went to Wharton, Ivanka did too. Don Jr., Eric, Tiffany, they all chose big-name schools with Ivy League ranking. But Barron, he took a different road, not to rebel, but because that path spoke to him. It's like he saw the old Trump family script, all the legacy expectations, the elite campuses, and simply said, that's not me. He closed the book, stepped aside, and chose his own way. And here's the beautiful part. Donald Trump didn't try to stop him. No anger, no disappointment, just quiet, unconditional support. He's a very smart guy, Trump said. He likes that school. That's it. No pressure to continue the Ivy League legacy. No forcing him into a family mold. Just space to be himself. And honestly, that's not something people often associate with the Trump household. But here, in this quiet moment of acceptance, you see something rare. The room to grow, to be different, to be free. And let's be very clear, NYU's Stern School is no backup option. It's elite in its own right. Tuition alone hovers around $62,000 a year, well within Ivy League territory. So no, this wasn't a second-best decision. This was a thoughtful, intentional choice. Barron didn't follow a name. He followed his instinct. And isn't that the dream? To have the freedom to walk your own path, even when the world expects something else? Barron may not be the loudest, flashiest, or most public Trump child, but in his quiet, deliberate way, he's carving a future that's entirely his. He doesn't need a dramatic exit or a tell-all book. He just made a choice. And sometimes that says more than anything. $2 billion in subsidies and federal contracts, frozen. That's not pocket change. That's a seismic move. Trump claimed that Harvard refused to change certain policies. Their recruiting approach, admission standards, internal systems. He gave them an ultimatum. They refused. And in true Trump fashion, he retaliated. Bold, no middle ground, no subtlety. Even though Melania had publicly clarified that Barron never even applied to Harvard, the internet did what it does best. It spun a single thread of speculation into a full-blown conspiracy theory. Suddenly, the whole world was convinced Trump was waging a personal war against Harvard over his son. But this Harvard feud wasn't just media noise. It turned political. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse from Rhode Island even mocked the Trump family online, joking about how many of them had been rejected by Harvard. That one comment lit the match. Overnight, online whispers exploded into mainstream headlines. Strange, isn't it? How fast things spread. One stray remark, and now half the internet believed in a secret vendetta. But the truth, it wasn't personal, it was political. Trump wasn't nursing some rejection wound. He was pushing back on elite systems he viewed as broken. Still, people love connecting dots, even when those dots don't belong in the same picture. Just like that, the spotlight shifted from Barron's thoughtful college decision to a headline built on hearsay. The internet hijacked the narrative. A young man's mature choice was lost in a storm of clickbait. But now you know the truth. And if you've watched this far, thank you for staying with us. If this story spoke to you, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more behind-the-scenes truths like this one. And hey, don't go just yet. Tap the next video on your screen for another deep dive you won't want to miss. Let's face it, no child chooses the family they're born into. But if children could choose, it's likely the Trump family wouldn't top the list for those dreaming of a quiet, ordinary life. When Melania Trump discovered she was pregnant with Barron, it came as a surprise, even to the couple themselves. Donald already had 4 grown children and wasn't exactly diving into round 2 of fatherhood with open arms. Melania would later recall that when she broke the news to her husband, his first reaction wasn't a joyful celebration. Instead, it was more like a deer caught in the headlights. Donald, for his part, claimed he wasn't shocked by the idea of having another child, just by how quickly it happened. And so, Barron William Trump entered the world on March 20th, 2006, straight into a life that would be anything but ordinary. Raised in the full glare of the public spotlight, he never asked to be famous. But being a Trump meant that privacy was a luxury never afforded. For Barron, childhood wasn't just about golden cribs and marble mansions. It meant growing up with paparazzi cameras breathing down his neck before he could even spell the word privacy. From a very young age, Barron was pushed into the public eye, not by choice, but by circumstance. His parents were simply too famous. While Melania worked hard to shield him from tabloids and flashing cameras, Barron still found his face splashed across magazine covers. It was only when he grew older and began school that the family started limiting his public appearances. And let's be honest, trying to memorize multiplication tables while dodging TMZ isn't exactly in any school's curriculum. Education for Barron came with extra baggage. While most kids dread transferring schools, for Barron it almost became a part-time hobby. He began his education at Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in Manhattan, just a short distance from Trump Tower. But once Donald launched his White House bid, Barron's school life changed dramatically. After Trump's 2016 election win, Barron and Melania initially stayed behind in New York so he could finish the school year. Eventually, they relocated to Washington, D.C., where Barron enrolled at St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland. But that arrangement was short-lived. After Donald's defeat in the 2020 election, the Trump family packed their bags once again, this time for Florida. Barron had to start over yet again, enrolling at Oxbridge Academy in Palm Beach. 3 schools, 3 states, and more transitions than most kids experience in a lifetime. Going from a Manhattan penthouse to the White House sounds like an upgrade, unless you're a 10-year-old who just wants to hang out with friends and play video games. With Secret Service agents stationed in every corner, freedom was a myth. According to Donald, Barron wasn't thrilled about the move. He loved New York, his friends, his school, and honestly, who could blame him? Trading Central Park for political press conferences isn't exactly a fair exchange. Even with a private movie theater, pool, and bowling alley, life in the White House was more Harry Potter stuck at Hogwarts than kid in a candy store. And the internet, it can be brutally cruel. Imagine being 10 years old and becoming the punchline for adults who should have known better. That's exactly what happened to Barron. From the moment his father became president, Barron became a target, not just for gossip blogs or Twitter trolls, but even mainstream comedians and journalists. One Saturday Night Live writer even tweeted a cruel joke, saying Barron would become the nation's first homeschool shooter, a child, just 10 years old. The backlash was swift, but the damage was done. Because while Barron never chose to be in the limelight, the world chose to look and judge bomb anyway. The comment was so tone-deaf it could have curdled milk. The backlash was swift, and the tweet was deleted. But the damage had already been done. Even his fashion choices became a lightning rod for criticism. Critics mocked Barron for wearing casual clothes on Air Force One, claiming he should dress more appropriately, because apparently what America needed most was a 10-year-old in a three-piece suit. He was going viral, but for all the wrong reasons. Barron Trump, through no fault of his own, had become a cultural flashpoint simply for being a kid. One of the most infamous moments came from a family video. A young Barron, wide-eyed and innocent, expressing his pure love for something simple: travel gear. With just one line, "I like my suitcase," the internet found its next target. The innocent remark could have been forgotten in minutes if the internet hadn't latched onto it like it was the next viral TikTok sound. Soon, the clip was remixed, parodied, and turned into a viral sensation. What was once a sweet childhood moment had been turned into a digital spectacle. Barron, against his will, became the reluctant face of suitcase fandom around the globe. And while some found it amusing, for a teenager just trying to live his life, it was nothing short of humiliating. Most kids fear awkward school photos surfacing, but Barron had to watch himself become a punchline over a suitcase. You really can't blame a bitch for wanting a suitcase to hide behind. In 2023, Barron's life took a disturbing turn. A woman from Chicago, Tracy Fenza, allegedly sent a chilling letter threatening to kill both him and his father. The threat, directed at a child, was mailed straight to Barron's school. She claimed she would shoot them in the face if given the chance. Law enforcement took the threat seriously and swiftly arrested the woman. But even with the arrest, the fear lingered. Most teenagers worry about math homework, not assassination attempts. It's unclear how much of the details were shared with Barron, but the idea that someone might target him just for his last name is terrifying. He didn't ask for the spotlight. He never signed up for the danger that seems to come with it. Growing up with the Trump name meant constant scrutiny, but no child should have to live in fear of being hunted. For Barron, it was a haunting reminder. Fame often comes with a terrifying cost, and when your father might be going to jail, the pressure only builds. Let's talk about the elephant in the courtroom. Donald Trump is facing mounting legal troubles, from alleged hush money payments and mishandling classified documents to charges of election interference. Whether you believe it's a political witch hunt or justice being served, the legal circus has created a storm of anxiety for the Trump family, especially Barron. Imagine coming of age while your father faces multiple indictments. Dorm room conversations don't go "pass the chips," followed by "did you hear my dad might go to prison?" At one point, sentencing was postponed, offering temporary relief. But even with delays, the idea of Donald Trump behind bars isn't something Barron can shrug off like a bad tweet. And then, the unthinkable happened. Gunshots rang out, literally, as if Barron hadn't endured enough. His father was shot at a rally. Donald Trump was grazed by a bullet in Pennsylvania, walking away with a bloodied ear in a re-energized campaign. Photographed in Florida, Barron was casually playing tennis when someone ran up shouting, "Your dad's been shot." Imagine trying to finish your serve after hearing that. For any teenager, that would be terrifying. Just another page in the Trump family's action movie script. Trump's ear might have taken the hit, but the internet, fast and fearless with its memes, didn't miss a beat. Meanwhile, Barron had probably dropped both his racket and his will to play. It's hard to focus on your forehand when your life feels like a live news broadcast. Other teens worry about pop quizzes. Barron dreads press conferences. The world, even tennis, now comes with Secret Service agents and sirens. I spy with my Secret Service. Most kids grow up with babysitters. Barron grew up with men in black suits whispering into wrist microphones. When your father is a president, or even a former one, the Secret Service doesn't just vanish. They follow you everywhere, even to school. Barron couldn't escape Uncle Sam's tight surveillance. At Oxbridge Academy, parents were actually informed that undercover agents would be a regular part of campus life. While most teens worry about detention, Barron had to think twice before sneaking snacks into class, because the feds might just be watching. Thanks to the former President's Protection Act, Barron will have Secret Service agents with him until age 16. So anonymity at the school dance, not happening. If you've been amazed by Barron Trump's daring journey through fame, fear, and those unforgettable suitcases like we have, hit the like button. Want to dive deeper into the untold lives of public figures? Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Got thoughts on Barron's path? Drop a comment below. We'd love to hear from you. Thanks for watching. And remember, even suitcase kids deserve peace. For those in the know, there's a secret weapon emerging in Donald Trump's 2024 campaign, and it's not who you think. Standing at an astonishing 6 feet 7 inches tall, and with an estimated future inheritance of $700 million, Barron Fortune Trump has quietly stepped from the shadows into an unexpected advisory role, guiding his father on how to connect with a younger generation of voters. While seasoned political strategists still fumble with podcasts and social media algorithms, it's the youngest Trump who is helping rewrite the campaign's digital playbook from his dorm room at NYU. But this isn't just another rich kid dipping a toe into politics. This is a generational shift. An heir raised entirely in the age of Instagram and TikTok now playing a key role in shaping one of the most powerful political dynasties in America. Today's episode is not just about wealth or legacy. It's about how a silent son may understand the mechanics of influence more deeply than anyone else within the Trump orbit. Few legacies shine as brightly or as controversially as the Trump empire. With Donald Trump's estimated net worth ranging between $5 to $6.5 billion, his youngest son is positioned to inherit a slice that would make any trust fund air green with envy. Valued at $700 million, Barron's projected fortune isn't just a number. It's a lifestyle, a future, and a public expectation all rolled into one. While most college freshmen cram into dorm rooms and survive on instant noodles, Barron Trump glides through life befitting his status. His commute to NYU's elite Stern School of Business isn't a packed subway ride. It's a quick trip from Trump Tower in Manhattan, possibly in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. On weekends, while classmates are at parties or studying, Barron flies to Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, skis the slopes of Aspen, or visits Trump golf resorts in Scotland. His wardrobe is a carefully curated mix of Ralph Lauren, Burberry, and the finest Air Jordans money can buy. But it's not just the brands that turn heads, it's his towering frame. At 6'7", Barron is taller than both of his famous parents. Donald Trump proudly attributes this to grandma's cooking, referring to Barron's late Slovenian grandmother, Amalija Kanavs. But beneath the designer suits and jet-setting lifestyle lies a striking contrast. Born into one of America's most scrutinized families, Barron has managed to stay virtually invisible, until now. Barron's quiet life shifted dramatically as the 2024 presidential campaign heated up. Suddenly, he wasn't just a student, he became a silent strategist. Tasked with advising his father on youth engagement, Barron helped pick the podcasts, approve the influencers, and tailor the tone. Surrounded not by professors, but by Secret Service agents at NYU, he straddles a unique line between inheritance and independence. Gossip swirls around his love life. Some speculate about a romance with model Clara Jones, but Barron seems more focused on privacy than paparazzi. In a world where his family's every move makes headlines, he remains calculated, quiet, and focused. Yet the stage is set for a narrative rich in contrasts: wealth and responsibility, legacy and choice, privilege and pressure. To truly understand where Barron Trump stands at this historic crossroads, we must go back to the hills of Slovenia and the vineyards of Germany. His story spans continents and generations. From a humble factory town in former communist Yugoslavia, where his grandparents stitched clothes and sold car parts, to the towering skyline of Manhattan, where legacy now meets ambition. The transformation from old world settlers to new world builders didn't happen overnight. Emerging from windswept cattle lands and ancient island villages, another branch of Barron's lineage took shape, this time from the far-flung Outer Hebrides of Scotland. His grandmother, Marianne MacLeod, left the rugged island of Lewis in 1930, a place of haunting beauty and hardship. Her parents, Malcolm MacLeod and Mary Smith, had raised their family in the towns of Tong and South Locks, where jagged cliffs and timeless standing stones still bear silent witness to centuries of MacLeod heritage. From these remote lands and fragmented dreams of Europe, a curious thread of destiny wove itself into modern American history. It all converged on a fateful evening during New York Fashion Week in '98. At a glittering party thrown by model agent Paolo Zampoli, Donald Trump, then already a celebrity businessman, arrived with a date, but left captivated by a striking Slovenian model named Melania. She had only arrived in America 2 years earlier, driven by ambition and elegance. When Trump asked for her number, Melania reversed the game, asking for his instead. In response, he gave her all his numbers on a business card. It was the beginning of a relationship that would transform both of their lives. Their courtship unfolded against the backdrop of New York's elite circles, Mar-a-Lago weekends, and Trump's early political ambitions, including a brief presidential bid in 2000. It all culminated in a grand wedding in January 2005 at the Bethesda-by-the-Sea Church in Palm Beach, followed by a lavish reception at Mar-a-Lago's opulent ballroom. Their life together spanned the height of American opulence: Trump Tower, their golf club in Bedminster, and the palatial Mar-a-Lago estate. But within that whirlwind of privilege, Melania carved out a private sanctuary of her own, a personal spa in Trump Tower, and an approach to parenting that defied stereotypes. When their son Barron was born on March 20th, 2006, under the glowing spring skyline of Manhattan, he entered a world of unimaginable privilege. Donald Trump's fifth child, but Melania's first and only. While most children shared bedrooms or played in modest corners of suburban homes, Barron's early life was housed in an entire floor of Trump Tower dedicated just to him. Surrounded by marble, chandeliers, and a view of Central Park, his world was more royal suite than nursery. Yet behind the golden doors, Melania brought a hands-on approach to motherhood. She personally prepared his breakfast, packed his school lunches, and built a bond that would serve as a quiet compass through the stormy scrutiny to come. From his earliest years, Barron Trump was not just any child. He was an international child of privilege. Thanks to his mother's Slovenian heritage, Barron grew up bilingual, fluent in both English and Slovene. Soon he added French to his linguistic repertoire. While other children played with plastic dinosaurs and toy cars, Barron developed an unusual fascination with aircraft. He would spend hours in his playroom studying planes and helicopters, sketching them on walls that might have earned scolding in other households, but not in Trump Tower. Instead of reprimanding him, Melania encouraged Barron's imagination. She allowed the walls to become canvases for his mind. His formal education began at the prestigious Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School on Manhattan's Upper West Side, where annual tuition exceeded $64,000. There, among the children of Manhattan's elite, Barron's journey into academia quietly began. It seemed he was destined for a serene, privileged life until fate took a dramatic turn. In 2015, Barron's relatively normal childhood shifted forever. The moment Donald Trump descended the golden escalator in Trump Tower to announce his candidacy for president, the world began watching the youngest Trump with intensified curiosity. Melania worked tirelessly to preserve her son's routine, shielding him from the rising frenzy of media attention. Even after Trump's victory in 2016, the family made an unprecedented decision. Barron and Melania would remain in New York to prioritize his education. It wasn't until June 11, 2017 that Barron officially moved into the White House, becoming the first presidential son to live there since John F. Kennedy Jr. He enrolled at St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland, adjusting to a reality no child can prepare for, being the president's son under the world's brightest spotlight. Yet even within America's most public residence, Melania fiercely guarded her son's privacy, allowing him to appear only at select events like the Easter egg roll and the Thanksgiving turkey pardon. As Barron grew, so did public fascination. By his late teens, he towered over his parents at 6'7". Nicknamed Little Donald, the name soon felt ironic given his striking height. Donald Trump often bragged about Barron's computer skills, especially during the 2016 campaign. And Melania described her son as strong-minded, very special, and very smart. Those traits would prove prophetic as Barron quietly shouldered the legacy of America's most controversial political family. Then came 2020. As the world reeled from COVID-19, even the president's son wasn't immune to change. Barron adapted to remote schooling within the White House. After Trump's presidency ended in January 2021, the family relocated to Mar-a-Lago. Barron began a new chapter at Oxbridge Academy in Palm Beach, a school founded by billionaire William Koch, offering a quieter environment away from Washington's chaos. Segment 20, Graduation, Stern, and a New Spotlight. In May 2024, Barron graduated from Oxbridge Academy. His rare public appearance attracted a media storm, but it was his next move that truly marked a new era, enrolling at NYU's Stern School of Business. As he returned to Manhattan, social media lit up. Blurry TikToks and grainy Instagram photos of Barron on campus went viral. A boy who was once hidden away had now become a cultural phenomenon. Platforms like X, formerly Twitter, exploded with speculation. Every movement, every wave, every glimpse of Barron sparked discussion. That interest peaked when he was named a delegate to the Republican National Convention, his first official step into the political arena that shaped his family's destiny. A viral moment of him standing, silently waving to a roaring crowd, crystallized a truth. Barron Trump was no longer just the quiet son. He was stepping into a legacy, one stride at a time. The craving for more became clear as anticipation mounted around his first public speech at a virtual event, a moment that attracted even greater attention because it never happened. The absence ignited speculation about Barron's readiness for public life. But perhaps the most significant shift from private citizen to public figure came in March 2024. For the first time, Barron Trump appeared on the campaign trail, standing beside his father at a political rally. His presence that day marked more than just a family moment. It was a strategic turning point. From years of carefully maintained absence, Barron began to play a surprisingly active role in Donald Trump's re-election efforts. Not just as a silent supporter, but as a behind-the-scenes strategist focused on young voters. His impact became especially evident when he advised his father to appear on popular podcasts and live streaming platforms to connect with Generation Z. This influence led to Donald Trump's now famous interview with social media star Aiden Ross, an idea Trump himself credited to Barron. "My sons told me about you," Trump said to Ross. "They said, 'Dad, this guy is big.'" From a boy once protected from the spotlight to an emerging voice within the Trump political orbit, Barron's transformation has been striking. Even while navigating his college years, he appears to be crafting a role all his own, one that bridges the traditional Trump brand with the digital instincts of his own generation. Within conservative circles, a new narrative has begun to take hold, that Barron might be the heir to the Trump political dynasty. Tall, composed, and media savvy, he's seen by many as a potential future candidate. His growing ties with well-known conservatives have only amplified this perception, hinting that Barron may be quietly groomed for a more prominent role. And yet, he remains an enigma, a blank slate onto which many project their hopes, dreams, or ambitions for a new era of Trump influence. Will Barron Trump embrace the destiny others envision for him, or will he carve out a new legacy entirely on his own? That remains to be seen. But one thing is certain, Barron's story is no longer confined to penthouses and private schools. It now stretches across the digital age of American politics, where memes meet movements and legacies are forged in likes and live streams. Do you believe Barron Trump will one day run for office? Or will he step away from politics and take on another role within the Trump family legacy? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Don't be shy. Drop us a comment below. Thank you for joining us on this chapter of American Adventure. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next episode. Barron Trump's stunning first speech leaves America speechless, and what happened next was even bigger. Inside the grand salon of the Trump family estate in Florida, Barron Trump stood motionless, his posture calm, yet his heart raced like a drum. He looked up. Before him, Melania Trump slowly raised her piercing blue eyes from her tea. Her gaze was sharp, calculating, watching. On the other side of the room, Donald Trump leaned back in his chair, placed his phone screen down on the table, and arched one eyebrow. It was time. Barron took a deep breath. This was it. his first public speech. A moment of silence settled over the room. Melania blinked. Donald leaned forward, eyes narrowing. It was no secret Barron had spent his entire life avoiding the spotlight. Born into it, but never part of it. He'd never given an interview, never released a statement. He was the mystery in a family of megaphones. But now, at 18 years old, with the 2024 election behind them and a new political landscape unfolding, he was about to make a move no one had expected. "I think it's time words carried more weight than just being necessary," he said quietly. Melania's teacup paused midair. Trump tilted his head. Barron stood tall. "I don't want to be just Donald Trump's son," he said, his voice steady. "I want people to hear my voice." Trump chuckled, rubbing his chin. "The media will chew you up before you say your first sentence." "I know," Barron replied. "That's exactly why I have to do it." The room fell into a heavy silence. Melania's instinct was to protect. She had fought so hard for his privacy, his childhood, his freedom to grow up away from judgmental eyes. But Trump, he saw something else. A risk, yes, but also a rare opportunity. And then came the shock. Barron wouldn't just speak, he would do it at a major political event. The announcement was set to go public in 48 hours. And when it did, it broke the internet. From CNN to Fox News, headlines exploded. Barron Trump to deliver first ever public speech. What does this mean for the Trump dynasty? Social media turned into a battlefield. Supporters claimed he was about to make history. Critics mocked the idea. A privileged kid with nothing to say, they sneered. And then it got worse. A leaked document hit the web. It alleged that Barron's speech had been entirely written by Trump's campaign team, turning him into a political puppet. The backlash was brutal. "He's just reading a Trump brand script," one journalist tweeted. "A corporate product in a suit." The internet exploded. Barron saw it all. And that's when he made a decision that changed everything. That night, he locked himself in his room, alone. He sat at his desk, pen in hand, and rewrote the speech himself. Word for word, line by line. Only Melania knew. At midnight, the Palm Beach estate was eerily quiet. Political strategists still roamed the hallways, whispering plans with his father. But Barron had made it clear, no one touches his speech. Melania sat quietly beside him, watching him cross things out and rewrite with growing intensity. "You don't have to prove anything, sweetheart," she whispered. "I'm not trying to prove anything," Barron replied softly. "I just need them to listen." But doubt crept in. Could he really do this? He had spent his life avoiding cameras. His voice had never been heard, beyond whispers, beyond speculation. Now, he was about to step into the light, and this time, it would be on his own terms. Barron Trump's defining moment, the silence before the roar. What happens if he freezes? What if he fails? It was around 10 p.m. Barron Trump was rehearsing, alone in the candlelit study. Each word felt heavier than the last, every pause stretching longer, tighter. He was fighting not just public doubt, but the weight of his own legacy. Then a knock. Donald Trump entered the room, but he wasn't alone. Right behind him was none other than Elon Musk. Barron blinked, surprised. Hi. Musk, ever eccentric, examined Barron like a prototype. Then with a grin he said, "I hear you're about to shake the world." Barron, still taken aback, shrugged modestly. "I'm just trying to say what I believe." Musk chuckled. "Good, just don't be boring." And then he left. It was a brief visit, but the impact was seismic. For the first time, Barron felt something new. He wasn't just the son of a president anymore. The next day, the hall was packed, buzzing, nervous. Elon Musk sat front row beside Donald and Melania Trump. A strange but formidable trio. Behind them, Senator J.D. Vance and his wife Usha, scanning the room, watching, waiting. Cameras flashed, reporters whispered. The tension thickened. Then, he walked in. Barron Trump, the collective expectation. He'd choke, fumble, fail. As he approached the podium, silence swept across the room like a tidal wave. He gripped both sides of the lectern, took a deep breath, looked out into the sea of faces, some hopeful, some hostile, all waiting. The first sentence would define him. Then he leaned in. It's clear I was never meant to have a voice of my own. Gasps, a few stifled laughs. The air shifted. No one expected that. And then he put the speech down. Audible shock rippled through the crowd. This wasn't part of the script. This wasn't coached. This was something else. Barron Trump was about to do the unimaginable. He slowly lowered the prepared speech, placing it neatly on the podium. The microphone caught the soft rustle of the paper and the heavy breath of a young man about to leap into the unknown. The crinkle of paper echoed softly as Barron set the speech aside. Donald Trump's face stiffened slightly, his jaw tightening, his eyes narrowing with the kind of guarded attention only a man used to control could display. Melania, seated beside him, sat straighter, her hands folded, her eyes locked ahead. Elon Musk leaned forward, intrigued. In the second row, Senator J.D. Vance and his wife Usha exchanged a quick glance. Not fear, not surprise, but something closer to curiosity mixed with tension. Something was happening, and it wasn't in the script. Barron Trump took a deep breath. His voice, when it came, was calm, but resolute. For 18 years, people have spoken for me. The media, the critics, even my family. They told you who I am. They told me who I should be. The room fell into a stillness so complete it felt like a held breath. But today, for the first time, you'll hear it from me. The lights hit his face just enough to reflect the features of someone who was no longer the silent boy by his mother's side. He had stepped forward now, his own man, in front of the world, with nothing written on his teleprompter. I've watched my father stand on stages like this so many times I lost count, he said. I've seen him praised. I've seen him mocked. Somewhere behind the cameras, a director whispered, "Zoom in." Every editor in the back room froze, eyes wide, fingers hovering over the cue buttons. And all that time, everyone kept asking the same question. What's next for the Trump legacy? Barron paused, then tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. But I've got a better question. Why does the name Trump have to define me at all? A hush swept through the press pool. Campaign staff looked at each other. Even Donald, the master of spectacle, seemed unsure. They think I either have to embrace the name fully or reject it entirely. But what if I just want to be me? Barron glanced toward the crowd. There was no anger in his voice, no blame, just clarity. I'm not here to make campaign promises. I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I'm just here to say, for the first time in my life, I get to choose my path. A murmur in the control room. Do we cut the feed? No one moved because even Donald was still watching, silent, motionless, listening to his son. I'm Barron Trump, and finally I get to speak for myself. For a moment, the entire stage, the entire room was his. To be honest, he didn't flinch. Looking at him, I know some of you might not believe me. He acknowledged the tension. I know what people might be saying online right now, that I didn't write this speech, that I'm just playing a role. Then, he did something no one expected. He pulled out a crumpled stack of handwritten notes, blue ink full of crossouts and last-minute additions. This, he said, is the speech I wrote at 3 a.m. in my room. No advisors, no campaign staff, just me Tom. He held it up for everyone to see, and the whole room gasped. The whispers stopped. The doubt wavered. Even the most skeptical reporters had to admit this wasn't scripted. Donald Trump's face was unreadable, but Melania had the faintest smile. Then Barron dropped another bombshell. I don't know if I'll ever do this again. Maybe this is the first and last time I speak in public, but at least, if it's my only speech, I know it's mine. A heavy silence followed. Then it happened. Someone clapped, then another, and another. Before anyone could fully process what had just occurred, the entire room was standing. The sound was deafening. For the first time in his life, Barron Trump wasn't standing in his father's shadow. He wasn't just the quiet son. He wasn't the untouchable Trump mystery. He was his own man. The applause spread like wildfire, starting with hesitant claps, then surging into a wave. Donald Trump stood up. Melania beside him, her eyes filled with something rare, pride, but also relief. Then Elon Musk stood and clapped, a knowing smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. His approval meant something. In a world where public perception changes in seconds, Musk's nod was a message. J.D. Vance and Usha exchanged a glance, then stood too. But the real shock came from the press. People who had spent years criticizing the Trumps were on their feet. Barron scanned the room, his pulse racing, his hands gripping the edge of the podium, not out of fear, but to steady himself. He hadn't expected this. There was a nervous chuckle, then real laughter. And just like that, the tension evaporated. Outside, the world was losing its mind. Twitter, no, X, was exploding. Is this really happening? Barron Trump just went off script and got a standing ovation. WTF. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that might have been one of the best speeches I've seen in years. Forget politics. That kid just changed the game. The live stream, which had started with modest viewership, shattered records. Cable news anchors, many of whom had dismissed Barron as irrelevant, were scrambling to rewrite their takes in real time. Even the loudest Trump critics were struggling to spin the moment. A CNN commentator caught on a hot mic. Damn, that was actually powerful. Backstage, Barron exhaled hard. The energy was strange, surreal. The moment he stepped off the stage, his mother was the first to reach him. Melania hugged him. Not the usual public politeness, but a real intense hug. "You did it, Barron," she whispered. Then Donald Trump stepped in. He didn't say much. He didn't have to. A firm handshake, a strong pat on the back. "Proud of you, son." But Barron saw something rare in his father's eyes, a flicker of admiration. Then came Elon Musk. The billionaire said nothing at first, just studied Barron like he was analyzing the aftershocks of a rocket launch. Finally, he nodded, surprised but impressed. Barron smiled. "I'll take it." Within hours, political strategists debated. Had Barron just positioned himself as a future leader without even trying? The morning after the speech, Barron Trump woke up to something unfamiliar. He was leading the news cycle. He reached for his phone and hesitated. A part of him didn't want to know what the world was saying, but another part, the one that had just changed everything, needed to. The first thing he saw, a direct message from Elon Musk. "You did good. Let's talk soon." Barron's eyebrow lifted. Musk had been observing during the speech, but now, it seemed he had more to say. Before he could process it, a knock on the door pulled him back. "Yes?" His mother entered holding a tablet, her expression unreadable. "Good morning," Melania said, sitting on the edge of his desk. Barron sat up. "What's going on?" She handed him the tablet. On the screen, a public reaction poll. 73% approval. Barron blinked. Melania tilted her head, watching him. "They're listening to you," she said simply. But then she swiped to a different screen. This one wasn't so kind. Far-left media outlets were calling the speech a carefully crafted PR stunt. Critics labeled it hollow and non-committal. Barron gave a dry laugh. "Guess I can't win them all." Melania looked at him with a knowing gaze. What she said next, though, stunned him. "You have to decide if this was just a speech or the beginning of something more." Barron leaned back, ran his fingers through his hair. The weight of it hit him. He hadn't planned this. He just wanted to speak his truth. Now, people were asking, what comes next? And for the first time in his life, he didn't know. That day, Barron found himself somewhere unexpected. A private meeting with Elon Musk. Not in a big office, not at a flashy venue. Just the back of a quiet, upscale restaurant. No cameras, no strategists, just a conversation. Musk studied him with sharp eyes, calculating. "You surprise a lot of people," Musk said eventually. Barron nodded, "including myself." A faint smirk crossed Musk's lips. "Good, that's how all great disruptors begin." Barron frowned slightly. "I'm not trying to be a disruptor." Musk tilted his head. "That's why it works." Silence. Then Musk leaned in. "What do you want, Barron?" The question hung in the air, heavier than anything else that night, bigger than the moment itself. Barron exhaled. "I don't know," he said. Musk nodded as if he had expected that. He set his drink down, a rare seriousness spreading across his face. "Let me give you one piece of advice," he said. "You have something most people never get, the world's attention. You can do whatever you want with it. Ignore it, embrace it, change it. But whatever you do, own it." Barron sat with that for a moment. Did he want to walk away from all of this? Return to the quiet life he once knew? Or was something bigger calling him? That night, Barron stood on his family estate's balcony, looking out over the dark waters of the ocean. He had always felt like an observer, watching the world happen around him, never fully a part of it. But now he was in the center of it. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Another notification, another headline, another question about what he would do next. He sighed and made a decision. Barron Trump wouldn't rush into anything. He wouldn't let the world pressure him into becoming something he wasn't ready to be. But one thing was certain, he was no longer fading into the background. Whatever came next, he would choose it. He turned off his phone, looked ahead into the night, and with a quiet certainty, stepped back inside. Do you think Barron Trump's speech will have a lasting impact on his future in public life? Would you handle the pressure differently if you were in his shoes? If this moment surprised you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss another breaking story from American Adventure. A boy nearly 2 meters tall, always silently walking behind Donald Trump. Who is he? For many years, when the name Donald Trump came up, the spotlight always landed on the more prominent faces in his family. Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump Jr., or Eric Trump. They were the ones standing boldly in front of cameras, speaking with conviction, blazing through political battles like wildfires. Their presence, charisma, and ambition turned them into regular headlines and household names. But just behind them, there was always another figure, tall, quiet, and distant. A young man whose silence spoke louder than words. He never chased attention, never tried to dominate the room. He simply watched from the background, unbothered, unreadable. Now no longer a boy, this young man, Barron Trump, stands nearly 2 meters tall. His stride is calm, his gaze distant, as if he's forever lost in thought. He doesn't run a TikTok account. He doesn't give interviews or speeches. He rarely shows up in tabloids or talk shows. And yet, every single time Barron Trump appears, even if only for a brief moment, social media explodes. The press takes notice, and suddenly millions of voices echo the same question: what's going on with Barron Trump now? Born in 2006 in the bustling heart of Manhattan, Barron William Trump is the only son of former President Donald Trump and former First Lady Melania Trump. He is the product of two very different worlds. On one side, the towering empire of real estate and politics built by his powerful father. On the other, the quiet elegance and stern grace of his Slovenian-born mother, a former international model who became the silent symbol of the White House. From the very beginning, Barron's life was anything but ordinary. While most children played in neighborhood parks or attended local preschools, Barron grew up on the highest floor of Trump Tower, a gilded skyscraper that stood as a monument to American royalty and ambition. His bedroom wasn't just any room, it was a part of a dazzling penthouse where every wall sparkled with the glow of crystal chandeliers, and the windows opened up to sweeping views of the New York skyline. Melania once revealed that she allowed Barron to draw on the walls, choose his favorite paint colors, and even redesign his own space however he wanted. She didn't just give him a room, she gave him freedom. In a family constantly under the microscope of media scrutiny, Barron's room was his sanctuary. It was a world of his own where he could just be a kid, away from the cameras, away from the noise. While Donald Trump was constantly occupied with business deals, interviews, and high-profile television appearances, it was Melania who remained the closest to Barron. Unlike Trump's older children, who grew up under the bold and ambitious shadow of their father, Barron was raised primarily by the gentle but unwavering hands of his mother. Melania wasn't just a mother, she was a protector. She fiercely guarded Barron's personal space, shielding him from cameras, gossip, and the relentless noise of the public eye. It was Melania who insisted that Barron be kept out of the spotlight during the 2016 campaign. She denied media access to him and set a condition that shocked many. If Donald won the presidency, she would remain in New York for a while longer so Barron could finish his school year, something no first lady in American history had ever done before. To Melania, Barron was not a boy of the White House. He was a child who deserved to grow up like any other kid, even if that meant going against media pressure and historical precedent. In her eyes, protecting his childhood was more important than fitting into a role, a contrast between power and silence. There's a strange paradox that surrounds Barron Trump. As the son of a man who once held the fate of the United States in his hands, one would expect him to be at the center of public attention. And yet, the older he gets, the more distant he becomes. Barron has no public social media accounts, doesn't attend media events, and has never given a single interview. Even as he entered his teenage years, a time when most kids his age are posting selfies, dancing to TikTok trends, or sharing opinions on Twitter, Barron remained completely silent. He would appear as a tall, shadowy figure behind his father at a few events, gently waving, bowing politely, and then vanishing again. No one really knows what his voice sounds like, what his hobbies are, or who his friends might be. And yet it is that very silence that makes Barron so intriguing. A silence not born of fear or repression, but of choice. In an era where everyone wants to speak, everyone wants to be seen, Barron has become a living symbol of restraint, a quiet presence in a world that rarely stops talking. The unanswered questions people wonder: does he want to go into politics? Is he anything like his father? What does he think about the controversies surrounding his family? But those questions remain unanswered. Barron doesn't explain. He doesn't justify. He doesn't defend. And perhaps that's exactly why the curiosity around him keeps growing. He is like a carefully guarded mystery, a gem hidden behind layers of closed doors, not just to protect it, but to preserve its moment, for when it's ready to shine on its own. Is his silence accidental or intentional? Is Barron simply being true to himself, or quietly preparing for something greater? We don't know, at least not yet. But the journey from a little boy playing alone in a gilded room to a tall young man who remains silent beneath the spotlight, that is no ordinary path. And his story is only just beginning. Have you ever wondered, does growing up in wealth and fame really bring happiness? If you were Barron, would you choose to stay quiet or step into the light? Come along with us as we uncover the untold chapters of this quiet young man's life. The first boy to live in the White House since John F. Kennedy Jr. On January 20th, 2017, the eyes of America were fixed on the inauguration of President Donald Trump. Among the roaring applause and the echoes of patriotic anthems, there stood a young boy, quiet, composed, and slightly uneasy. Taller than most kids his age, but with eyes that seemed unsure, unfamiliar with the grandeur around him. That boy was Barron Trump, just 10 years old at the time, who would soon become the first boy to live in the White House since John F. Kennedy Jr. in the 1960s. It was a moment of history repeating itself, but also diverging in silence and mystery. Melania, the unwavering mother, what many people don't know is that Barron didn't move into the White House right after the inauguration. In a decision that sparked debate at the time, Melania Trump refused to leave New York to relocate to Washington with her husband. She insisted that Barron finish his school year in Manhattan at his old school before undergoing any major life changes. She chose the role of mother over the title of First Lady. It wasn't until June 2017, nearly 6 months after Donald Trump was sworn in, that Melania and Barron officially moved into the White House. At the time, many were surprised by her decision, but in hindsight, it became one of the clearest expressions of Melania's parenting style: to protect her son at all costs, even if it meant stepping away from the political spotlight during the critical early months of her husband's presidency. A school of privacy. When Barron moved to Washington, Melania made a surprising choice. Instead of enrolling him in traditional schools favored by political families, like Sidwell Friends, where Chelsea Clinton and the Obama daughters once studied, she chose a different path. She enrolled Barron at St. Andrew's Episcopal School, a small, lesser-known private school in Potomac, Maryland. This school is renowned for its personalized curriculum, small class sizes, and most importantly, its discretion. No cameras, no journalists, No photos or student information can be released without explicit permission. It was a place where Barron could simply be a student, something that might seem nearly impossible for the son of the President of the United States. A quiet presence with profound weight. Even while living in the very heart of global political power, Barron has managed to maintain a sense of humility and discretion. Unlike other members of the Trump family, he has never been swept up in public displays or media theatrics. His rare appearances are always carefully planned by Melania, deliberate, brief, and never excessive. One of the most memorable images of Barron is when he greeted the honor guard at the White House, standing tall, respectful, with a shy look in his eyes that reminded everyone of his youth. In another moment, during the White House Easter egg roll, Barron was seen walking beside his parents, holding a pastel egg basket. His gestures were gentle, his demeanor calm, yet quietly elegant. There were no speeches, no public statements, but with just a glance, a subtle step, he stirred the public's curiosity. That boy, born into opulence, raised within the halls of power, has kept a quiet, modest image. No boasting, no theatrics, no chasing the spotlight. A child between two worlds. Barron lived in a world unlike any other, a world where every step was shadowed by Secret Service agents, where every school test might be scrutinized, and where even a simple handshake could become headline news. Yet within that world of scrutiny and power, he managed to hold on to something rare, the innocence of childhood. He still smiled during holiday outings. He still ran freely on the South Lawn, kicking a soccer ball with friends. He still laughed like any 10-year-old might, unaware or perhaps deeply aware of the weight surrounding his last name. Barron never let his father's power consume his identity. He never traded his personal freedom for fame, and he never allowed political expectations to sculpt who he was meant to be. He remained, at his core, a boy, torn between two worlds, but quietly holding his ground. So what lies ahead for Barron? Did those years inside the White House leave a lasting mark on his soul? Did 4 years, spent among history, power, and controversy, quietly shape a destiny Barron himself has yet to imagine? We don't know, but one thing is clear. He is not just the president's son. He is an individual in his own right, growing up quietly, steadily, in a world that never stops shouting. Barron is not a symbol, not a shadow. He is becoming a story of his own, one written not with headlines but with quiet choices and inner strength. Over 6'7" at just 16, yet always walks with his head bowed. As Barron Trump stepped into his teenage years, the public couldn't help but take notice. He was no longer the long-haired little boy quietly standing beside his parents at the inauguration. Now, each rare appearance left people stunned. Barron had grown tall, exceptionally tall. By the age of 16, he stood well over 6 feet 7 inches, towering over his famously tall father, outgrowing the Secret Service agents behind him, and becoming a dominant silhouette in every photo frame. A towering teen with a straight posture, clean haircut, crisp white shirt, black blazer, solemn face, and an unreadable gaze. His presence turned heads everywhere he went. But just as the cameras turned to him, Barron vanished. No social media. In a world where teenagers practically live online, through Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, and Snapchat, Barron seems like someone from another era. No public social media accounts, no followers, no glimpses into his personal life. Not a single status update about teenage moods or favorite songs. And perhaps the most remarkable part, not a single scandal. While celebrity kids and children of politicians often find themselves entangled in controversies, parties, substances, or controversial statements, Barron has remained untouched. No clubbing photos, no flashy girlfriends, no headlines that make Western tabloids light up. Just silence. A calculated, unwavering silence. Amid the storm still standing, it's important to remember that Barron did not grow up in a normal family. His father, Donald Trump, is one of the most divisive figures in modern American history. Every move he made turned into front-page headlines, endless analysis, and never-ending controversies. His mother, Melania, became the most enigmatic first lady in decades, both admired and criticized, always maintaining an elusive distance from the public. Barron grew up amidst roaring media, amid harsh critiques, political investigations, and a torrent of both love and hatred aimed at his parents. Yet, strangely enough, Barron stands firm in the eye of the storm, never swept away by the tumult. A personal choice or a strategy? Barron's silence, his separation. Is it simply his personality, naturally quiet, reserved, private? Or is it part of a carefully crafted strategy orchestrated by Melania and the Trump family? Many experts believe that Melania had a plan from the very beginning. She delayed moving to the White House. She selected a discreet, private school. She kept him away from social media completely. Every decision she made seemed focused on giving Barron a personal sanctuary, his own quiet sky, untouched by public storms. In one rare interview, Melania said, "I want Barron to have as normal a childhood as possible. I don't care about the spotlight. I care about my son." But others argue that Barron's absence from the public eye isn't just about protection, it's positioning. That in a family where every member has a defined media role, Ivanka as the elegant face of diplomacy, Don Jr. as the hard-right firebrand, Eric as the quiet executive, Barron's silence is too deliberate to be accidental. A card not yet played, a presence not yet revealed, waiting for the right moment. A quiet figure, but perhaps the future, maybe right now. All Barron wants is a simple life. School, sports, and the freedom of youth. But maybe, just maybe, within that silence, he's watching, learning, understanding the world, preparing for something far greater. Just imagine a tall, composed young man, clean image, untarnished past, no scandals, suddenly stepping into the political spotlight, backed by one of the most powerful names in modern America. That wouldn't just be news, it would be a seismic shift. And if you ask, who is Barron Trump, really? The truth is, we don't know. Perhaps Barron himself doesn't fully know yet. He's discovering it, step by step, in the quiet, not rushing, not swept away by the noise of the world. He's not growing up to be a celebrity or to businessman merely inheriting his father's empire. He's growing up as an unknown, silent but significant. Have you ever thought that silence could be a kind of power? That the most powerful message may not be in what's said, but in what's left unsaid? The more we look into Barron's life, the clearer it becomes. He's not just another teenager. He is a young man walking between two worlds, light and shadow, and slowly learning how to navigate both. All of America saw just one young man, tall, composed, and impossibly calm. In May 2024, as Florida basked in the warmth of early summer, a quiet yet emotional event unfolded at Oxbridge Academy, a prestigious private school known for its discretion and academic excellence. Among the sea of blue graduation gowns, one figure stood out, tall, poised, unmistakable. Barron William Trump, 18 years old, was officially closing the chapter of his school life. It was more than just a ceremony. It was the first time in years that Barron appeared so clearly before the public eye. No longer a boy in the background, but a young man stepping forward. And in that brief moment, with cameras watching and the crowd applauding, America collectively asked itself, who is he becoming? A moment watched by the entire nation. There was no live broadcast, no red carpet, no viral speech sweeping across social media. And yet, with just a few rare, grainy photos, taken from afar, through a telephoto lens, filtered by the soft morning light, Barron Trump once again became a subject of national conversation. The moment he stepped onto the stage in his royal blue graduation gown, walking slowly, eyes forward, his expression still and strikingly mature. Millions were taken aback. This was no longer the 10-year-old boy seen on Inauguration Day. Not just a tall teenager. In that image, framed by sunlight and silence, America saw a young man, reserved, composed, and remarkably poised. Donald Trump and Melania appear together. Equally captivating was the presence of former President Donald Trump, currently in the midst of his third presidential campaign, who still made time to attend his son's graduation. Sitting beside him was Melania Trump, graceful and elegant as always. Her eyes followed Barron, not with a boastful pride, but with the quiet, unwavering love she's shown throughout the years. There was no political speech, no campaign slogan, no grand announcement, just a family, a father, a mother, and a son who had just turned 18. And yet, in that seemingly ordinary moment, deeper questions began to surface. Will Barron follow in his father's political footsteps? A question is beginning to echo more seriously than ever before. Will this young man someday step into the spotlight? Has his long silence merely been the quiet before a powerful voice emerges? In American political history, the sons of presidents have always drawn fascination. John F. Kennedy Jr., the nation's golden boy, was once seen as his father's heir apparent. George W. Bush, son of President George H.W. Bush, eventually became president himself. So what about Barron Trump? He has the pedigree, he has the presence. He carries a spotless record, untainted by scandal or controversy. And most intriguingly, he has the nation's curiosity. That in itself is a powerful force, but also a heavy burden. One expression, 1,000 questions. Back at the graduation ceremony, Barron's gaze still lingers in the minds of many. It wasn't beaming with joy. It wasn't filled with overt confidence. It was just a calm, slightly tilted look, like someone quietly contemplating something far beyond the moment. Some said he looked tired. Others believed he was holding back a deep emotion. And then there were those who were sure, and it was the look of a young man who knew exactly where he stood, where he was heading, and how he chose to get there. No words were spoken, no explanations were given, but sometimes a single expression is all it takes to stop a nation in its tracks, maturity and silence. Graduation wasn't just the end of Barron Trump's academic journey. It was a symbolic turning point, a quiet declaration that he had grown, not only in height and age, but in strength of spirit. He came of age during one of the most turbulent chapters in American politics. His father impeached, his family constantly under fire, a nation more divided than ever. And yet, he stood firm. No outbursts, no retaliation, no public wavering. There's a quiet resilience in Barron, a mysterious kind of inner flame, fiercely alive, yet carefully guarded, the start of a new chapter. But what kind? After the graduation ceremony, a question lingered in the air. What's next for Barron Trump? No one knew which university he would attend. No major was announced. No press release, no proud interview from Melania. Donald Trump, meanwhile, remained immersed in his 2024 presidential campaign. All that remained was the public, still watching, still wondering. The boy once shielded from the spotlight had become a young man full of quiet potential. A new chapter has begun, but what kind of story it will become, no one can yet predict. What if Barron Trump entered politics in the next 10 years? Or would he choose to live his own life, quietly but freely? Whatever path he chooses, the image of Barron at his 2024 graduation will remain unforgettable. A boy raised in the spotlight, surrounded by controversy, now walking forward with calm confidence, standing at the crossroads of light, expectations, and destiny. He's a very smart kid, quiet, but he gets things done. Donald Trump. Throughout the years, Donald Trump has rarely spoken in depth about his youngest son, Barron. But in one rare interview, when asked about him, Trump simply replied, "He's a very smart kid, quiet, but he gets things done." Just one sentence, yet it painted the familiar portrait of Barron, reserved, observant, calm, yet radiating a quiet strength. What comes next in his academic journey? Now that Barron has officially graduated from high school, the first question on everyone's mind is, where will he go next? The Trump family hasn't made any public announcements. No one knows for sure which universities Barron has applied to, but according to close sources, he may be considering prestigious institutions like Georgetown, Wharton, where his father once studied, or even Harvard. Though his academic records remain private, Melania has always fiercely protected and prioritized his education. With that kind of foundation, Barron's path into elite academia seems entirely plausible. Georgetown, known for shaping future political leaders. Wharton, the heart of business excellence, coursing through the Trump lineage. Harvard, the summit of global intellect, where legends across fields converge. Which path will he choose? Business, law, media, or politics? The world waits with bated breath. The next generation of the Trump dynasty? The Trump family, no matter how polarizing, is often viewed as a modern dynasty in the landscape of American politics and media. Donald Trump, the billionaire businessman turned 45th president of the United States. Ivanka Trump, White House advisor, entrepreneur, and fashion icon. Donald Trump Jr., a fierce voice in conservative circles. Eric Trump, at the helm of the Trump Organization. Each of Trump's children has played a role, whether bold or behind the scenes, in expanding the family's influence. And now Barron Trump stands quietly at the threshold, poised to become the next vital link in this powerful chain. But does Barron even want that? Unlike his older siblings, who were ushered into business, media, and political events from an early age, Barron Trump was raised in an entirely different way. No TV appearances, no political speeches, no early ambition in business or public life. That's why the question of whether Barron is the ideal heir to the Trump legacy remains wide open. He might follow in his father's footsteps, entering politics in a quieter, more calculated and refined manner. Or perhaps he'll choose a different path altogether, as an artist, a scholar, or simply a man who lives privately, guided by his own ideals. And maybe that's exactly what makes him the most intriguing Trump of all. The freedom to choose born into power, yet never forced to become a second version of his father, that might just be the greatest gift Barron Trump has ever received. Melania once said, "I want my child to grow up as himself, not as someone else's shadow." Despite carrying the Trump name, Barron still holds the rare privilege of choosing his own destiny, a freedom not often granted in families deeply rooted in political legacy. He is free to follow tradition, he is free to break away from it, and most importantly, he is free to be just Barron. A new Trump generation, or a completely different chapter? The public may expect, may hope that Barron will one day step onto the political stage, perhaps even enter the White House like his father. But in truth, only time and Barron himself can answer that question. One thing is certain, when Barron chooses to speak, the world will listen. And when he decides to walk his path, whatever it may be, he will leave behind a mark that's unmistakably his own, distinct from anyone else in the Trump dynasty. What if Barron Trump becomes a presidential candidate in 2044? Could a new Trump generation emerge, shaped by a completely different tone and approach? Or will Barron be the first to step beyond the shadow, to simply live his life for himself? Whichever path he takes, the future of Barron Trump remains a journey worth watching. Not because he is Donald Trump's son, but because of the silent strength he has carried all these years. And this is only the beginning. After everything we've witnessed, from the shy boy in a gray coat at the 2017 inauguration, to the tall, composed young man in a graduation gown in 2024, Barron Trump remains an alluring mystery. He doesn't speak much, but his gaze, his quiet stride, his calm presence seem to be telling us a different story. A story never told. Unlike anyone else in the Trump family, he doesn't need to wave his arms like his father. He doesn't need to step into the spotlight like Ivanka. No need for talk shows or social media flashes. And perhaps, just perhaps, that's exactly why the world keeps watching Barron Trump in silence. What are your thoughts on Barron Trump's journey into adulthood? Did he surprise you, inspire you, or perhaps leave you wondering what's next? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's keep this conversation going, because Barron's story is just beginning. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter in this powerful and silent legacy. Barron Trump, not just an heir, but a living symbol of unimaginable luxury. Standing an astonishing 6 feet 9 inches tall, with an estimated net worth of $60 million, Barron William Trump, the youngest son of President Donald Trump and former First Lady Melania Trump, is more than just a name. He embodies both privilege and power. His life has never been anything close to ordinary. From elite lounges to the global spotlight, Barron commands attention wherever he goes. But behind all that glamour, who is he really? Let's uncover some captivating facts about this young heir. And trust me, the final one will leave you stunned. Born on March 20th, 2006, Barron seems like he stepped right out of a fairy tale written exclusively for the ultra-wealthy. While most newborns receive rattles and stuffed animals, Barron was gifted a solid gold carriage from Ellen DeGeneres, a lavish symbol of a childhood unlike any other. His early years weren't simply luxurious. They were on a level that even billionaires might envy. Barron didn't just live in Trump Tower, he practically ruled it. His childhood took place in the family's 100 million penthouse, sprawling across 33,000 square feet. Designed in full Louis XIV style, the apartment featured gilded ceilings, marble floors, and opulent chandeliers that could rival Versailles itself. And the most jaw-dropping part? Barron had an entire floor to himself, a personal kingdom with a bedroom, playroom, and living area, each space more luxurious than the last. His afternoon naps, taken with a panoramic view of Central Park. This wasn't just a high-end upbringing, it was a cinematic experience. And when it came to fashion, Barron's wardrobe was basically a miniature haute couture museum. Styled under the careful eye of his mother Melania, a former supermodel known for her refined taste, Barron became a style icon before he could even walk. While other kids wore designer clothes on special occasions, Barron wore custom-tailored suits on the regular. Italian leather shoes, fine fabrics, and polished accessories made even top fashion critics take notice. His look wasn't just about dressing well, it was a statement, a child setting style standards high enough to make grown adults take notes. But wait, this is only the surface. Barron Trump's life wasn't just about gold leaf and Gucci logos. Behind the silk curtains and luxury SUVs lies a more compelling story of a boy born into fame, yet perhaps still trying to carve out a future of his own beneath the massive shadow of his family name. Barron Trump isn't merely an heir to fortune. He's a glimpse into a future the world is already watching closely. And if you think you've seen it all, think again. Because the next chapter of his life might just surprise us all. It all began here with a spotlight few infants ever experience. At just 2 months old, Barron Trump made his debut on the Oprah Winfrey Show. His parents, Donald and Melania Trump, proudly introduced their youngest son to the world. Donald, never one to shy away from attention, called Barron a miracle, while Melania charmed the audience with amusing anecdotes about Donald's unexpected attempts at parenting. One highlight? Donald claimed he had changed a diaper, something Melania quickly clarified with a laugh, noting that he tried before delegating the task for good. A historical milestone came in 2017 when, at just 11 years old, Barron became the first boy to live in the White House since John F. Kennedy Jr. For most Americans, the White House is a symbol of power. But for Barron, it was simply home. He had a private room filled with cutting-edge tech and a dreamlike gaming setup. But his childhood was marked by constant Secret Service surveillance. While his classmates were heading to soccer practice, Barron was attending formal dinners with world leaders. Though born into the spotlight, Barron never let it shake his composure. He faced public appearances with an air of remarkable maturity, maintaining calm even as the world watched his every move. In a world where young fame often spirals, Barron stood out for his stillness, almost as if he knew the weight of his last name, but never let it define his entire identity. From Columbia Grammar School in Manhattan to St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland during his father's presidency, and eventually to the elite Oxbridge Academy in Florida, Barron attended schools where tuition rivaled annual salaries. But what people remembered most wasn't where he studied, it was how he carried himself. At St. Andrews, he was known for asking his driver to drop him off a mile away from campus to avoid the spotlight of his motorcade. "It's hard to be normal when your ride home is bulletproof," a classmate once joked. But that small act spoke volumes about Barron's quiet maturity. With a $60 million trust fund, investments in Amazon and Tesla, and multi-million-dollar real estate holdings, Barron's financial future is almost pre-written. But what truly turns heads isn't the wealth, it's the restraint. While most in his position might lean into flash and fame, Barron chooses a quieter, more grounded path. Wealth, fame, and constant attention. Yet what makes Barron's journey unique is how he chooses to handle it all. Born into a world of privilege, he's quietly carving out a path of his own. Rarely speaking publicly, avoiding social media, and fading from the spotlight after his father's term, Barron may be playing a long game, preparing silently for what comes next. Barron Trump is not just the son of Donald Trump. He represents a generation born into unimaginable wealth, yet quietly striving to write their own chapter. And if you think you've seen all there is to see, think again. Because one day Barron may step into the spotlight, not as Donald Trump's son, but simply as Barron Trump. Barron's talents go far beyond his height and sharp sense of fashion. His linguistic skills have quietly stunned fans. Thanks to his Slovenian heritage from his mother, former First Lady Melania, Barron is believed to be fluent in at least 3 languages: English, Slovenian, and possibly French or Spanish, according to unofficial sources. A viral video from 2010 captured young Barron, just 4 years old at the time, casually conversing in Slovenian. It was a moment that revealed this young boy isn't just American royalty, he's a true global citizen. Don't mistake Barron for just another teen gamer. For him, gaming isn't mere fun, it's strategy training. He's obsessed with games that test his analytical mind, where each decision has weight and every move requires foresight. Whether he's building virtual empires or crafting plays on a soccer field, Barron's mind is always 2 steps ahead. Rumor has it, some of his multiplayer campaigns involve coordination and alliances more complex than startup business models. Having Secret Service agents at your side 24/7 sounds like a Hollywood thriller. But for Barron, it's just daily life, with its perks and its peculiarities. Case in point, on his first day at NYU's Stern School of Business, the agents escorting him were mistaken by a well-meaning professor as foreign dignitaries. When politely asked if they needed assistance, one agent responded flatly, "We're just here for Barron Q." The awkward chuckle that followed marked the birth of a campus legend. The professor, noticing the agents near his lecture hall, politely asked, "Is there anything you need?" One agent replied without missing a beat, "We're just here for Barron Q." The professor chuckled awkwardly, and just like that, a new campus legend was born. Whether attending a formal gala or casually passing by the soccer field, Barron Trump always looks like he stepped straight out of a high-end fashion editorial. From precisely tailored suits to relaxed loungewear, his style is a silent masterclass in refinement. No flashy logos, no screaming patterns, just pure presence. Fans have hailed him as the quiet king of understated luxury. Which of Barron's looks do you think best defines his quietly luxurious style? Let us know in the comments below. Since enrolling at NYU's Stern School of Business, Barron Trump has become a viral sensation on TikTok. Spotting him on campus has turned into a sort of treasure hunt. Some are captivated by his towering height, others by his calm, magnetic aura. One viral comment nailed it. "Barron doesn't need to speak, his style says everything." With that kind of natural cool, it's no wonder he's become an internet phenomenon. While many children of billionaires might lean on the Trump name like a golden crutch, Barron Trump, just like his older siblings, was raised to view independence as a core family principle. Rather than pampering his children with privilege, Donald Trump turned independence into an unspoken family mantra. Take Ivanka, for example. She wasn't handed a plush corner office at Trump Tower in her teens. Instead, she was encouraged to start small, designing and selling jewelry, and from there step gradually into the tough world of business. No special treatment, no kid gloves. You have to take full responsibility, even when that means making the hard calls, Donald told Ivanka. Not as a father, but as a leader. Eric Trump went through a similar rite of passage. He recalled a real estate deal gone wrong, one his father refused to rescue him from. "He let me fail, and I had to get back up on my own," Eric recalled. It was a family tradition. No one got a free pass. In the Trump family, coddling isn't a reward, it's a setback. And for Barron, independence isn't a choice. It's a destiny written in gold. "Let me figure it out on my own." That turned out to be the greatest lesson of all. Eric admitted that confidence isn't something you're born with, nor is it a gift that parents can simply hand down. It's a quality that's earned, built slowly and deliberately through the experience of facing life's challenges. When you allow your children to struggle, to stumble, and to find their own way forward, You're giving them something far more valuable than money can buy. You're giving them life skills, self-reliance, and the courage to take ownership of their own lives. In the Trump family, hard work wasn't up for debate. It was a way of life. Shortcuts weren't allowed, and privilege didn't exempt anyone from rolling up their sleeves and doing real work, not even the billionaire kids. Don Jr. once recalled winter breaks that weren't spent partying or relaxing, but instead working long hours behind the bar as a bartender at a ski resort. It was far from the glamorous kind of vacation most people would expect from the son of a billionaire, and that was exactly the point. For Ivanka, summers weren't about lounging by the beach or soaking up the sun. Instead, those months were filled with opportunities to learn, to work, and to grow. It was through those hands-on, real-world experiences that she developed discipline, shaped her ambitions, and built the resilience she would carry into the challenges of adulthood. From an early age, while other kids might have been spending their days at spas or enjoying a carefree childhood, Ivanka was already out on construction sites, surrounded by noise, dust, and hard work. She helped organize materials, observe foremen in action, and paid close attention to every instruction. This was how she learned the basics, not just of business, but of work ethic and respect for effort. Her father, Donald Trump, made it clear he wanted his children to understand that true value comes from effort, not entitlement. He wanted them to honor the dignity of work, starting with the most fundamental tasks. Ivanka once shared that her father always emphasized, success doesn't come from luck. It comes from persistence and a willingness to put in the time and the work. Whether it was mixing drinks behind a bar or hauling lumber across a job site, no task was beneath them. Every job had value. Every task was a chance to learn. The greatest lesson he passed down wasn't just how to build a career, it was how to build character. Hard work wasn't just about achievement, it was about shaping who you are. Donald Trump enforced what he called the 3 arrows of purposeful discipline, a strict set of family rules: no smoking, no drinking, no drugs. But these weren't just rules, they were a philosophy of life. For him, success began with self-control. If you couldn't say no to the smallest temptations, you'd never be able to master the bigger challenges life throws your way. Abstaining from alcohol and drugs wasn't just part of how Donald Trump raised his kids, it was deeply personal. To him, discipline wasn't about saying no for the sake of denial. It was about choosing focus over distraction, self-control over indulgence, and building a rock-solid foundation for success. By eliminating the things that cloud judgment and derail progress, he cleared the path for his children to grow up clear-headed, physically strong, mentally focused, and relentlessly goal-oriented. Purposeful discipline, that was his philosophy, not to control but to empower, to pave the road to greatness. One of the clearest ways this showed up was in financial discipline. Work for it, don't expect it, he would say. Despite all the glitz, the gold, and the weight of the Trump name, his kids didn't grow up with blank checks or limitless credit cards. There were no free passes into a life of luxury. They had to earn their way. Financial discipline was a cornerstone of how Trump raised his children. Ivanka once shared a powerful story from her college years. She wanted to live in Trump Tower, a place that symbolized wealth and prestige. Her father agreed, but on one condition: she had to pay rent. If you want to live here, he told her, you need to earn it. That lesson, Ivanka recalled, couldn't have been clearer. Privilege might open the door, but it never guaranteed you a place inside. By tying financial independence to personal responsibility, Trump made sure his children valued what they had. Whether it was earning their own living or learning how to manage inherited wealth, the core message remained the same. Whatever you have, you must earn the right to keep it. Philosophy that has long made one truth abundantly clear: nothing truly valuable comes without effort. Real worth is found in what you fight for, what you sacrifice for, and what you pour your time, energy, and heart into. Donald Trump understood this, not just in business, but in how he showed up as a father. Even in the midst of a demanding life, he made it a priority to be present. Running a massive business empire, and later, serving as President of the United States, never stopped him from being available to his children. Ivanka recalled a pivotal moment in her career when she called her father during one of his meetings. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone, listened intently, and gave her his full attention. "He always made us feel like our problems mattered," she said. Eric echoed that sentiment. He recalled a time when he needed advice for a critical negotiation. Not only did his father offer guidance, he followed up afterward to see how it all turned out. Those small but meaningful acts of presence built trust and deepened their family bond. They were proof that even the busiest parents, when they truly care, can make time for what matters most: their children. Discipline with compassion. Tough love met with gentle understanding. For Donald Trump, discipline was never about punishment. It was about teaching real grounded life lessons. When Don Jr. made a costly mistake, the kind that might spark anger in many parents, Trump didn't yell or scold. Instead, he sat down calmly, walked his son through the consequences, and explained how to avoid making the same mistake again. This approach nurtured genuine confidence and lasting resilience in Trump's children. They grew up knowing that failure wasn't the end. It was a stepping stone on the path to growth. When a child knows that mistakes won't be met with shame, but with guidance and support, they stop fearing risks and start embracing challenges. That's what Donald Trump instilled: a spirit of boldness, self-belief, and relentless perseverance. His philosophy was clear and unwavering. Discipline should be a compass, not a threat. It wasn't meant to instill fear, but to provide direction, a steady hand to help children navigate life's many crossroads. When feedback is given with empathy and care, it creates a safe space, one where kids feel strong enough to fall and brave enough to rise again. What are your thoughts on this approach to discipline? Do you believe that tough love, tempered with understanding, is the key to raising confident, resilient, and independent children? Share your thoughts below. Every parenting journey is different, but timeless values deserve to be shared and celebrated. Lead by example, because actions speak louder than words. Trump's children didn't just hear about resilience and grit, they witnessed it firsthand in how their father lived and led. Eric recalls watching his father face high-stakes situations, from closing tense real estate deals to running massive political campaigns. Watching him stay calm under pressure taught us how to do the same, he reflects. Trump's composure during chaos taught his children that real strength isn't about avoiding difficulty. It's about meeting it head-on with clarity and purpose. From tireless work ethic to laser-sharp focus, Trump didn't just talk about perseverance, he modeled it every day. He showed his children that leadership doesn't start with giving orders. It starts with showing up. When Ivanka expressed interest in leading a major real estate project, Trump didn't hand her the opportunity like a privilege. He entrusted her with responsibility and expected results. "My father believed in us, but he made sure we earned it," Ivanka reflects. That balance of trust and expectation was one of the greatest gifts Trump gave his kids. He didn't raise them to be dependent. He taught them to stand on their own. His parenting was never about handing them success on a silver platter. It was about giving them the hammer, the bricks, and the blueprint to build their own. As Trump once said, "The greatest gift you can give your children isn't wealth. It's the tools to create it for themselves." And now, as the world turns its eyes to Barron Trump, the youngest son, people wonder whether he too will carry forward those same values. Born on March 20th, 2006, in New York City, Barron is the only child of Donald and Melania Trump, raised amid power and privilege. But his family has carefully shielded him from the public spotlight, especially to Melania, who prioritized giving Barron as normal a childhood as possible. Though surrounded by luxury and fame, Melania made sure Barron stayed away from the cameras, appearing only at major events. He shares a strong bond with his mother, his primary caregiver, and quiet yet fierce supporter. Despite the significant age gap with his older siblings, Ivanka, Don Jr., Eric, and Tiffany, their bond remains warm. They may live separate lives, but they're all rooted in the same foundation, a family that didn't hand over everything, but taught them to rise on their own. Barron, the youngest heir to the Trump legacy. Barron Trump isn't just the youngest son of President Donald Trump. He's also the youngest heir to a massive legacy, and his journey is only just beginning. Elite education and personal passions. Though born into fame and fortune, Barron's daily life has long been centered around education and personal growth. He attended the prestigious Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in New York, where he excelled in both soccer and tennis. During his father's presidency, Barron transferred to St. Andrew's Episcopal School in Maryland, where he continued his studies with a strong focus on science and computer technology. Barron isn't just logical, he's creative too. In his spare time, he builds model airplanes, a hobby that reveals his deep curiosity for mechanics and engineering. Following in his mother's multilingual footsteps, Barron is fluent in English and Slovenian, and is reportedly learning additional languages as well. Fashion is another passion of his. He's often seen wearing tailored suits, echoing the iconic style of his father. After finishing high school, Barron followed in his father's footsteps, enrolling at Columbus University in New York City, laying the groundwork for the next chapter of his academic and personal journey. Living beyond luxury, with responsibility. At just 18, Barron Trump has already experienced a lifestyle most can only dream of. Private jets, sprawling real estate, luxury cars, and a future as the heir to the multi-billion-dollar Trump empire. But his lifestyle reflects not just extravagance, but also a grounded, composed, and quietly mature presence. Despite his massive inheritance, Barron has been raised with a strong sense of responsibility and independence. Thanks to his parents' guidance, he's not only learned to enjoy privilege, he's also been taught to respect it and navigate it with care. Palatial estates, royal-level residences. As the son of a real estate titan, Barron Trump has been immersed in some of the world's most luxurious residences. Among the crown jewels is Mar-a-Lago, a sprawling 17-acre estate in Palm Beach, purchased by Donald Trump in 1985 for $10 million. The estate features 33 bathrooms, 3 nuclear bunkers, a private beach, and operates as an exclusive private club with a staggering $200,000 membership fee. Barron has also spent time in Trump Tower, New York, where the $119 million penthouse sits atop the iconic skyscraper, adorned with 24-karat gold fixtures, marble finishes, and breathtaking views of Central Park. As a child, Barron even had an entire floor to himself, complete with a bedroom, living room, and his own private kitchen. Global real estate, luxurious destinations around the world. Beyond Mar-a-Lago and Trump Tower, the Trump family owns an impressive portfolio of international luxury properties, each reflecting the power and prestige of the Trump empire. Among them is a $12 million estate in Westchester, New York, nestled in a tranquil suburb but surrounded by elite amenities, from private tennis courts to heated pools and old growth woods. They also own a $5 million beachfront apartment in Uruguay, offering panoramic views of Punta del Este, often called the Saint-Tropez of South America. These locations aren't just assets. They're sanctuaries where Barron can unwind, reflect, and grow into the man he's destined to be. Though Barron Trump doesn't yet hold a driver's license, the cars surrounding his life are already enough to make any automotive enthusiast green with envy. Donald Trump's deep love for luxury cars is no secret. From Rolls-Royce Phantoms and Bentley Continentals to top-tier Mercedes-Benz Maybachs, each vehicle screams power and sophistication. Many are worth over $500,000, and one day they may become part of Barron's personal inheritance. It's not hard to imagine a custom-made Rolls-Royce with Barron's name subtly engraved, finished in midnight blue with handcrafted Italian leather interiors. Even now, Barron is often seen being chauffeured in ultimate luxury, riding in armored SUVs or sleek sports cars. All family-owned, of course. The Trump family's wealth isn't limited to the ground. It soars in the sky and sails across the sea. At the center of it all is their legendary Boeing 737, affectionately dubbed Trump Force One, valued at over $100 million. This aircraft isn't just transportation, it's a flying palace, complete with 24K gold accents, a private bedroom, full living area, and a boardroom-like meeting space fit for a commander-in-chief. For shorter trips, the family turns to their $20 million Sikorsky S-76 helicopter, showcasing Trump-style efficiency and elegance. While Barron doesn't pilot these aircraft yet, he's no stranger to transcontinental luxury travel, enjoying every journey in absolute privacy, comfort, and unmatched extravagance. Barron Trump's future likely includes access to the most exclusive modes of transportation, from private jets to luxurious mega yachts. And with such extravagant options at his fingertips, one can't help but wonder, if you had access to jets and yachts like Barron, where would you travel first? Comment your dream destinations below. Maybe a sunset in Santorini or a snow-capped chalet in the Alps. Barron Trump's personal life has always sparked curiosity and cautious fascination. Most recently, rumors swirled around a possible relationship with Clara Jones, a young model 2 years his senior. The two were spotted together at a few events, fueling speculation about a budding romance. However, Donald Trump himself was quick to dispel the gossip, stating, "I don't think he's quite there yet. Barron isn't really focused on dating." That comment spoke not only to a protective father's instinct, but also to Barron's seemingly grounded mindset, one focused more on growth and learning than fleeting attention. On the PBD podcast, Donald Trump revealed that Barron is someone who's truly comfortable being alone, though not antisocial. He said, "It's not loneliness, he's just really good on his own." And I think that's a strength. But that quiet demeanor hasn't stopped the curiosity of fans. TikTok followers frequently share sightings of Barron on the campus of NYU's Stern School of Business, where he's often seen flanked by Secret Service agents, a calm presence in a world of whispers and attention. Rumors swirl, classmates and unconfirmed links. Earlier, whispers linked Barron to classmates Maddie and Sarah CLA, but none of those speculations were ever confirmed. Even now, it's still unclear whether Clara Jones was truly the mystery figure captured beside him. Yet Barron continues to master the art of mystery, keeping the world guessing, all while walking his path with quiet control and unmistakable direction. At just 18, Barron Trump boasts a financial future many could only dream of, thanks to carefully managed trust funds and a stake in Donald Trump's multi-billion-dollar empire. But he's not just sitting back and waiting. Barron has already begun forging his own financial path, landing lucrative brand deals with companies like Skechers and H&M, turning his name into a brand of substance, not just legacy. Barron Trump, the beginning of a financial powerhouse. At just 18 years old, while most teens are still figuring life out, Barron Trump is already a billionaire in the making. With a current estimated net worth of $100 million, he's not just inheriting wealth, he's shaping it. From learning the fundamentals of the Trump business empire to securing his own brand partnerships, Barron is positioning himself as a rising force in the world of wealth and business, a $3 billion inheritance, and beyond. When Donald Trump eventually passes, Barron is set to inherit an estimated $3 billion fortune, including significant stakes in the Trump Organization, vast real estate holdings, lucrative investments, and personal revenue streams. With a prestigious education, multilingual fluency, financial instincts, and a powerful legacy behind him, Barron is expected to multiply his wealth exponentially, likely crossing the $1 billion mark in the near future. Whether he's contributing to family projects or launching ventures of his own, Barron Trump is carving out his own identity. He's not just accepting a legacy, he's building one. When you have a great name, the only greater thing you can do is live up to it. Barron is proving he's not just Donald Trump's youngest son, he's a next-generation leader in the making, confident, strategic, and poised to conquer the financial world. And this is only the beginning. What do you think about Barron Trump's extraordinary rise to financial power? Is he just walking in his father's footsteps, or quietly building an empire of his own? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. And if you want to keep exploring the glamorous yet strategic lives of the world's most powerful families, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell, because the world of wealth, legacy, and ambition is just getting started. For years, there was one tall, silent figure who always stood at the edge of the spotlight, never speaking, never reacting, always watching. Barron Trump. While the world gossiped about his father's scandals and his mother's icy elegance, Barron remained a ghost behind the tinted glass of Secret Service SUVs. He didn't give interviews. He didn't post on social media. He didn't even speak in public. He became the biggest mystery of the Trump legacy, the only one who hadn't revealed himself. Until now, Now, on the edge of adulthood, Barron has spoken, not with noise, not with a social media rant, but with a calculated, deliberate move that shook the Trump family from the inside. Sources close to the family whisper about a deep rift, a long-standing tension that has been quietly boiling beneath the surface for years. And now Barron, the boy who never said a word, is finally telling his side of the story. Donald and Melania Trump have stood side by side through fame, fortune, politics, and power, from their first meeting to their rise as America's first family. But their path was anything but ordinary. As Trump secured his second bid for the presidency, Melania remained an enigmatic presence, one that stirred curiosity and speculation every time she emerged from behind the curtain. During the inauguration, she made a rare but stunning public appearance, dressed in a tailored navy coat and wide-brimmed hat, a look that was both elegant and distant. Though she's one of the most private first ladies in American history, her influence has never gone unnoticed. In a 23 interview, Trump finally opened up about her absence on the campaign trail, and the reason left more questions than answers. To be honest, Trump once said, "I wanted to keep her far away from it. It's disgusting. It's nasty." He was talking about politics, the brutal, relentless circus of power, lies, and loyalty tests. But how did this power couple begin their story in the first place? Their origin goes back to 1998, at a lavish New York Fashion Week party glittering with champagne, celebrities, and secrets. That's where Donald Trump first locked eyes with a rising Slovenian model, Melania Naus. He was already a billionaire real estate mogul. She, statuesque and composed, didn't melt at his charm. Instead of handing him her phone number, she made him chase her, and chase he did. From that fateful night, all the way to a star-studded wedding in 2005, and eventually to the most powerful address in the world, the White House. It was a relationship that captivated the world. And now we pull back the curtain to reveal the secrets, the trials, and the defining moments behind one of the most iconic power couples of our time, Melania and Donald Trump. The night everything changed came in 1998. Donald Trump, already a billionaire real estate mogul, spotted Melania Naus at a Fashion Week party in New York. But here's the twist. He wasn't exactly single. At the time, Trump was still legally separated from Marla Maples, and he had shown up to the party with another woman on his arm. Still, none of that stopped him from setting his sights on Melania, a move that would eventually alter both of their lives forever. She was 28, statuesque, striking, and already making waves in the New York fashion world. Melania Naus, the Slovenian model who would one day become First Lady, had instantly caught Donald Trump's attention the moment she walked into the room. But she wasn't easily impressed. In a 2016 interview with Harper's Bazaar, Melania recalled that fateful night when Trump boldly asked for her phone number, despite arriving at the party with another date. Her response, a swift, unapologetic rejection. "He wanted my number," she said, "but he was there with another woman." Naturally, she didn't give it to him. Instead, she turned the tables. "You give me your number, and I'll call you," she told him. A move that flipped the power dynamic from the very beginning. It was a test, and Trump passed it with flying colors. Rather than brushing it off, he responded with intensity. He gave Melania every single phone number he had, his office at Mar-a-Lago, his New York residence, even his private direct line. A few days later, Melania made the call. "I was impressed by his energy," she later admitted. He had incredible vitality at the time. Their connection was real, even if Trump's personal life was far from simple. His divorce from Marla Maples, with whom he shared his youngest daughter, Tiffany, wouldn't be finalized until 1999. Before that, Trump had spent 15 years married to Ivana Trump, the mother of his three eldest children, Donald Jr., Ivanka, and Eric. But despite his complicated past, Trump continued to pursue Melania, and the relationship began to deepen. Still, it wasn't all smooth sailing. In 2000, when Trump briefly launched a campaign for the Reform Party presidential nomination, the pressure of media attention and political scrutiny caused a temporary split between the two. But by February of that same year, after Trump ended his run, the couple quietly reconciled, a subtle yet powerful sign of the emotional bond they shared. Over the next few years, Melania became a steady presence in Trump's world, appearing at high-profile events, always by his side. By 2004, after nearly 6 years of dating, Donald Trump decided to go public. And he did it the only way he knew how, in full Trump fashion. It was at the Met Gala, one of the most glamorous nights in fashion, where celebrities and designers lit up the ballroom with diamonds, flashbulbs, and whispered drama. That night, in the middle of the crowd, Trump got down on one knee. He proposed to Melania with a stunning 15-carat diamond ring from Graf, and she said yes. It was a moment that set the stage for a love story that would one day lead not just to marriage but to the White House. Their journey from a chance meeting at a New York party to a luxurious wedding in 2005 to raising Barron Trump under the harsh lights of global scrutiny was only just beginning. As Trump launched his presidential campaign and re-entered the White House for a second term, Melania once again found herself back in the spotlight. Despite being famously proud and fiercely independent, her next chapter remains just as captivating as ever. Would she step into a more active role this time? Or would she maintain her carefully curated distance, silent, elegant, and in control? One thing is certain, the story of Donald and Melania Trump is far from over. When Donald Trump knelt down at the 2004 Met Gala, Melania Naus was caught completely off guard. A massive surprise, she would later call it, but it marked the beginning of a partnership defined by power, allure, and ambition. Just 1 year later, on January 22, 2005, they exchanged vows in a lavish Palm Beach wedding at Mar-a-Lago, attended by Hollywood elites, business titans, and political figures alike. From the beginning, their relationship was anything but conventional. Trump famously saw no need for a honeymoon, quipping, "Why would we leave our beautiful Mar-a-Lago for some dirty island?" Instead of indulging in a honeymoon, the newlyweds dove straight back into their high-profile lives. But behind the glitz, Melania had her own quiet, deeply personal plans for motherhood. On March 20th, 2006, she gave birth to their only child together, Barron William Trump. From that moment, Melania embraced her role as a devoted mother with full heart and intention. Trump, never shy about speaking bluntly, made his parenting stance clear. "I'm not going to do diapers. I may never even see the kids." But he added, "She's going to be an incredible mother." And she was. As Trump's political ambitions took center stage, Melania transformed from a high society woman in Manhattan to a poised campaign figure and ultimately the First Lady of the United States. During the 2016 campaign, she remained calm and reserved, standing beside him with quiet strength. She called him a great leader and a brilliant negotiator, while Trump praised her as a wonderful mother. But when Trump won the presidency, Melania's first move stunned many. She delayed her move to Washington, D.C., choosing instead to remain in New York so that Barron could finish his school year without disruption. It was a decision that shocked political insiders, but also highlighted her fierce independence and unwavering loyalty as a mother. Throughout Trump's presidency, Melania kept a low public profile, yet her presence was felt. Quiet, measured, and deliberate, she held influence not through speeches, but through conviction and restraint. Through scandals, political storms, and relentless media scrutiny, Melania Trump maintained her poise, always graceful but intentionally distant. While other first ladies embraced the spotlight, she remained selective in her public appearances, her aura wrapped in mystery. She supported initiatives like her Be Best campaign, advocating for children's well-being and online behavior, but still guarded her privacy with fierce determination. Even after leaving the White House in 2021, Melania largely disappeared from public view, reportedly focusing on raising Barron and protecting her personal life from the chaos of headlines. But now, as Trump returns to the White House in 2025, all eyes are once again on her. Will she fully embrace the role of First Lady again, or keep her carefully measured distance? From New York high society to the political battlegrounds of Washington, the journey of Donald and Melania Trump has always been defined by calculated moves, enduring loyalty, and a bond that defies expectation. As they step back into the global spotlight, one question lingers in the air. What will Melania do next? Donald, Melania, and Barron Trump, a family under the lights watched by the world. When Joe Biden was sworn into office in 2021, the Trumps withdrew from the center stage. But now, they're back. For a time, Mar-a-Lago faded quietly from the political stage. The public presence of Donald and Melania Trump grew more subdued, with Melania maintaining a notably modest and distant posture. But by 23, the former president was back, launching a historic political comeback campaign. When asked about Melania's role in his bid for re-election, Trump remained vague. But then, with a reassuring smile, he added, "She's a very private person, but she loves our country." Then everything changed in July 2024. Trump survived an assassination attempt that shocked the nation, just days before the Republican National Convention. The dramatic moment caught on camera showed a bullet grazing Trump's ear, a near brush with tragedy that could have ended very differently. In a rare public statement, Melania broke her silence. Speaking solemnly, she revealed how the moment had shaken their entire family. "When I saw that bullet hit my husband, I realized our lives were standing on the edge of devastating change." Just days later, at the Republican National Convention, Trump publicly thanked Melania, his voice firm, his words deliberate. And in doing so, he made something clear. Despite years of speculation and distance, their bond remained unbroken. Known for her measured and reserved approach, Melania made a rare and powerful public appearance, standing beside Trump to express her renewed support for his presidential run. But this time, it wasn't just Donald and Melania returning to the global spotlight. Barron Trump, once the quiet, almost invisible youngest son of the former president, was beginning to make waves of his own. Now 6'7" and a business student at New York University, Barron had transformed. No longer the teenage boy hiding behind the Secret Service, he was emerging as a rising figure within his father's campaign. Though still largely avoiding public speeches and media attention, insiders say Barron played a key role behind the scenes, offering strategic insight and leveraging relationships with younger voters to breathe new life into the campaign. At just 18, Barron had become a quiet force, shaping his father's political resurgence, not with slogans or sound bites, but with subtle influence and a deep understanding of a generation. By the time Donald Trump stood once again on the inaugural stage in January 2025, the atmosphere was electric. Cheers erupted across the National Mall as he officially returned to the presidency, flanked by his family. Then, with a proud smile, Trump couldn't resist introducing the figure who had captivated whispers and speculation. "I have a very tall son. His name is Barron. Has anyone heard of him?" The crowd roared. It was a moment, powerful, unscripted, and viral. The towering 18-year-old standing quietly beside his father had suddenly stepped into history's lens. From love and resilience to political resurgence, the Trump family story was far from over. With Donald back in the White House, Melania re-entering public life, and Barron carving his own path, the next chapter promises to be as riveting as the last. At Donald Trump's second inauguration on January 20th, 2025, it wasn't just the 47th president who commanded attention. It was Barron Trump, elegant, composed, mysterious, who in one quiet moment stole the spotlight and ignited curiosity across the world. Standing behind the presidential seal, Barron Trump cut a striking figure. Clad in a dark suit, a crisp white shirt, and a lapel pin of the American flag, he radiated calm confidence and understated charisma. His poised demeanor sparked whispers. Could he be next? Observers drew bold comparisons. Some said his presence had shades of a young Elon Musk, magnetic, analytical, unreadable. Trump, proud and unscripted as always, couldn't resist drawing attention to his son. "I have a very tall son named Barron," he repeated to the roaring crowd. "Has anyone heard of him?" Cheers erupted once more as Barron smiled, waved, and threw a playful thumbs up, gesturing for even louder applause. At just 18, a freshman at NYU's business school, Barron had helped mobilize the youth vote in his father's historic victory over Kamala Harris, cementing his growing role in the evolving Trump legacy. As Trump took the oath of office inside the Capitol Rotunda, with Chief Justice John Roberts presiding, it was clear. This wasn't just a political comeback. This was the emergence of a new generation. But who is Barron Trump behind those closed doors? According to his personal tailor, Nathan Pierce, the young man America is now watching isn't your typical political heir. He's sharp, refined, and refreshingly grounded. Barron Trump carries a maturity far beyond his years, a quality that continues to surprise those who meet him. Nathan Pierce, who worked closely with Barron in the weeks leading up to the 2025 inauguration, was struck by the young man's keen eye for fashion and meticulous attention to detail. Unlike most teenagers, Barron doesn't just wear luxury, he manages it. He selects the fabric, chooses the buttons, even specifies the lining himself. He once took a solo trip to Louisiana just for a fitting, a level of independence that even seasoned professionals found impressive. But what truly sets him apart isn't just his style, it's his warmth and effortless charisma. Despite being raised in privilege, Barron is described as engaging, gracious, and remarkably knowledgeable, especially about history. Pierce recalls being welcomed at Mar-a-Lago as if he were an old friend, a small moment that speaks volumes about Barron's ability to make a lasting impression. He's not just another name in a famous family, he's carving his own identity with quiet confidence and an undeniable charm. At just 18, Barron Trump is proving he's not merely a political heir, but a force in his own right, blending fashion, business, and strategy like a seasoned professional. While his inauguration appearance turned heads for his towering height and refined style, it's what happens behind the scenes that reveals who he really is. Barron's relationship with bespoke tailor Nathan Pierce came through media mogul Justin Waller, a key figure in the business world. Justin introduced us, and within a week, I was on a plane to Mar-a-Lago, Pierce recounts. But Barron wasn't just some kid with a famous last name. He was sharp, business savvy, confident enough to hold his own in a room full of industry titans. Unlike most teenagers I've ever met, Barron doesn't follow trends, he sets them. From choosing fabrics and buttons to specifying inner linings with conviction, his sartorial choices continue to impress even seasoned professionals. But fashion is only one piece of the puzzle. In 2024, Barron co-founded a luxury real estate venture with two business partners, including his former high school classmate, Cameron Roxburgh. The company, initially launched in Wyoming, was temporarily dissolved after Donald Trump's election victory, a calculated move to avoid unwanted media scrutiny during the heated political climate. But now it's reportedly scheduled for a strategic relaunch in spring 2025. While balancing coursework at NYU's Stern School of Business, Barron is quietly laying the foundation for a legacy of his own. He's not just watching history unfold, he's building his own empire. At Donald Trump's 2025 inauguration, all eyes weren't just on the 47th president. Barron Trump made a commanding impression, stepping into the spotlight like never before. The once silent teenager had evolved into a towering presence, both literally and symbolically, standing tall beside his father. With a freshly styled haircut, a perfectly tailored navy suit, and undeniable confidence, Barron radiated quiet power. But it wasn't just his style, his height stunned onlookers. Now 6'7", 2 meters tall, Barron towered visibly over Donald Trump, creating a surreal image as the two waved to the crowd. The moment went viral, a striking contrast to his last inauguration appearance in 2015, when Barron was just a quiet 10-year-old boy, watching history unfold from the sidelines. Now he's ready to shape it. 8 years later, he had evolved from the quiet, almost invisible Trump child into a young man whose presence could no longer be ignored. Tall, poised, and impeccably styled, Barron Trump had stepped into view, but always on his own terms. His high school years were far from typical. As the son of a former U.S. president, Barron lived under an extraordinary level of security. At Oxbridge Academy, the elite private school in Palm Beach where he completed his education, Secret Service agents were a constant presence, shadowing him through hallways, classrooms, and school events. To protect his privacy, Barron even used a pseudonym, Jack, while enrolled. Although teachers and classmates knew his true identity, this alias provided a fragile but vital layer of anonymity. In a world eager to dissect every move of a Trump, this thin veil was sometimes all that stood between him and invasive curiosity. Unlike the spotlight-loving children of other political dynasties, Barron actively avoided attention. He declined to attend school football games and skipped prom, events many teens consider rites of passage. Instead, he embraced a quiet, deliberately private lifestyle, surrounding himself with only a small, trusted circle of peers. While others chased recognition, Barron chose retreat. And in that retreat, he found focus and the freedom to grow beyond the expectations of his last name. Cautious and guarded, Barron Trump maintained a fiercely private life, extending even to any potential romantic relationships. But for someone as private as Barron, complete invisibility was never truly possible. Not with the Trump name. In 2024, his name unexpectedly made national headlines when Donald Trump publicly expressed frustration over nearly missing his son's high school graduation due to a court appearance in New York. It was a rare and unfiltered moment, a father's candid emotions shining through the fog of legal battles and political warfare. For once, the nation wasn't talking about Trump the politician or Trump the mogul. They were talking about Trump the father. The moment reminded the public of an uncomfortable truth. No matter how fiercely Barron tried to live under the radar, he could never fully escape the spotlight that comes with being a Trump. As he crossed into adulthood, Barron remained one of the most enigmatic figures in the entire Trump family. Unlike his older siblings, who had eagerly embraced the political and business empires built by their father, Barron's path remained undefined. But one thing had become clear. He was carving his own road, whether he wanted to or not. With his towering presence, quiet poise, and dignified demeanor, Barron had become an object of public fascination. And as the world watched, not with judgment, but with curiosity, the question loomed ever larger. Would Barron Trump follow in his father's footsteps? Or would he chart a course entirely his own? As Barron steps into adulthood, the world watches, waiting to see whether he will embrace politics, business, or carve out a unique identity entirely his own. After months of speculation, Donald Trump finally confirmed that his son had chosen to attend university in New York. Although he remained tight-lipped about details, Trump told the New York Post he's ready to attend a top school. The revelation fueled public curiosity, especially when reports noted Barron's absence from freshman orientation and other college events. Such a marked absence raised questions. How will Barron adapt to college life? Under intense media scrutiny, what path will he chart in this new chapter? Breaking family precedent, Barron opted for NYU's Stern School of Business, rather than following the footsteps of older siblings at Princeton, Georgetown, or UPenn. Though raised in Manhattan, his decision to remain in the city wasn't just practical, it was deliberate. It's no surprise that Donald Trump chose NYU for his son, a familiar city, top-tier education, and most critically, a measure of privacy where Barron spent much of his early life. Unlike his older siblings and Hemmings, who entered the Trump organization young and publicly, Barron is following a different path, one that allows him to build his identity outside of his father's business empire. Although he keeps a low profile, his presence on campus at NYU is impossible to ignore. At 6'7", he caught the attention of students and faculty alike. His poised confidence and distinct aura instantly became talking points. Insiders say he's definitely a man's man, even among female students whose admiration continues to grow. Not attention-seeking, Barron is described as discreet yet approachable. Noticed not for his last name, but for his sophisticated demeanor and sharp intellect. Despite the political baggage of his family, Barron seems intent on forging his own future. His choice to study business and real estate signals a deep interest in building something from the ground up, not simply inheriting his father's legacy. His quiet ambition and education at one of the world's most prestigious business schools suggests that he's laying the foundation for a career separate from the Trump brand. Yet Barron faces a unique challenge, balancing college life, personal ambition, and the unrelenting scrutiny that comes with being a Trump. Every move is watched, parsed, and debated. But insiders say, while other family members embrace the spotlight, Barron has consistently chosen privacy, making him one of the most compelling figures of the next generation. Now settling into his freshman year at NYU, the big question remains, will Barron Trump continue to stay hidden, or will he rise as a leader in business, politics, or even public life? Either way, he is no longer just the youngest Trump. He's forging his own path, defining his own legacy, and the world is watching. Although Barron declined the opportunity to serve as a delegate at the 2024 Republican National Convention, citing prior commitments, He was far from absent during his father's historic presidential campaign. Behind the scenes, he played an increasingly active role, offering insights and strategic counsel that surprised even seasoned campaign staffers. Melania later revealed that Barron was deeply involved in the 2024 effort, helping to identify key connections, analyze political strategy, and share views on critical national issues. Unlike his siblings who embraced the spotlight early, Barron remained reserved, but his influence grew quietly and significantly as he stepped into adulthood. What's become clear is this: Barron Trump is no longer an outsider to the Trump legacy. He is deliberately carving his place within it. Whether he continues to balance between private citizen and public figure, or chooses to take on a more prominent role, Barron has shown that he is far more than the youngest son of a former president. This evolution came to life in a stunning moment during Donald Trump's 2025 inauguration. While the nation celebrated his 47th president, eyes were also fixed on his youngest son. Barron's public appearance sparked a social media frenzy. Gone was the shy boy from earlier campaign events, replaced by an 18-year-old with a commanding presence, sharp features, and an unmistakable sense of maturity. Wearing a perfectly tailored navy suit and sporting a sleek brushed-back hairstyle, Barron's transformation was impossible to ignore. But it was his towering height, now 6'7", that truly stunned viewers. As he shook hands with his father on stage, the contrast with his 2017 appearance as a quiet 10-year-old was striking. The handshake moment quickly went viral, symbolizing just how much he had changed, not just in height, but in presence. And yet, despite this attention, Barron has remained composed. Public curiosity grows, but he continues to master the delicate dance between visibility and discretion, revealing just enough to captivate while keeping his deeper intentions his own. Barron Trump remains one of the most enigmatic figures in American public life. His upbringing was shaped by extraordinary security measures and a deep commitment to privacy. During his years at Oxbridge Academy in Palm Beach, Florida, U.S., Secret Service agents followed him from classroom to classroom, ensuring his protection at all times. To preserve anonymity, Barron was enrolled under the pseudonym Jack, a rare move that highlighted the extreme lengths taken to shield him from public scrutiny. Though he was known for his sharp intellect and friendly demeanor, he deliberately skipped traditional high school experiences such as football games or prom nights, choosing instead to keep his private life, including any potential romantic relationships, firmly outside the spotlight. His name made headlines in 2024 when Donald Trump expressed disappointment about almost missing Barron's graduation due to his criminal trial in New York. The moment was a reminder of how different Barron's teenage years had been, far removed from the lives of typical American youth, and even his own siblings, who were active in public life from an early age. Now, as Barron enters adulthood, the world is asking, what comes next for the youngest Trump? Though he's spent much of his life avoiding the public eye, recent shifts in his fashion, presence, and growing independence suggest that he may not stay in the shadows much longer. At 18, Barron is now laying the groundwork for his future, one rooted not only in politics or family legacy, but in business and real estate. While most college freshmen are still figuring things out, Barron seems to have a clear vision of where he wants to go. Now enrolled at NYU's Stern School of Business, one of the top business schools in the country, he is immersing himself in a curriculum tailored to global finance, real estate, and entrepreneurship. In 2024, he took his first bold step into the business world by co-founding 2 companies with his high school friend Cameron Roxburgh and another undisclosed partner, Trump Future and Roxburgh Capital Inc., both registered in Wyoming. Notably, the company was registered on the same day as the Republican National Convention, which Barron notably skipped due to prior commitments. 4 months later, following Donald Trump's re-election victory, the companies were quietly dissolved. According to Roxburgh, the move was a calculated decision to avoid unwanted media attention during the volatile election season. But it wasn't an ending, just a pause. Plans to relaunch in spring 2025 were already underway, with a refocused strategy on high-end real estate development, including luxury properties, premium golf resorts, and potential strategic partnerships with the Trump Organization. Even though Barron has not publicly spoken about his business ambitions, sources close to him say he thinks big, understands his generation's market, and has bold ideas he's eager to realize. Unlike his older siblings, Ivanka, Donald Jr., and Eric, who were ushered into the Trump organization from an early age, Barron appears to be taking a more independent approach, learning through real-world experiences while maintaining his signature discretion. Of course, his last name opens doors, but it also comes with challenges. The Trump brand is both an asset and a liability, particularly with his father back in the White House. Every move he makes will be magnified, scrutinized, politicized. But one constant remains: Melania Trump's fierce protection of her son. Unlike Trump's other children, who have embraced political visibility, Melania has ensured Barron stayed shielded, and that instinct may persist. She encourages him, one family source noted, but always with a cautious eye. With powerful family ties, a strategic mind, and an emerging entrepreneurial drive, Barron Trump is stepping into a world of real influence. The biggest question now is, how will he shape his own legacy? Will he become a real estate mogul, a modern-day entrepreneur, or something entirely new? One thing is certain: he is no longer just the youngest Trump. He's now a player in his own right, ready to make his mark on the world. Will Barron Trump continue to shield himself in mystery? Or will he one day break the silence and emerge as a key figure in politics or business? Will he define himself as a modern heir, continuing the Trump legacy on his own terms? Or choose a completely different path, far from his parents' shadow? Will Barron's bond with Melania remain a steady anchor as he faces the crushing pressure of media and public expectation? As Barron matures, will we witness the rise of a new Trump generation, polished, private, yet quietly strategic? The story of Barron Trump is only just beginning. What do you think? Are we witnessing the rise of a future powerhouse? Stay tuned for the next chapters in this special series on the Trump family and behind-the-scenes power moves in America. If these stories inspired you, surprised you, or just made you curious, don't forget to follow, like, and share. Now tell us in the comments, what do you want to see next from Barron Trump? Thank you for staying with us. See you in the next part. Goodbye.